saw that thing so beautiful. She just hit my heart, oh. Full force and she got me like, I be like, baby, why you so fine? Got to make you mine. So hard to find. Baby like, oh, how'd you do the thing? The way that you do it and she ain't even show nothing. She be walking around so confident, so heaven sent. I think she was meant to knock them daylight. Like, girl, you so fine. Girl, you rockin' like
Welcome to React Universe Conf. How are you doing? First of all, thank you for being here. And I want you to know that we really appreciate that you decided to spend the next 2 days here with us. We've been working super hard to make this event, this experience, very special for you. And I guess that for the last few years, we've done a lot to set the bar of quality of this event pretty high. And I'm here to tell you that this year ain't going to be any different. So please fasten your seatbelts and do expect the best. So I hope you're going to like it. You're going to enjoy it. Actually, no, I don't hope you're going to like it. I hope you're going to love it. Because when I think about the weight that the speakers bring on stage, the topics that they are about to talk about, the energy that you guys bring into this room, is going to be pretty fucking amazing. I'm sure about it. And I'm thinking, why do you actually come for a conference? Why did you come here? Well, probably to learn something new, to meet new people, to meet old friends, to expand your mind. All right, but why do you want to do this? Well, you want to get better, you want to grow, you want to be successful. Great. So what is it that we have to do here to make you successful, to make this event a success? And the answer is pretty simple. It's all about the new action that will be generated in the result of this event. Now let me tell you a secret. For the next 2 days, our job is not about, we're not in the business of React and React Native anymore for the next 2 days. We're in a business of inspiration. Our job is single. Our mission is only to inspire you, to create capabilities for you to change your mind, to think differently, to do something new, something more, something exciting. Change your mind, be inspired. And this is what we're going to do. Kaboom! All right. Now that I raised your expectations, let me hand over to somebody who's going to do the real job. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some proper noise for a head of technology of Colstack, Mr. Mike Pierzchała.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, React Universe Conf. It's great to be here. For the past 7 years, we've gathered here in Wrocław to celebrate React Native community at the React Native EU conference. And React Native community is one of the most vibrant communities, and the React Native EU conference gathered one of the biggest crowds of React Native developers in Europe and across the world. It's a community of diverse people, diverse developers, merging Objective-C, Java, JavaScript with React and React Native. And today, our focus is even more on React and the web. React and React Native have become major technologies. Their communities cross between web development, functional programming, mobile development, TV, extended reality, desktops, and beyond. In 2013, Pete Hunt introduced us to React, rethinking the best practices about web development. In 2015, React Native extended those principles to the mobile world and native apps. And now it's time to build some bridges. So let's recap, how do we write React Native apps today? How many of you here are React Native developers? Yeah, that's quite a crowd, unexpectedly. So I suppose it's kind of obvious that you can deploy this code, more or less, to not only iOS and Android, but also Windows, macOS, visionOS, and dozens of different TVs. Well, you can even cover web users, for example, thanks to the React Native Web Library. And that's because web is just another platform in React Native developer portfolio, isn't it? So do we have some web developers out here as well? Yes. Yeah, that's like, get some excitement. Thank you for being here. So, do you write your web apps like this? Of course not. That's just my kind of experience, because this is not what this is not how web dev is done, right? So web development is closer to this. It's closer to HTML. It doesn't have some imported text and views. It has HTML elements that make more sense for you as a web developer on that platform. So it's slightly different, but under the hood, it's the same React. And worry not, the core React team and also our React Native community hears you. And let me tell you about what we're bringing to you to bury that compatibility gap so you can join us without that much of an effort. So React core team started a special convergence stream where they built tools for universally handling web-compatible events. They create a subset of DOM and a styling library that resembles CSS more closely, all inspired by the web. And we're not stopping here. In our React Native bubble, we have our own ways of interacting with platform functionality, like reading a battery level, which we call native modules, and usually access them through third-party libraries. But as web developers, you don't have to import a library to get the same information, but just code the get battery API available in the browser, provided it implements the spec. Last year, in the very same spot, Microsoft announced the idea of bringing some of those experiences and the same experiences, actually, for React Native users and developers. And yesterday, we sat down at the Core Contributor Summit to discuss how we can move forward with this proposal. And we're already working on making that vision happen. We're also porting other advanced web APIs to React Native, like WebGPU, for example. Why? So that we can access and use our favorite web libraries, like Free.js or React Free Fiber. And by the way, to skip the browser and maximize the performance. On the other side, there's React community bringing those web development experiences into extended reality devices, thanks to WebXR specification. So today, through a web browser window. Tomorrow, we can skip the browser. Why? Because with React Native, we just can. And we can do it in a more memory-efficient way, too. In fact, React Native community is already working on making that happen. So people across React and React Native communities work hard on creating a layout engine, a rendering engine, a JavaScript engine, an event loop, a subset of DOM, and web APIs in a single project. Do you see where this is going? If you look at React Native from slightly different angle, it seems to resemble yet another browser to support for a web developer, isn't it? Native is not unlike a browser, really. And at the same time, it's so much more powerful because it lets you use the web platform and your skill without being restricted by a browser window. React Native is bringing web ideas to any other platform by speaking its native tongue. And for any React Native developer, it's probably quite clear that they can treat the web as yet another platform. I know it was to me when I shipped my first mobile app with React. And we want to invite you to join this new perspective and mindset of thinking about React community, and React Native community. Because to us, it's really the same thing if you look at it from a different perspective. At CallStack, we like to call these full-stack React and cross-platform React Native ecosystems as React Universe. React Universe is simply a tech ecosystem with React at its core. It's a belief that all platforms are equally accessible to developers using React, and that there's always something to learn from another platform. In React Universe is nothing new under the sun, and at the same time, it's everything new if you look at it, if you never look at it from that perspective. So let's explore what this all means to us, developers. Being able to ship React to multiple platforms lets you reach more users and increase your own value on the market. Having a product shipped in React Universe, you can actually ship it faster. So because there's mostly no extra work to do for other platforms and to repeat it. React gives us the tools to leverage servers to further optimize the UX and performance without necessarily being backend developers. And in this environment, React generalists and platform specialists can work side by side, collaborating together. So let's explore this idea slightly further. One of the most interesting laws of software development is that organizations create products and software that resembles their communication lines. In other words, because communication lines are often correlated with organization structure, they ship the org chart. And in the React Universe, you can ship your org chart today, and a different one tomorrow, and a different one the day after. Because having React at the core, you have more ease and freedom to communicate between and move between the teams and the platforms, regardless whether it's web, mobile, TV, or anything else really. And the more you leverage this ecosystem, the more flexible your organizations can get, which means more flexible products that can respond to market changes faster. Most business people I know would kill for something that allowed them to move quicker. And at the same time, they don't realize they already have the tools. What's most alluring to me is that you, React developer, can drive those changes and influence your products and workplace and organizations in ways that you thought were never previously possible. So what options do we have to ship in React Universe today? First one I would like to get is Expo Universal Apps. If you're starting from React Native and you need a managed solution with a great developer experience that supports iOS, Android, web, and partially macOS as well. There is React Native Web. If you're also starting from React Native and need slightly more flexibility, for example, choosing a different bundler than Metro or shipping to a different platform. There's React Strict DOM. If you like to use new tools and make web developers hate you a little less for disrupting their workflow. Or you can go full custom with the platform extensions supported by Metro and Webpack. So what's next? React is virtually everywhere today. It's growing in usage exponentially. It's used by millions of individuals, startups, and enterprises. And people use React as their first programming language. Can you believe that? The technology grew bigger and more popular than anyone could have thought, pushing open web ideas into so many open and closed platforms. Help. I guess that's the part where I should prepare a joke. But I haven't. So, I mean, stuff like this happens. Okay, yeah, we're back. Thank you very much. You're saving me. So, having that in mind, we believe we have some responsibility to the idea of React and to everyone that uses it. We believe together we can converge React and React Native communities into a hive mind super community, a React universe community of diverse people that learn from each other and are not afraid to dive deeper where necessary. A community of generalists shipping products and specialists thriving in their platforms. A community where we're happy to bring together for this conference. We know there's a long way for unified React, but the direction is there, and at CoStack we want to make sure it stays on track. So let's open ourselves to new horizons at this conference. React Native developers, go watch some web and full stack talks. Web developers, get inspired by those React Native topics, mingle together, and share the experiences, pains, and success stories. And most importantly, have an amazing time at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michał. Did I tell you I speak a little Italian? Let me show you. This talk, non c'è male, not bad, which means that shit was awesome. Right? All right, so the keynote is done. Now it's like really properly open. Let me hand over to the man who's going to take care of you for the next 2 days. Our super duper MC. Let's make some noise for him. Mo! Come on!
Good morning, Wroclaw! Let's hear some noise! How are we all doing today? Are you all well caffeinated? Because you sound a little bit asleep to me. Come on. No? Who's that one heckler? I found my heckler. Me and you are going to have a fun time the next few days. Cool. Everyone awake? Come on, let's hear some noise. There we go. That's what I like to hear. Awesome. Thank you all so much for coming here today. It has been a pleasure to see all of you folks, and I am incredibly excited to be your MC for the next few days. So, my name is Mo. I head the mobile team at Theodo. Yes, there is a pun to be made somewhere there. Mobile, Mo, whatever. That's my Twitter handle if you want to stay in touch. I also organize the React Native London meetup and the community in London, which is probably one of the favorite parts of my job that I have. Yeah, it's been incredibly exciting to be involved within this ecosystem and within this community and to be here with all of you today. Now, I normally look like that, the picture that's there. Unfortunately, what I had was I had some mishaps with coming in and getting a haircut. So I'd been on travel for the last few weeks, and I came into Wrocław, and the first thing I thought was, my hair feels a little bit scraggly. What I'll do is I'll go and find myself a barber. So I went venturing out into the streets and was like, I'll just walk into any barber I see. And the first one that was open, I opened the door, and I go in and I say, hello, do you speak English? And the barber looked at me straight in the eye and said, no. So I was like, you know what, this is going to be fine. I'll figure it out. This will be okay. And so me being very smart as I am, I went in and I was like, here, please, here, please, here, please, thank you. And the barber looked at me and was like, okay. And the first thing that the barber did was took up a shaving machine and went straight for, and that was half of my head gone there and then. And I was like, well, fuck it. We're already here, I guess. We'll see how it goes. So I kid you not when I say I closed my eyes for like half of the haircut, because I was like, I cannot bear to see what's going to happen to me. And now I ended up looking like a discount Mike Grabowski. And now that is an incredible compliment for me because he's an incredibly good-looking man. Maybe not a compliment for Mike, but here we are. Anyway, enough yapping about me. I want to really move on to the important stuff and why you're all here. So this is the first edition of React Universe Conf. And for those of us who have been here a while, we know that it's not really the first edition, right? This is the 7th edition of React Native EU, even though we don't really talk about it. So why React Universe Conf? Chris has covered it. Mihal's covered it. It is such a good evolving, and it's such a natural evolving. You know, any one of us who's been here in the last 2 days of the Core Contributor Summit can attest to this fact that you can see that the direction that we're all going to as a community is that we're trying to achieve the holy grail of write once, run anywhere. And I think the direction that the folks at CallStack have taken by evolving React Native EU to React Universe Conf is the right direction. We're all going to become a big super community. And that is incredibly exciting. There's going to be so many opportunities for all of us to grow and learn. And it's an exciting time to be in the React ecosystem. So I'm personally very excited. And you'll see a lot of really cool talks that show the intersection and the merge, the growth of out-of-tree platforms, so on and so forth. So incredible choice by the CallStack folks to take this direction and evolve the conference. In fact, why don't we give them a big round of applause for organizing such an amazing conference. So, what are we going to look at today? Well, it is React Universe, so we're going to look at a bunch of different things React and React Native related. So, we've already seen the keynote, we've had the opening talks. We're going to look at a reflection of the last year in React Native. We're going to look at some of the new things that are coming out. Then we're going to switch gears and go into React land. But there's some really interesting stuff for React Native developers, so I would stick around. Then you get a coffee break. This is where you get your energy back because, well, I'm going to need a lot of noise from you throughout the day. And then we focus on out-of-tree platforms for the remainder of the morning. And we'll have Mike talking about how you can scale apps. Later on, after we have our lunch break, what we're going to see is we're going to go even deeper. We're going to delve deep, figure out about things like cameras and drawing onto cameras, the new architecture, server-driven rendering. That is going to be a fun talk. And then we'll have the coffee break, and then we'll continue on with a few more talks and wrap up the day with the networking party. And this networking party is really where you get a chance to finally meet and discuss with a lot of your colleagues and a lot of the speakers in a little bit more of an informal environment, and it's going to be a fun time. And this is where you really want to reap the rewards of meeting all of the different folks within this ecosystem. Now, let me give you a little bit of an intro into how this entire venue is set up and the layout of the venue. So we are here in the main stage, and as you've walked in and you saw, there's the hallways that have the sponsorship area. And so you've got a whole bunch of different sort of stands and booths there. If you've gone in through the main doors to the next set of hallways, you'll see there's another section with coffee and snacks, and across that is the great CallStack booth. And that CallStack booth is honestly something quite impressive to look at. So you've got things like the advice lounge, where you can go in, and if you have any questions, you need any help, you can speak with the folks in the CallStack team, and they can help support you if you need it. You've also got the chill zone, where you can somehow feel like you're in a beach even though you're inside of a building. And if the coffee that you get from the coffee machines is not good enough for you, they actually have a barista there. So that's even more incentive for you to get there, I guess. Apple Vision Pro. It's not every day you get to try that device on because it's $3,500, and let's face it, I don't have that kind of money lying around, so this is the opportunity to try it out if you want to see what all of this spatial computing stuff is about. And then you can go further along. We've got the area that's called the Dine and Dance area, and this is the space where we're going to have lunch, we're going to have the networking party. Now, throughout the day, if you feel like you need a little bit of a break, go out and refresh a little bit, there's the outdoor chill-out zone where you can go, grab something to drink, sit down. There's also ice cream, I've been told, but that's after lunch because if you folks get a sugar rush, then there's no controlling anyone here. And then you can go upstairs if you need a little bit more distance from everybody else, if you just need to clear your headspace a little bit. There's a terrace area that they've set up as well with seats, with headphones on. If you want to watch the talk through live streams because you just need to recharge a little bit, you can go up there and relax. And of course, there's also toilets downstairs if you need them. Now, I'd like to make a big shout out to all of the sponsors that we have here. Events like this would not be possible without the generous support of all of the sponsors that we have. So one by one, I want to start off by thanking the folks at Amazon Developer, Ditto, Infinite Red, Code Magic, Open Mobile Hub, of course, Expo, and Halion. Give them a massive round of applause. Come on. Awesome. Now, of course, there's a little bit of housekeeping as always. The code of conduct is something that we've created to just make sure that everyone has a good time at the conference. Now, you can scan this QR code and just read into it in detail if you'd like. The gist of it is that we have had people that have flown in from all around the world to attend React Universe Conf, right? People have spent a lot of time, a lot of money to get here. Don't do something that would ruin someone else's experience here. It's not nice, it's not fair. Just make sure that everyone's having a nice time. The simplest way I can put it is, imagine your parents are sitting in the front rows here. Don't do anything you wouldn't do in front of your parents, right? Come on. We can all behave. We're all adults. So the code of conduct is here in more detail. It's there as well just as a short sort of TLDR of what we're looking at. And if you need anything, feel free to find anyone that's got a call stack hoodie. They've got a very distinct purple color, so I'm sure you can spot them throughout the venue. And if you need to talk about anything related to the code of conduct, just reach out to them, and they will help sort it out. Now, we want to make sure that there's a way for you to stay connected to other attendees, also stay connected to some of the speakers, ask them any questions that you may have after they do their talk. So that's what the React Universe Conf Discord is for. So if you scan this QR code all in one place, we've got a server, and you can go through, stay connected with some of the other attendees. If you do have questions, ask them through there. And if you do need help at any point, you can find the organizers through the server, reach out to them, and that's the place where you can get access to everything. Now, it wouldn't be a React Native app without a conference app, right? You need to have this for your React Native conferences. So the folks at CallStack have put together a cool conference app. Now, a big shout out also to the Meta and Expo folks, because this is actually a fork of the React Conf application that was released earlier this year. A big round of applause for Meta and Expo. Now, this is not your average conference app. Most conference apps that you have, you can go in, see the agenda, save some sessions, and just get general information. I've been told that this conference app is special because it has an Easter egg within it. And apparently this is a great Easter egg. I don't know what it is, but I've been told it's great, and you don't want to miss it. And there's rumors somewhere from the audience that a certain Mr. Mike Grabowski is going to give you a prize if you find the Easter egg. Can I get an ooh? I actually lied. There's no prize whatsoever. But you should definitely download the app. That's done with the app marketing. So, lastly, if you want to, we have a lot of people that are joining us from remote. I'm going to say a big hello to everyone who's joining us from the live stream. If you take any photos, we want to make sure that it gets out to as many people as possible. There's obviously a lot of people who are watching the stream, but they're not really immersed in the ambience. There's so many people here. Like, this auditorium is completely packed. And so when you do take a picture, you post it on Twitter, feel free to tag the React Universe Conf page. So it's React Universe _. That's React Universe _. This is, we'll be looking out for all of the photos that you send, all of the tweets that you post. What is it called these days? X or whatever. So the X's that you post, the posts that you post, the tweets that you do, whatever it's called these days. And I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to actually take the first tweet of React Universe Conf. So everyone pose for a selfie. 3, 2, 1. Say universal apps. Wasn't that cringy? It was meant to be cringy. It was intentional, I swear. All right. Enough of me yapping. Are you all excited? Should we get started? Do you want me off the stage? There we go. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. Awesome. So, we have our first set of talks coming up. And our first speakers are really cornerstones of the React Native ecosystem. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So, if we just go to the next slide. We have two of the pillars of the React Native core team who have devoted a lot of time and a lot of dedication to ensuring that there's a bridge between Meta and the wider community. I've seen this personally, and this has really helped me throughout my own personal career, where I've been able to speak to them, to get a lot of advice from them, and to help make the changes that I would like to see in React Native itself. And so, having them here and opening up with them is a great honor. It's very rare that you find folks like these who are so dedicated to making sure that there is the right support for the community, that the ecosystem is growing, and there's the right involvement in place for everyone. So, our first speakers are none other than Nicola Corti and Riccardo Cipolleschi from the Meta team. Make some noise for them. Come on out, Nicola. Great.
Awesome. So, hi everyone. I'm super excited to be back on stage here at React Universe 2024. And let me start on how this stage is so close to my heart, as I had the honor to speak here both in 2023 and 2022. But this stage is also a crucial venue for the React Native team. We know this conference has rebranded to React Universe, but we can't forget the long history of announcements that we shared on this same stage. For example, my colleague David, in 2018, first introduced the new architecture to the open source community. And just last year, Zvetan from the Hermes team introduced static Hermes. So we thought to keep the tradition, today we want to open this conference celebrating some of the achievement that React Native collected in this last year and give you a sneak peek of what's coming for the future of React Native. So my name is Nicola Corti. I'm an engineer on the React team at Meta. And today we want to jump into like how amazing 2024 is and still will be for React Native. So let's start with April, when we released React Native 0.74. 0.74 was a huge milestone for us, as it came with a bunch of new layout capabilities, thanks to the release of Yoga 3.0. But one of our most anticipated features was enabling bridgeless mode for new architecture early adopters. The feedback that we received from 0.74 and all the people that tried the new architecture over those last months helped so much in shaping what the new architecture is today. Then we jumped to May, when we had one of my favorite conferences, React Conf. I'm sure you heard of it. During the Keynote Day 2, we gave you updates on how React Native has evolved so much over the last years, how it's used by Meta and by our partners. And also, we announced how the new architecture is now in beta and ready to be tested by you all, developers around the globe. again, this announcement was another milestone in making new architecture the default. And we received so much user reports, bugs, and feedback from you all, which helped us improve the new architecture so much. We are so grateful for you trying it out. Another updates that we shared at React Conf was the introduction of React Native frameworks. In June, we shared this blog post where we updated our recommendation on what is the best way to write React Native apps in 2024. And it is by using a React Native framework. So in case you missed this blog post, let me reiterate on how in 2024, the recommended way to write React Native apps is to use a framework. So yes, you should be using a framework, and you should be using Expo to write React Native apps. And just a few weeks ago, we released React Native 0.75. This is another crucial release, as it contains several new features, as well as the implementation of the various announcements we shared at React Conf. So let's jump on one of the first features. We added support for percentage value in your gaps and translation transform. This allows for better layouts and brings React Native a bit closer to what you're used to on web. Crucially, this is one of the first features that is available only for new architecture users. And you will see there will be more features like this one that will be available only for new Arc users out there. This release also contains several bug fixes for the new architecture. A lot of the bugs that we fix are to make possible that all the thousands of libraries in the React Native ecosystem work well in the new architecture. And here I want to give a huge shout out to folks from Software Mansion, Expo, and ColdStack for the huge amount of help that they gave us in migrating and adding support for all the libraries out there in the ecosystem. And I guess they deserve an applause, totally. And if you want to learn more about the challenges that my team and library maintainer and so on faced in migrating libraries and APIs to the new architecture, you definitely don't want to miss a talk from my colleague Arushi, getting React Native new architecture to you today at 3 p.m. And also, this release contains some changes to align with the framework recommendation we shared at React Conf. Specifically, we now moved the React Native template to its own separate repository. And we're also planning to deprecate the React Native init command by the end of 2024. Let me spend a couple of seconds more on this last bit. The React Native init command. Well, you should be using Expo to create new application. But if you're still using this command, in 0.75, you will see that this command emits a warning, like this one, telling you that the init command is deprecated. In 0.75, you can still use this command as you used before. But starting from next year, this command will cease to work. And you will have to use the CLI command that you see written at the bottom. It will still behave as before, but we just want users that are trying React Native for the first time to give them the best developer experience that is available on the market. So again, if you're using React Native init today, you can still keep on using it, but you will have to invoke explicitly the React Native community CLI init command. And so from August, we reached September, where we are now at React Universe. And as a promise, we want to give you a sneak peek of what we have in store for you for the present and the future of React Native. And for this, I want to invite my colleague Riccardo on stage.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's so good to be here on stage with you today. I'm Riccardo. I'm a software engineer at Meta, working in the React team. And I really can't wait to talk to you about what we are working on and what are the very features that we're going to release in the very next future to you. So to release anything in the open source, we need a new release of React Native. So right after the conference, on Monday, we're going to start the work to release 0.76, our next release. So on Monday, we are planning to do the branch cut of the new release, which will be on RC0, the first release candidate for this version. And we usually expect 6 to 8 weeks to stabilize the new release. And to get there, we're going to have a release candidate basically every week with improvements, stabilization fixes. And we kind of expect to have a stable version of 0.76 out between the mid and the end of October. Why we are so excited about this release? Because we are going to ship to you a couple of things that we are very excited about. So the first thing is our next generation debugger stack. But I don't really want to talk about this right now, because right after this talk, my colleague Alex Hunt is going to have a full talk about the new React Native debugger. So please don't miss the talk. There are a lot of exciting news coming up for the debugging experience. The next announcement is very close to my heart, and as you might guess, is related to the new architecture. We are so excited and very proud to announce here in Poland at React Universe that starting from 0.76, the React Native new architecture will be enabled by default in your projects. So what does that mean for you practically? Well, if you're using the community CLI, the new architecture will be enabled in all the projects. So that means that whenever you create a new project with the CLI, the new architecture will be on. And if you migrate your app following the upgrade helper instruction, you're going to enable the new architecture. For Expo, if you're using Expo, the new architecture will be enabled in new project only, starting from SDK 52. The plan is, of course, to be completely aligned on the new architecture, and support for all the projects will arrive in a later version of the SDK. Now, if for any kind of reasons you don't want or you can't use the new architecture, we're still offering you a way to opt out from it. And the instruction is, they are the same that you're using now to turn it on, but reversed. So on Android, you just have to go to the Gradle.property file, and you have to turn off the new arc-enabled flag. On iOS instead, you have to install your dependencies with the pod install command, but with the RCT new arc-enabled flag set to 0. If you're using Expo, and again, from SDK 52 and greater, you can change the new arc-enabled flags in the Expo build properties config plugin. But React Native is not just the new debugger, is not just the new architecture. There are multiple pieces that composes it. For example, Hermes. And don't miss out, talk by my colleague Svetan Mikov tomorrow at 11:15 on Hermes better performances with runtime bytecode translation. React Native is not just that, and it's not just Meta, actually. It's also Microsoft and out of 3 platforms, is Expo and frameworks, but it's also all the libraries that ColdStack, Software Mention, and all our partners are maintaining. But on top of that, React Native is you, is all the app developers and all the independent maintainer that creates application, tools, and are able to make React and React Native shine and the greatest frameworks that it is today. So I want for every one of you to give a round of applause to each other for the amazing work that you are doing. And with that, we want to wish you a great conference and a great time today at React Universe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to both Ricardo and Nicola. Give them another round of applause. These folks do a lot for this community. All right, how are we all feeling? Excited to get on with some of the talks of the day? Yes, there we go. Cool. So we've got a whole lineup coming up for you guys. Just to give a reminder, we're going to start off with a talk about the debugger, which is very exciting. I think it's been a point that we're all looking to improve on as a community and as an ecosystem, so I'm very excited to have that. And then we'll have Kent coming on and doing his talk, so we'll have a React-oriented talk, of course. So that'll be incredibly exciting, and I'm very much looking forward to that as well. Again, a reminder, during the coffee breaks, you'll be able to go through the hallways and get whatever you need for refreshments. There is, of course, a barista as well. Some of our speakers have been telling us about how during COVID they got into these like specialty coffees and so on and so forth. So apparently the bar for coffee expectations is incredibly high in this room. So that is why we've got the barista lined up. So you can head down to the sponsorship area right next to the call stack booth and you can get yourself a nice cup of coffee. Cool. So next up, we have Alex Hunt from the Meta team talking about the new React Native debugger. Now, this is, for me, when I started working on React Native, this was one of the things that was really a big challenge. You know, if you did want to use Flipper back in the day, well, it'd be a real pain to set up and figure out. And debugging was generally one of the more difficult parts. And of course, everyone resorts at the end of the day to the classic old console.logs. And so the work that Alex and his team do is incredibly important. And it really makes the whole DevX and the whole pipeline and the whole workflow of React Native all that much better and really makes it endure as a technology, which is important. So it is my absolute honor to welcome onto stage Alex Hunt from the Meta team. Give him a big round of applause. Let's go.
Hello. So, hi everyone. My name is Alex, and I'm a software engineer on the React team at Meta. Today, we're going to take a look at what we've been building with React Native's debugger in the last year. A little bit about me. I've been part of the React team for 2 years. I'm based in London, and before joining React, I worked in industry, building web services and mobile apps, and began using React Native in 2016. And this is my 4th time here in Wrocław. To now be directly involved with this team and this community and to improve our technologies means so much to me. It's a dream, and the last 2 years have been truly incredible. I work with the awesome and talented team looking after developer experience. We focus on the tooling that enables developers to confidently iterate on their apps using JavaScript and React. This includes taking more recent ownership of debugging and the React DevTools browser extension. Today, we're going to explore what's new with the debugger. But before we do that, I'd like to take a look at where we came from. So let's explore the question, what is React Native? React Native is a toolkit for writing native apps using JavaScript and React. It's a lot like a browser, but better. It's cross-platform, but can look and feel native on every platform. You can add your own native code or download libraries to do things that are hard or even impossible on the web. For those reasons, React Native isn't a browser, but it's also not a browser. React Native has always been inspired by the web, especially when it comes to the APIs, programming model, and the tools you can use to build your apps. Our philosophy is that your knowledge of JavaScript and React should help you build high-quality experiences for any platform. And back at React Conf earlier this year, we recommitted to this strategy by announcing future changes in React Native's core APIs to gradually align with the web. This is a direction we're excited about and one we're implementing across the team. A big part of building high-quality experiences is being able to debug, inspect, and measure the performance of your app. This is something that browser vendors understand, which is why every modern browser comes with a suite of developer tools built in. A JavaScript debugger, allowing step-through understanding of code. A console, allowing you to view and filter app logs and run interactive statements. An element inspector, a performance profiler, and much more. These are mature, feature-rich development tools that provide best-in-class usability. Good developer tools support high-quality experiences. And the React team has understood this from the beginning, which is why we built React DevTools all the way back in 2014. That's right, React DevTools is older than the spread operator. As a browser extension on web, this provides developers with a components inspector for viewing and interacting with the React element tree, and a profiler to understand performance bottlenecks in your React code. The idea of being able to look under the hood of your app, to understand it better and fix issues isn't new. But as React Native evolved over the years, particularly with innovations like the Hermes engine and new synchronous architecture, debugging gradually became harder instead of easier. So what were our options? 9 years ago, React Native launched with JSC debugging via Safari, which worked well, but supports only Apple's JavaScript core engine on iOS, which we've since moved away from. Then we introduced remote JS debugging. This supported both platforms and used Chrome as a front end. However, instead of communicating with the JS runtime on the device, app code would instead be run off-device in V8. This separate execution context offered some compatibility with web tooling, but at the cost of inconsistency with how your code would execute in production. Next, we had direct Hermes debugging, using Chrome to communicate with the instance of Hermes on the device. This approach, as with remote JS debugging, required a number of hacks. In React Native 74, we made incremental improvements to the debugger in Hermes, as well as adding a one-click launch flow. We also launched Flipper back in React Native 62. Flipper aimed to provide React Native developers with an extendable debugger host that also integrated native debugging plugins. While Flipper had some initial traction, it added complexity on top of direct Hermes debugging, and neither the Flipper nor React team were able to specifically invest further in Flipper for React Native. Over time, our integration became more unreliable, and we announced its deprecation last year. Really, this was a huge mess, which was reflected in our documentation and justified user confusion. We also supported additional in-app developer tools, such as the Inspector panel, Logbox, and Performance Overlay, all of which overlap with browser dev tool capabilities. Some of these tools have been better maintained than others. In short, tooling was fragmented, and due to lack of maintenance, debugging was hard and unreliable. By the time we formed the developer experience team at the end of 2022, it was clear that we needed to make the tools for debugging React apps more powerful and much easier to use. But we got the browser dev tools bit right. Each of the debugger solutions before used a browser debugging protocol to power their core JavaScript features. The rich functionality offered by browsers, and specifically Chrome DevTools, is familiar to web developers and ideal for the concerns of a typical React app. And in fact, several more debugging features from the browser fit our programming model. These present core application concerns that are common with React on web. Each of these are a valid conceptual fit with what React Native does today. We understood this vision last year when we announced we were all in on CDP, the Chrome DevTools protocol. Building on CDP would enable us to use a single communication protocol for all debugger interactions, and it provides a complete model to implement JavaScript and web-like debugging features. Our conviction in CDP is based on some guiding principles. Familiarity. We believe that the tools you use to develop React apps should be the same across platforms. If you want to start being productive with React on a new platform, you should be able to get started with the tools you already know. Cohesion. On the web, if you want to debug or inspect anything in your app, you know where to start, the browser DevTools. There should be a similar, familiar, universal entry point for debugging React Native apps. Simplicity. It's better to have a tool that does a few things well than many things poorly. Native platform tools, like those in Xcode and Android Studio, absolutely have their place for debugging and tracing native code. These are things you might occasionally want to do when developing a React Native app. The job of React's built-in tools is to work alongside the platform's tools, not replace them. We believe this is also the correct scope for the tools that we include with React Native. This keeps us focused on the problem space we can uniquely solve and maintain over time. This comes back to us being all in on CDP. Since CDP is a mature protocol, it's become supported by multiple front ends, which support some or all of the debugging features available in browsers. Making CDP the architecture for React Native, and doing this well, would enable us to support specialized user entry points in future. So in a way, we were here last year, actually during the keynote at this conference, when we first shared this refocused journey. We started defragmenting our tools. We experimentally shipped our new launch flow and customized Chrome frontend. And we continued our partnership with Hermes on debugging, making simplifications to Hermes CDP handling and shipping initial improvements, such as buffered console logs. So it was all systems go from here, we thought. But as we started planning new features, before this point, we had a realization. This bit really got us. Tooling was not only fragmented, but had for a while been fundamentally unreliable. Much of our debugger stack had fundamental design flaws, affecting reliability and correctness. Really, it was very broken, in whichever debugger front end you used. And it was unsustainable to keep adding more things on top of this. So our true, most important principle is reliability. Yeah. Tooling is only useful when it's dependable, and we know how much that matters to React developers. So despite our progress, we had to stop and rethink. To truly address reliability, we needed end-to-end ownership of the debugger. We've spent the last year rewriting React Native's debugging stack from the ground up. We've touched nearly every component, from Hermes to Metro on our dev server and the front end, but particularly on the device, adding new skills to our team in the process, to build reliability in at every level of the stack, to create a new debugger you can depend on. And we're calling it React Native DevTools. React Native DevTools is, at its core, a version of Chrome DevTools that ships as part of React Native, connected to this new debugging stack. It's been engineered to be reliable, familiar, cohesive, and simple, and is powered by an all-new backend. It comes with React DevTools built in. This means having the powerful React components and React profiler tools from web integrated into the same window. And compared to the standalone React DevTools app in previous React Native versions, this integrated experience now shares the same one-to-one CDP connection to communicate between the debugger and the device, leading to a consistent and web-aligned experience. All the core features from Chrome's console, memory, and sources panel work reliably because of the all-new backend. When you open DevTools, your app now understands the debugger is connected and suppresses warnings in Logbox. And in the console panel, you'll find beautifully rendered logs, as we've implemented the APIs enabling better object inspection and richer formatting. And when you connect DevTools, historic logs from when your app were launched are available on open, just like web. And vitally, we have breakpoints that consistently work. Who would have known? Which we'll dive more into later. You can launch React Native DevTools directly from your app or from the CLI, so long as you've got Chrome or Edge installed. There's no other setup or opt-in required. So that's React Native DevTools. Coming in React Native 76. By default. And with determined effort from our team, It supports both the new and old architectures. We've done this to support the widest range of React Native developers we can at launch. React Native DevTools becomes the single debugging experience for all apps using Hermes. We are releasing as stable, and there is no beta opt-in. This means that direct Hermes debugging via Chrome is removed, and we have no other Chrome DevTools front-end variants. We continue to support remote JS debugging, but this and other tools based on remote debugging don't use the new backend, and therefore have none of our reliability improvements or new features. We began rolling out React Native DevTools internally at Meta in April, and users are loving it. We've used this internal testing period to collect bug reports, telemetry, and feedback in order to observe improved reliability and quality, giving us the conviction to release as stable and open source. While a lot of what you can see and do in our new debugger is familiar, what's different about React Native DevTools is the stack. We started in a state where several core features did not work consistently and set ourselves the goal of fundamentally fixing these. We want a key takeaway today to be that this is now a debugger you can trust. This has been part of a close and coordinated effort with the Hermes team, who I want to give a specific shout out to. Together, we've made multiple debugger improvements at the Hermes level, as well as redefining where Hermes is integrated in our stack. So let's zoom in on a particular part of the stack, the debugger server. So what is a debugger? A debugger is an app connected to another app or web page at development time. In React Native, it's an app in two parts. A debugger front end, which you can interact with, connected to a debugger server or agent, which lives on the device. This configuration allows the app to ultimately ask questions about how the target app is running. Both the app runtime and debugger server also talk to the dev server for fetching code and source maps. As we've established, in React Native, this debugger session is a CDP session. Everything you see and do in the Chrome DevTools frontend is powered by this protocol, organized into CDP domains. Groups of messages which roughly line up with the names of each debugger feature. This protocol is expressive and extendable. In order to work correctly, the front end needs the debugger server to behave exactly. The debugger server should also live for at least the lifetime of the debugger session in order to keep the context to handle these requests correctly. Up to now, this on-device debugger architecture was entirely handled by Hermes, plus some dev server hacks. This positioning of Hermes makes sense if we were temporarily debugging the JS runtime alone. However, in React Native, Hermes lives in the context of the app host. One of the key problems in our stack was that across an app reload, the instance of Hermes would be destroyed and recreated. Fundamentally, this required workarounds in our dev server to maintain a stable debugging session and to handle preserving state across reloads, which did not work reliably. So, we've built a new debugger server for React Native. It's written in C++ and is deeply integrated as part of React Native's core infra, enabling consistent cross-platform reuse. The React Native CDP server lives upstream from Hermes, owned by the React Native host. Together with a modernized packager connection, this solves a number of connection reliability and state persistence issues. Hermes now interfaces with the debugger as a runtime CDP agent with a better defined set of responsibilities. And we now support the concept of additional CDP agents. This solves an additional problem, enabling us to implement future features that talk to parts of the app that aren't Hermes. Together, our modern debugger server is ready for the next generation of browser-aligned debugging features built on top of CDP. This is one of the many parts of our stack that we made deliberate changes to as part of this re-architecture. This was a tremendous amount of work. And I want to give a shout out to Motti. So much of this re-architecture was due to him. Now, let's see how this translates into real-world improvements. Breakpoints are awesome, and are perhaps the most fundamental feature a debugging tool provides. You can register a breakpoint from the sources panel or in your source code, and your app will be paused whenever the code at your breakpoint is evaluated. This is really useful, as you can see all the program context around your code automatically, such as in-scope variables and the call stack. And with the breakpoint navigation controls, you can step through exactly how your code will execute, which is incredibly efficient. Early this year, we also implemented a stack frame ignore list in Metro, meaning by default, the call stack hides the node modules folder and framework code, the behavior of which can be toggled in the UI. But there were situations where setting breakpoints was flat out not reliable before. Here, we have a pause breakpoint in the old experience, and we trigger an app reload. The front end refreshes, and the breakpoint remains present in the UI. However, when we take the same action in the app, which is clicking this button, the breakpoint isn't fired. We have to go back to the sources panel and recreate our breakpoint. Also, here's the visual state of the application when paused. None of the JavaScript interactions are responding when we tap. However, you can still interact with the rendered scroll view. We thought this behavior was really unclear. Now, in React Native DevTools, when we reload the app, our breakpoint works. Yeah. And we render an in-app paused in debugger overlay, providing clear visual feedback, which responds to a tap to resume execution. Another scenario is when the device is disconnected or the app is closed. Here, in the old experience, we've just killed the app, but nothing in the debugger UI changed. It's in a zombie state. Now, we reopen the app, and again the UI is inert, but still displays our previously set breakpoint. And we can see that the breakpoint is again lost. In React Native DevTools, an app disconnect will raise a reconnect modal in the UI. We've also made reconnecting more reliable because of a new stable device identifier, meaning you can reconnect to the same device and app even after rebuilding. When we relaunch, we can see Reconnect DevTools. We can select Reconnect DevTools, and our safe breakpoint still works. So we've effectively fixed the core of our debugging infrastructure. And this means that third-party debugging tools, such as React Native IDE, should work with the same fixes when they're updated and made compatible with the next version of React Native. React DevTools has been reintegrated both in our front end and back end. Just like on web, React DevTools lets you inspect the React tree and highlight elements in app, highlight re-rendered elements, view and change props, and profile your React app. And we've put effort into getting details right. For instance, you're able to jump from components and function props straight to the sources panel. And this applies across the debugger. If there's any interaction visible in the UI, you can expect it to work. Before, React DevTools wasn't a well-integrated offering. We had this semi-reliable connection from the old debugging server to Chrome DevTools, and a separate standalone app for React DevTools. And this could only act as a singleton, attempting to establish a separate WebSocket connection. If you had more than one app connected, such as developing iOS and Android side by side, React DevTools could only connect to one of them. Now we have one tool, and we've sorted out the negotiation of a debug connection with each device. We now have React DevTools over CDP. This is fundamentally simpler and more aligned with web. Now you can independently inspect multiple devices side by side. And we display which app you're connected to at the top of each window. These changes mean that the standalone entry point for React DevTools is now deprecated and will not work with React Native from version 76. I'll also quickly highlight that we made several fixes on the native side to fix gaps with React DevTools on web. Notably, we've removed an inbuilt 200 millisecond delay that occurred during element highlighting, which now makes the components panel feel much more responsive. And finally, we also made improvements in our CDP support to add features and to better align with Chrome. This is coupled with other incremental improvements in Hermes. Improvements you'll notice are improved object inspection in console, as well as rich symbolicated stack traces, and the console utilities API, which powers the go-to-source behavior just seen, along with many, many fixes. And this work is ongoing. We care about React Native with Hermes one day supporting all of the protocol. So we published a website, links to our code base, where you can see the real-time progress of our CDP coverage. So that's React Native DevTools, coming as stable in React Native 76. Our estimated date for the release is late October, and you can try it from next week with RC0. It's one debugger for React Native, enabled by default with zero config. It supports Hermes on both the new and old React Native architectures. It's an integrated experience, providing first-class, browser-aligned, and reliable debugging tools, built and maintained by the React team, where everything you see works. We're aligned with web, and our re-architected debugger stack provides a concrete platform for future releases. Everything in scope for browser DevTools is in scope for React Native. Looking to the future, we're excited to get going with new and refined capabilities. None of these features have specific dates, and items in early exploration don't yet have a roadmap. We see huge developer value at Meta from the performance panel, and it will be the next new feature we are targeting, followed by the network inspector. We're having an early look at loading third-party Chrome extensions to support additional dev tools that interact with JavaScript, such as popular state libraries, a clear request from users. And we also recognize the demand for integrated debugging in a text editor. We'd like to better support VS Code, which already includes built-in CDP support for JavaScript. But it also behaves slightly different to Chrome DevTools frontend, meaning we'll want to make alignments on both sides. We also see the potential for UI improvements, such as to better handle multiple devices. For these reasons, VS Code support in our new debugger stack is considered experimental. We won't guarantee it will work exactly the same way. We have so much we want to do, so expect other continual improvements along the way. We care so much about quality and about our community. We're putting up a dedicated feedback page in our discussions and proposals repo, with threads tracking the state of individual topics. We encourage you to not only be excited by today's takeaways, but to go and build your own trust in our debugging tools again by trying out React Native DevTools yourself. Thank you.
Keep your applause going. Keep your applause going for Alex. Thank you so much.
Yes.
What an incredible job you folks have done.
It's done.
It's amazing. Congratulations. Congratulations to you and the whole team. Can we have a big round of applause for all of the folks at Meta, especially the folks who have been working on the debugger and some of these other tools? It is a lot of effort It is a lot of effort that goes into building stuff like this. You see all of the different improvements that they've driven into it. Just out of curiosity, show of hands, who here, has worked with the previous debugger that's been in React Native? Good, probably a majority. Anyone unhappy with it? That's the exact same show of hands. And who is super excited with all of the improvements that Alex and his team have driven? There we go. I love to see it. Awesome. Awesome. Well, again, big thanks to them. This is really cool. I'm personally really excited to use it. One of the biggest pain points that some of my devs say to me when they come on to a new project or they're new to React Native is, how do I get this debugger to work? And I'm so glad I won't be having to answer that anymore because it just kind of works, which is awesome. Cool. We're going to switch gears a little bit. We're going to go into the web side. Now, as we've discussed coming into React Universe Conf, there is really an alignment that's happening. So I'd encourage React Native devs and people who mainly predominantly focus on mobile to stick around and listen into this next talk. Now, the next talk is going to be looking at the sort of blurred lines between back-end and front-end when it comes to the React world these days. You hear about concepts like RSCs. What does that mean, right? React Server Components. Is it a component that's being built on the server and so on and so forth? The lines are very blurred, right? And I think we have one of the best educators within this space coming and talking to us about the world of React Server Components and the vanishing network. So he needs no introduction, frankly. There's nothing I can say to do him justice. All I will say from personal experience is that this person is an incredible educator. I've personally learned a lot from him. Reading his blog post, as I'm sure many of you have done, you will know that this person has a knack for explaining things and teaching them from basic principles. So it is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome the one and only Kent C. Dodds. Make some noise!
Thank you, Mo. Hey, everybody. It sounds like some of you are clapping to the beat of the music. Hi, everybody. My name is Kent C. Dodds, and I'm so excited to be here. I'm going to talk about a vanishing network. What does that mean? We'll talk about it. To get things started, though, I noticed there are a couple people who are standing. There's not standing room only, so you can come down, and I'll give you the perfect opportunity to come and take one of these seats, because I want everybody to stand up anyway. If you're physically able, please stand. No, really, I'm serious. Yeah, we're doing this. I know, it's the American coming in here telling you to move and whatever. Put your arms out in front of you like this and squat down and back up. I know it's a little tight. It's tight. You can do like a small one. That's fine. We're going to do 12 of these, and we'll count out loud together. Ready? Okay. 1. You got to count or it doesn't count. 2. Let's start over. 1. No, just kidding. 3. 4. 5. You're doing great. 6. 7. Doesn't that feel good? 8. Yeah, these people up in front are like really going down. 9, 10, 11, and 12. Awesome. Let's stretch up over our heads as high as you possibly can, and then even higher than that. And stretch over to one side and over to the other. Awesome. That feels so good, right? You can sit down. Thank you. Yeah, bravo to you. Our brains need blood to flow, and if your body's not moving, your blood's not flowing. Well, that's not entirely true. There's nuance, just like with everything. All right, I want to start out with a story. This is a story about Kent, still in school, working at a company called Domo in Utah. I was working on a Backbone app. So Domo is a business intelligence dashboard. Actually, quick question. How many of y'all would consider yourselves web developers? Okay, yeah, quite a few. How many have worked in Backbone.js before? Okay, so I'm going to bring up some fun memories for some of you. So this was the app, and we were doing this card editor, and I was asked to add a checkbox to the card editor. It actually wasn't this checkbox. In fact, it didn't even look like this. This is a newer design, but it was the best I could find of this editor screen. And if you remember in Backbone, you used to have you'd have this model view controller, you'd have the models that were in charge of all the data, and you'd have these views that were in charge of that UI. You'd have to call render like all the time. And this is the code that I had to work in. We had I'm going to look at this in detail. So starting up here, we had some code, and then there was some right here. I'm just kidding. This wasn't actually the code at all. But it looks a lot like it because we had one base view that was 2,000 lines long. And then we had other views that would extend from that base view. And that's where I had to find a place to add this checkbox. And it wasn't just the view, it was also the model. And so how long do you think that it took? So just yell out, how long do you think it took to add a checkbox to that UI? A week? 2 weeks? Wow, y'all have some experience with this. Yes, it took 2 weeks of miserable, awful experience. 2 weeks for a checkbox? What? It took me 5 minutes to add the checkbox. That wasn't hard. The hard part, what do you think was the hard part, actually? Why did it take so long? You said 2 weeks. Why do you think it would take 2 weeks? The hard part, understanding the code. The hard part is the network management. Loading the data what should the state of the checkbox be, and updating the data based on what the state of the checkbox is. That's so much of the work that I have done over the years has involved network, and so that's why I want to make it disappear. Just go away. That would be nice, and so that's what we're going to be talking about. I am going to take us on a little journey. This is the Epic Workshop app. So if you go through epicreact.dev or epicweb.dev workshops, this is the learning experience that you're going to go through. And you can actually do this later and go through the whole thing. It's got documentation, everything. So you can go through my talk on your own later if you want. But we're going to do a journey of building the same app in multiple architectures through like the history of how we built for the web and see what happens to the network over the course of this time. So, starting with a multi-page app. In a multi-page app, you have a server that loads up some data. So we're going to get our count here from, come on, cursor. There we go. I need my internet to be really fast because I don't know how to code without AI anymore. And then we're going to render our count here in an H1 count. And then we'll have a form for updating that count. Man, isn't AI great? I love it. I love it. I love it so much. It also helps a lot to have instructions for the AI to follow. But see, the thing is, you can write those instructions, and then the AI can write the code. It's so cool. So we render the count, and then we render a form for mutating that count. We set the action, and we set the method to post so it doesn't show up in the URL. And then we have, in our case, we're going to have 2 submit buttons because this is just a counter, increment and decrement. Fun fact, some of you might not know this, but submit buttons can actually have a name and a value. And so depending on which one you click, that's the value that's going to be serialized in the data that's sent to the backend. So that's cool. And so then on the backend, we're going to handle this. We'll say app.post, handle that update count post. Cursor is pretty good, but not quite that good. Yeah, we need to await that. There we go. So we're going to get the form data from that request. We're going to turn that change into a number because it'll be a string. Change the count, and then redirect. We're going to do post redirect get. Raise your hand if you know why we're doing post redirect get or what that is. No? All right, raise your hand if you've ever experienced or seen in a web app that says, don't hit the back button. You seen that? Or like when you do, there's this confirmation dialog that says confirm resubmission. You seen that? Yeah, that's what post redirect get solves. So if you just follow this pattern, then it wouldn't be a problem, but people don't know these things. Anyway. So this is now working. Awesome. Not very exciting. It's just a counter. But there are a couple of problems with it that I want to address after talking about where the network is here. So there's really actually not a whole lot of network stuff going on. We have an action right here. That's sort of network-related code, and it's pretty indirect. I have update count in both of these places. I could make that a variable maybe, but typically people don't. So there's this level of indirection that we have to deal with, but there's really not a whole lot of problem regarding how much code we have to write because the browser does so much of this stuff for us. If there's race conditions or form resubmissions or whatever, the browser handles that for us, and we don't really have to think about it much. But the problem is we're really limited on what we're able to do. And so when we're just talking about MPAs, especially back in the day, MPAs have gotten a lot better these days with view transitions and things like that. But back when we were first building MPAs, it was like the only way to build a web app, we ran into some issues. And so we moved into what I call the PEMPA, which is a progressively enhanced MPA, multi-page app. And what this does is it says, hey, we're going to start with the baseline of a functional app. So our app, like, it still works. Everything is operating the way it did before, but we want to make the user experience better. Because right now, if we've got a slow network, you'll be able to notice this a little bit better. You get a full page refresh for every interaction, every form submission. And that makes focus management kind of difficult. Like, what if I wanted to increment like 30 times and I'm a keyboard user? Increment, wait, and then tap, tap, increment. Or I could just sit here on the increment button and just keep tabbing. So like handling focus is a bit of a problem. So we need to bring client-side JavaScript in for that, and showing a nicer pending state than just a spinner up here. And so what we're going to do is add some JavaScript to the page. So we'll just start with a console log JS and bring it over here. We'll bring in a script tag for that JS. Now, if I refresh the page, let's turn off this slow 3G throttling here. We're getting a 404 not found. We need to add some network code. This is also network code, having to add that script tag. And now we are serving that UI directory, so that JS is showing up in here. Hooray! So now we can add some JavaScript to this page. Let's see what Cursor can do with this. Come on, we got our form, and then we add our submit handler, and it thinks it's done, but it's not. Actually, no, here, what else are you going to do now, Cursor? No? Yeah, we're going to need our counter buttons. OK, let's review what it's done. You never just trust what the AI generates for you. That's for next year. So we're going to get our counter form. Oh, we need to have an ID on the counter form. So let's come back over here and put an ID on this counter form. OK, good. And then we're going to have counter buttons so that we can change the opacity, make it look like there's a pending state. So let's wrap our buttons inside of a div with the counter buttons ID. And then we'll have our submit handler that prevents the default. And as soon as we prevent default, we're saying, browser, you're cool and all, but I'm going to do your job now. I'm the captain now. And so that is unfortunate because the browser does a ton, and we often don't do as much as the browser does. But that's what we're going to have to do. But we do it so that we can do stuff like this. Like, let's add an opacity to these counter buttons so that we know, hey, there's a request going on. Then we're going to grab the form data so we can submit it, just like the browser does. But unfortunately, the form data isn't going to contain which button was pressed. And so we have to say, if the event has a submitter, then we'll append to the form data the event submitter name and a value. There we go. OK, so now our form data is properly set. We don't need that change thing anymore. We'll take that form action and form method and use that to fetch. We'll pass the form data as our body. And then, if the response is OK, then we'll get the data response. So we need to update this endpoint for our action to support JSON if we're doing this as a fetch request. And then we update the count. So let's go back and add an ID to our counter, or our count value. And we've already added the script tag, so thank you, Cody. And then finally, we need to update the opacity. But of course, we don't want to leave our users in an infinite, like 0.6 opacity. And so we're going to add a try around all of this stuff so that if there is an error of some kind, that we handle that. And I'll do it finally. Well, finally. Got to spell it right or it doesn't work. That's syntax for you. OK, cool. Let's see if it works. Oh, no. Oh, that's right. We got to update. See, we've got more network code we've got to deal with. OK, coming back over here. Yeah, so we're not handling the fetch request. But we want to preserve the existing behavior because maybe in these days, maybe the JavaScript doesn't load on their browser, or maybe the user is submitting the form before the JavaScript is finished loading. Whatever the case may be, we need to preserve this behavior, but we want to enhance it with this JSON API. So we're going to say, here's our updated count. And if the header, the accept header, is text HTML, we know it's not a fetch request. This is coming from the browser directly. Whoops, there we go. And so otherwise, we'll send back JSON with the count, and then our UI can handle that. Now I've got myself into a bit of a pickle here because, there we go. Syntax errors, here we go. It is working, and now I can sit here on the spacebar and hit it a million times. Focus management is just like automatic, it just is gonna stay there. But also, because of progressive enhancement, I can block scripts, and the whole thing still works as it is. And so, like, that's part of the idea of progressive enhancement is making it so that users can disable JavaScript, but they don't really do that anymore. The other part of it is making it so even if they're on a slow network, the form is still going to work even before the JavaScript finishes loading. So I can hit decrement. It's not a very fast experience because I'm on a slow network, but the count is actually still decremented. So that progressive enhancement was important, especially in those days, and I would argue it's still important, but the next phase, we kind of forgot. We lost our way, and we don't care about progressive enhancement anymore. I kind of feel like I'm in a workshop. I was about to ask for questions, but this is not the setting for questions, so if you have questions, ask me later. So the next era that we got into, because this wasn't enough. Actually, I didn't really talk about that, but like we've got a problem here where let's say somebody gets the requirement that instead of a colon right here, we need to do an exclamation point because we're really excited about this count. So they're going to update this, they're going to refresh the page, and boom, I did it. I did my job, commit, push, we're all good. And then the users come around and they're like, wait, what? It just changed to a colon. Why did it change to a colon? And that's because, oh yeah, we've got some duplication here. I've got to update it over here too. Man, that stinks. Hate that a lot. Don't want to do that. And not only is it, there's stuff here, but then we've also got the opacity. We've got the interaction with the IDs. Look at all of this network code that we're having to manage and race conditions and so many things we're not dealing with that are going to cause our users pain. But we're doing this for our users, right? We want to make it so that if the user is on a slower network connection, they get a nice pending UI right here. They can see, oh yeah, okay, they're responding to me. And so like it is a better user experience, but man, the developer experience got a lot worse, way worse. And so here, how about this? How about we just completely delete any code that is duplicate? And that's what spas are. Let's just get rid of the duplicate logic between these two worlds, the server world and the front-end world, and now we just delete server rendering. That's what happens. So we're going to make this a spa. And what that requires is now we no longer have a server that generates our HTML. We just have a API that returns JSON. Just get rid of all this HTML. We already moved it over into this public directory. Here's our index file that's pretty empty, right? Especially early days of SPA, it was just something like this. Eventually, we started doing static site generation and stuff, but any dynamic stuff can't go in here because we're just sending this up to a CDN and just using our server as an API layer. So we're getting rid of all of the progressive enhancement stuff we had before. Now this isn't form data. We're going to do JSON, and this is our body. And now this is a body.change. We don't care about if they accept HTML. We are only doing JSON. That's all that matters now. And we also need to serve the index HTML. And actually, we also don't care about status codes anymore. 404s don't matter because we've got a client-side router now. So if the server can't handle it, then the client-side router, maybe it can. And if it can't, then it'll just show a 404. But you look at the status code, it's a 200. Ah, what a world. Don't get me started on GraphQL. Status codes, just kidding, it's fine. Okay, so great, now we've got our client side that's totally in control, and it's a React app now. And we like React because it like for so many reasons I don't need to convince you. We love React, and it's awesome. But we now have to manage a lot of state, and this should be pretty familiar for most of you. So we're gonna switch on the action type. We're gonna handle the fetch start, but we also have an update start, and We have the update success and update error. We're going to throw an error because we're not using TypeScript. Like, why would we not use TypeScript? I don't understand. Use TypeScript, people. Jeez. Then we've got our counter component using that reducer. Awesome. We have a use effect. Yeah, wow, use effects. Hooks, amazing. So let's add this function called, actually, that's going to be an async function called fetch count to initialize everything. And that'll dispatch our fetch start, and we'll fetch the count and get the JSON, and then fetch success or fetch error. And then we call fetch count. But we didn't forget to await it. We just can't because this is a use effect, so we'll avoid it just to say, hey, I didn't forget this. I meant to not wait for that. We're just going to pretend that race conditions and unmounting the component, like canceling things, doesn't matter. So that gets us initialized properly. Object, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Nope, just kidding. That's destructure that. There we go. So we're initializing properly now. But now we also have to handle updating. Here, that's going to be async. Thanks. And keep on going. Cursor. I was depending on cursor so I could do this fast. So we've got our fetch to the update count. It's a post, but now we're doing JSON. Probably should do headers because, I don't know, somebody told me that would be a good idea. Content type JSON. Nice. We wait for the response to come back, and then we dispatch with that. And then if we're in a loading state and we haven't initialized the count, then we'll show a loading screen. Otherwise, we'll show the error state. And then finally, we notice we've deleted the form. We don't care about that anymore. We're just doing button on-clicks. Yeah, who cares about forms? The app works without it. Look at that. Totally functioning React app. Finally, in 20 minutes of my talk, we've got into React. So yeah, this is cool because now we can do all the cool things, the UI, client-side stuff that React enables us to do. But we've lost so much on the user experience side of things. Developer experience, arguably better because we're not duplicating things. Although, like, look at all of this stuff we have to do to manage the network. Kind of a pain. But at least we don't have to worry about the duplication that spreads itself all over the application. And we can also still do our really cool, like, pending UI stuff. So, like, that's still pending. Looks awesome. I'm happy with that. But the problem is, on a slower network connection, that first page load is not great at all. Like, we have to wait for the JavaScript to load before we can even show the pending indicator. Okay, well, you put that in your index HTML, sure. But then once the JavaScript does load, we show more spinners. And now pretty soon your app is just an app of spinners until all the JavaScript finishes loading. And so for that reason, we moved on from this. And not only that reason, but for this reason. And now we've got really awesome frameworks. One of them is on my shirt. Now you're all looking at my shirt. What was he wearing? Oh, yeah. Remix. Remix is awesome, and other frameworks like it have taken us to new heights in the world of React. And I call this the PESPA architecture, progressively enhanced single-page apps. So they server render to do. We need to do that still. But what they also offer, what Remix offers, is this loader in action thing. Now, I'm kind of faking some things. This isn't actually Remix. But the idea behind Remix and other frameworks like it is that now you have a part of your file that runs just on the server. And so we can talk to our database, we can use private keys, whatever. And so here we're going to update our loader to talk to our database. First, we need to get our DB from await, import, come on, cursor. I'm faster than cursor? That's impossible. Okay, and then we'll get our count. We'll await that. And that loader is going to find its way into our component using this use loader data hook. And sweet, so now we get that initial count. Now for updating, we're actually going to bring back the form. And we're going to use a special kind of form, though, because we still want to prevent the default behavior. As hard as it is to do the browser's job, still want to prevent that default behavior. So we're going to use this special fetcher thing that will have a form component on it, and also will tell us when it's pending. And so we can have that pending UI, and we could even add optimistic UI and all this stuff to that. We don't need that. Okay, and then our action itself is going to need to do actually pretty similar to what we've been doing so far and everything else. It's not update count, it is change. When the AI guesses wrong, maybe your API is bad. I should have taken that hint. So yeah, pretty familiar stuff right here. It's all web APIs. This request is an actual web request. So like, it's really nice to work with. I've been working with it for years, and yeah, big fan of Remix. And so now let's take a look at our code that's responsible for network stuff. There's actually not a lot. I would say the only thing really is this action, and we could actually leave that off because it'll just post to the current URL. And so there's not a whole lot that we have to worry about as far as the network goes. And so for a long time, I thought we had arrived. Like, yeah, Remix is the thing. We don't need anything more. Like, network has vanished. But not exactly, because Remix and frameworks like it are focused on the route. And everything is collected on the route. That's where the data loading happens. That's where the actions happen, are on the route. And so if you have a component you want to be reusable all throughout the application, then you can make a special route that just serves that one component and then use that component everywhere. But anywhere that you use the component, you have to go and do some integration with that page's route so that you can load it with initial data. It's fine, but it's not awesome. And this is what really got me excited about React Server Components. That and Evan Bacon's talk at React Conf. I don't know if who saw that talk? React Conf, Evan Bacon's talk? So those of you not raising your hands, you need to watch that talk. And it was React Native. It was super cool, React Server Components with React Native. I keep on switching over there, but I'm coming over here. So we're going to move this on to modern React with React Server Components. And we're going to make this even better. So now, we have to restart our server because the way that I have this set up. There we go. And we're getting this error because now we have to use server for this function update count. What is that? OK. We've got this update count function. We're passing it as this action. That's interesting. So the action no longer is in direction with the URL. You literally just, this is the code I want executed when this action is submitted. That's actually really cool. But we have to configure things because this code, this form, like, we can't send a function over the wire. If we're going back to our multi-page app days and you had an action, you couldn't just like put a function into that action prop. You could inline like an event handler, but we all hated that. So we've got to do something special here, and that's where we add use server. This is saying, hey, there are exports in this module that need to be referenced on the client. So I'm going to have you handle that. Send some of the, anything that needs to be sent to the client can be referenced by the client. So this update count, totally cool to go to the client. Now the code itself is not going to go to the client because we are going to be calling the DB update change. We're accessing our database. We're using private keys. We're whatever. We don't want to send that to the client. But we will send a reference so that the client can call this function. That's pretty cool. And then the counter is an async server component. So this counter component code doesn't actually make it to the front end either. You can think of this counter as like our middleware handler that we had in our multi-page app, except it's a React component. So great, we can get our count from the database right there. We'll look at this pending div here in a second. So let's just see if this is working. And it's not, because DB is not defined. Whoops. Thank you. And there we are. It totally works. And on top of that, it still works without JavaScript or before the JavaScript loads. We still get progressive enhancement. So with Remix, I missed that with Remix, but progressive enhancement is an important part of Remix also. And so like we took ourselves away from PE, and now we're back to progressive enhancement. And on top of that, how much of this code is about the network? The answer is 0. We don't do any network code in our product stuff. Now, I'm using a framework, kind of made-up framework on the side. That's doing tons of network stuff. It's not like we totally deleted the network. So many apps need a network to operate. But my product code now doesn't care about the network. It's disappeared. It's vanished. And apparently, I have an interview in a minute. I thought I turned on Do Not Disturb. What the heck? Let's just do one last thing, though. And this is one of the really cool things. The thing we don't really think about network management, but it is our script tags. So to get interactivity on the client, right now, there's no interactivity on the client. We generate this UI on the server, we send it to the client, and then it's just forms and stuff. Of course, React is on the client to deserialize our React server component payload and stuff like that, but we don't have any interactivity. So if I want to add interactivity to the MPA, I had to add the PEMPA, I had to add that script. But with React server components, you just add a component. And if we dive into the pending form, we're going to add this use client up here, and that's my script tag, but it's in the file that needs the script tag. So then I can say use form status. Oh, I keep on messing that up. There we go. And now I've got some interactivity going on here where I can give the user, actually, I think I need to refresh first. Here we go. And that is failing. Oh, right, I blocked it. You need JavaScript for progressive enhancement. So we go on a slow network connection, and I should be getting my interactivity, but I'm totally not. Pretend I am. Let me just 1 second and make sure that I've got it all saved. Oh, it didn't save this one. There we go. OK, so slow 3G, you know what we're looking at. Pending UI, awesome. And that's sick, because I didn't have to worry about adding the script tag. And if I decide, you know what, I don't need this pending div anymore, it's all in one place. And it's just composability. React is pushing composability everywhere, and it's sick. I love this. I'm so into it. I wasn't at first, but now I'm super, super into it, because it unlocks so many awesome things that we'll be able to do in the future. So I'm very excited. Remix is actively working on React Server Component support right now, and it is going to be glorious. And you really should, if you're like sitting here in your seat and you're like, I'm a React Native developer, I don't care about the web, then go watch Evan's talk, because server components are an important thing for native as well. So if you do want to look in deeper into everything that I just showed you, you can check out the GitHub for Epic Web Dev, React and the Vanishing Network. And you can go through this workshop locally yourself, and I've got instructions and everything for you to dive in deeper and see how I made React server components work with just one server. It's pretty sweet. And server rendering, too. It's pretty cool. The last thing I want to share with you, you're super. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kent. That was a great talk.
Thank you.
Love it. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Cool. Awesome. One more round of applause for Kent. It's cool to see more and more meta frameworks jumping on the React Server Components bandwagon, and seeing Remix also have a path towards it is really quite cool. All right. Enough yapping. I know you're all pretty sleepy. Anyone falling asleep here? Oh, that's 1, 2, 3 hands. OK, good, good. Regardless, go and caffeinate. So we've got our coffee break right now, 30 minutes, and we'll be back here. You'll hear an ominous voice going around the hall telling you that your time is running up. That just means that you need to come back into the auditorium. Don't worry. I'll see you all in about 30 minutes.
You are here in the venue, you can join as well, because we'll have some competitions, right, Ola?
Yeah. Yes, we'll have a meme contest and we'll have a quiz tomorrow. So make sure to participate.
Yeah, and apart from that, today during the lunch break, we'll have a premiere podcast episode of React Universe on air.
On air.
So
On air.
tune in during the lunch break today, and definitely just stick around. Just stick around on the stream. If you are going with your dog, if you're eating lunch, if you're meeting with your grandmother, just turn on the stream everywhere.
Exactly.
Yes.
And make sure to be active, ask questions, join the quiz, post your memes. We are here for you, and we hope you're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, and make fun of me for misspelling the name of this conference. I'm really sorry for this. And yeah, this is for you. Thank you so much, and stick around.
See you there. first of all, we are sorry for technical issues. We've noticed that you didn't probably hear half of the things we were talking about previously. Don't worry about it. I hope it's fixed now. If it's not, please drop a comment in the chat. Today, with me, for the starters, is Alex Hunt. Hi, Alex.
Hi.
Alex is our speaker. I think right after Keynote, you were taking the stage and you were talking about some great developer experience enhancements that you were cooking with your team. So I would like to ask you about this. Our chat was really curious about the network inspector, and you mentioned it's in progress. Can you share some more light on when you guys plan to release it, or maybe like some alpha or beta versions of that? Of the network inspector in the debugger.
Great. Well, first of all, giving these talks never gets old. That was an experience, and it is every year. Yeah, the network inspector. So everything we announced today, all the new features, we're giving no timeline commitments on. All we've said is that it's in development, which means we are looking at it during this half of the year. But that doesn't guarantee a stable feature will be out by any point in time. I mean, you can expect it won't be too far down the line. But the performance panel will be a priority over the network panel.
Okay, that makes absolute sense. So to everyone watching, guys, you have to wait a little more, but we are getting there. I was really excited when you mentioned breakpoints and
Yes.
that you can actually use them.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about this feature for sure. I would like to ask you if the debugger will be backwards compatible with older versions of React and React Native, or is it only the new features?
It absolutely won't, basically. With 76, it'll be a swap into a new back-end debugger architecture. Like React Native DevTools isn't just the front-end piece, it comes as a unit. I think this is true of everything, even Metro. You get a new version of React Native, and at Meta, we're working off one huge monorepo where all the tools are at a certain version, and it's the same with Hermes as well. All these parts of our technology need to be aligned at the same version in each React Native release.
Okay. Does it happen that you still kind of work on some React Native apps at work or for fun?
Oh gosh, I used to have side projects.
No
it's the main
time, I
project
guess?
now. I'd say I do. I would have loved like a better real app for some of these demos. Occasionally, I think whenever next good idea, possibly.
Okay, because I'm asking because I was curious if there is some specific set of tools or techniques you're using nowadays, for debugging while working on a new debugger. So, is there anything you would like to share about that? Or maybe are there any specific tools that you use while working on the React native debugger?
Yeah, I guess what's weird is, in that intro I said I used to have this background in app development. I was the user. I still remember those problems of the user, and I'm really keen about fixing them. But I've shifted to working on the framework itself, and actually our whole team with this new, mostly C++ architecture has had to kind of retool and reskill a bit this year. So yeah, mostly we've been using Xcode, Android Studio, VS Code, and its C++ tools, and effectively that version of breakpoint debugging. In building this, I wish I could say I was working on more apps. So yeah, those are the debugging tools I've been spending time with. I think for users, I'd say Jamon of Infinite Red shared a really good article. I think that we've linked in the docs now. That kind of covers post-Flipper all the existing native tools that kind of replace what it did. And that aligns with what we said in the talk. React Native DevTools is kind of solving this app-level problem with React Native models as a browser to kind of debug app concerns. And that will include the network. It will include performance. But it's a layer discretely on top of native tools and the platform layers on iOS and Android. So yeah, there's other tools for debugging those, and there's other third-party tools as well as first-party tools that make debugging quite convenient. So yeah, that's a great post.
All right, awesome. So if anyone's interested in any specific tools, shout out to Jamon from Infinite Red. You can go and check out his recommendations. All right, let's step back a bit from the debugging and React Native in general.
Yeah.
I saw your Twitter about using Meta AI to like enhance your presentation or some article.
Yeah.
Right. So, question about that: how much did AI actually help you with the presentation you were giving today?
I wish I did better. The truth is, okay, I'll talk about that image, and then I'll talk about doing the presentation.
All right.
Yeah, the image was using the new Meta.ai, which is launched in some regions, and using its image generation tool. I noticed at React Conf, some of our presentations had these nice kind of generated images with a kind of imagined with AI sticker, and I thought, all right, let's use the first-party products. The truth of it was it took a lot of time to generate a good image. It's a slightly sketchy image if you look at it closely, but yeah, it would do. And at some points in doing this talk, you've got to say things are done. I thought it was a nice visual, kind of gave it isometric moon surface with a phone on it, with a debugger connected with orange wires coming out, and this spaceman's inspecting it.
So that was the prompt.
Yeah, that was the prompt, and it
All
can
right.
imagine like a really wide set of things from that, and you can kind of never get the same image again, as well. Although we've got this kind of as you type live image generation, which is quite good. As for like the talk itself and using AI, not really. In fact, it was incredibly offline. I've got this. I built a structure in Notion, in bullet points, and then I went to Keynote and I started putting the assets in and writing a script. At this point, I still kind of run off quite a tight script. And then in the last couple of weeks, while to review that wording, etc., I actually printed the Keynote
Oh, really?
out, and I've got a Remarkable 2 paper tablet. So I could sit on the train, on the tube, with that as a very portable, very focused and very offline way to step through and kind of annotate and make notes about what I want to do with the slides. Yeah, that ended up being a very focused way to work on it. So no AI, basically paper.
Nice. So old school way, right?
Yeah.
The only thing you were missing on the stage was like this paper board where you just flip pieces of papers to show your next slides.
Yeah.
All right, that's really cool. Interesting mix of analog and AI, to be honest. So I think one last question. We've noticed that this year you've been to billions of conferences already. It's probably hard to keep track of where you're going next and what's happening. So I was curious. Are you sure where you are right now? Like, which city is that?
Yeah, it's Wrocław, if I can pronounce it. I've been here
Beautiful.
4 times. This is the conference I've been to most.
All right. And we hope you're going to be next year as well, if possible.
Absolutely.
So do you have any like tips and tricks on how to keep up with so much going on actually internationally as well, and sharing so much knowledge with so many new people?
I guess with attending multiple talks, I've had the pleasure of attending them this year, but not necessarily speaking at all of them. Last year I spoke at 2 conferences. This year I kind of held out for this one, and I held out for this big talk, which is important for our team. So I guess my plan there was focus, like give one really good talk, because I still take quite a lot of work at the level I am at with kind of preparing talks. But I'm kind of intending to do maybe more in upcoming years that are less prepared.
So when do you plan this? Is it the year before, or at the beginning of the year you're like, okay, I want to attend this one, and this talk will be big? What's your typical?
Yeah, it's a start of the year thing. I do start of the year goal setting. Last year was more organized, actually. I had this kind of table calendar view in Notion where I said, okay, potential talks I could do, dates to apply for, what I could speak about, and also like adjacent media like tweets and blog posts that we could ship in like individual months of the year.
All right, lovely. Okay, Alex, I think we have reached the end. So thank you very much for this interview. I hope you're gonna have fun for the next like day and a half,
Yeah.
and enjoy Wrocław. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you.
studio with Kent C. Dodds, who is my guest for this interview. This is my first interview, so I'm very excited that Kent is my first guest for this first interview. Hi, Kent. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling honored that I'm your first guest, so thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
Great. You just had your talk at the conference, but yesterday you actually had workshops. So I wanted to ask you, how did that go?
Workshop was great. We had, there were 40 people there, and just lots of very enthusiastic React developers. The subject was React Server Components. We build a framework from scratch on top of RSCs just to get a better understanding of how it works.
Okay.
And I think
how many hours does it take to build it from scratch?
Well, so the workshop application that I put together to facilitate this experience really helps a lot. It took me many hours to put that together. But yeah, it's a one-day workshop, maybe a day and a half amount of time to get through it.
Do you have like preferred workshop topics, like stuff that you really like to learn, and other stuff that you feel like, if I have to talk about, I don't know, the testing trophy, I'm gonna leave.
I want to enable developers to build the very best things that they can. Eventually, my hope is to be able to take somebody who's never written a line of code in their life all the way to full stack developer. And so I'm excited to teach about all of that, everything. But there are definitely some topics I'm more excited about than others, just because it's more interesting to me, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. If something excites you, you want to talk about it more.
Yeah.
So that's a nice segue to server components, because I think that's a topic that's pretty exciting for you right now. So if we talk a little bit about the history of the web, I don't know, 10 years ago, we had our front ends, our back ends that talked to the server, and then we all went crazy for the front end and the single page applications and stuff like that. And now we're sort of circling back to having the server and talking with the server. Do you think there's anything else that we'll circle back to? I don't know. So the mental model of a multi-page app was a lot simpler because you didn't have to deal with the network. And as I demonstrated in my talk, that network is disappearing even more than it was back then. And so I think we're still in the very early days of React Server Components, and I think it's going to unlock a lot of things that we can't even predict or consider right now. Okay.
Like hooks also did the same thing for React. Like we saw it, we were introduced, and maybe had different feelings about it, not sure what it was going to look like, and then it completely transformed a lot of things, and other frameworks followed suit in some ways. And then and React itself did the same thing with the component model, and we didn't really, when it was first introduced, a lot of people weren't into it. So there's, I think server components are doing the same, and I don't know what we're going to circle back to, but I do think that React Server Components is going to have a big part of that.
Okay. I personally, I thought about this question before. So my thinking is that I hope we don't go back to doing layouts with tables.
Oh.
I really hope that's not going to happen.
Or maybe if the tables could fix some of the problems, then
oh my gosh,
be so bad.
it's happening. Oh no, I started it. No. Okay, so another thing I want to talk with you about is your Epic Web Camp. Because that's going to be in a few days, right?
Yeah, next week.
Next week.
When I get home, I'll go up to the mountains with about 30 other web developers, and we're going to have a great time for a day or two.
Okay. How did you come up with the idea for that?
I was inspired by That Conference. It's literally titled That Conference. It's in the United States. They do it yearly in Austin and in Wisconsin, and it's a family-centered conference where you just bring people together and they hang out. There's tons of sessions and everything, but I was just really inspired by the level of community involvement with people. And I think that especially after COVID, attendance at events has really gone down, and it's a real shame because I can attribute so much of my success to the relationships that I've developed with other people at events like that. And so I thought, let's do an event that's just focused on the relationship part. So we don't have any talks, there's no workshop or anything. It's just focused on bringing web developers together to have do fun things together and network and collaborate and everything. And so my hope is that this can be a yearly thing and have maybe 60 or even 90 people there to be together. I don't want it to get too big.
Yeah, because then you lose the aspect of connecting.
Yeah.
Was it difficult to organize? Is it like a whole different job to organize an event?
So I have organized conferences before. I organized Remix Conf year 1 and 2, and then that transformed into Epic Web Conf this year. And I have a team that I work with. They do all the logistics, and they run. They've been doing conferences for a long time. NG Conf year 1 was their first conference, and then they've been doing NG Conf since then. And they've done React Conf, they've done React Rally, a bunch of different conferences. So I just hand everything over to them, and they take care of it. I find the sponsors, I find the speakers, and then they take care of everything else. So that's conferencing on easy mode.
Okay. So I have one last question for you. In one of your tweets about Epic Web Camp, you are writing on something. You're showing the mountains, and you're writing on something. And I'm super curious. What are you writing on?
Yeah, it's called a One Wheel. Some people think that I'm sponsored by One Wheel because I talk about it so much, but I'm not. It's just an electric skateboard-like thing, except there's only one wheel, and it's really big. It's like a go-kart wheel that you're straddling, and it feels like snowboarding on the concrete. It's really awesome.
That sounds terrifying. Snowboarding on concrete.
Yeah, it is fun. And yes, falling hurts more than snowboarding.
Than on snow.
But it is a lot of fun. I say that my one wheel is my snowboard in the summer, and my snowboard is my one wheel in the winter.
That's fun. Well, okay, that's it from me. Thank you very much for this interview. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you all later on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
more and more people to trickle in, I need to stall. And so what that means is I might try to see if I can get you to do another Can't See Dodds and just stand up, wave your hands a little bit, get energized, and then sit back down. So if everyone can stand up, come on, come on, come on, come on. All right. Now, what I would want you to do, and I hope you've signed a waiver so nobody gets injured, is I want everyone to just firstly just stretch out their hands far up. There we go. If the coffee didn't wake you up, I will. All right, cool. Now stretch out in front of you. I have no clue what I'm doing, by the way. Pretending to be like a yoga instructor or something, I don't know. All right, now let's do this. This is reminding me of like sports class back in school. All right. Now the other leg. I feel you, man. I don't have balance either. I'm awful as well. Cool. And then jumping jacks, right? No, I'm joking. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, cool. Take your seats. Give yourself a round of applause. You're all amazing. Thank you for accommodating my silliness. All right. So we're back. We're in the second session of talks that we have. And there's a few really interesting talks that we're going to see. The first two are going to be focusing on out-of-tree platforms. And being at the React Native Core Contributors Summit the last 2 days, I can tell you that there is a renewed focus and effort and a concerted effort to really see how we can make out-of-tree platforms better and better and far more supported. And so it's a really good time to start talking more and more about out-of-tree platforms and see what's happening in the space. So you got 2 phenomenal talks on out-of-tree platforms from 3 phenomenal speakers. And then we have a talk about how you can scale out your apps in general. So it's going to be a great time, and I'm incredibly excited about it. So before we start, though, we have a video recording from a very, very, very special person within this community. Someone who we've learned a lot from over the years, who's been a part of this conference for many, many years, but unfortunately couldn't make it around this year. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch this video, and then we're going to come back and kick off the sessions for the afternoon. So let's see what we've got in store.
I'm Fernando Rojo, and I was supposed to be in Poland this week to speak about composition patterns at React Universe. Unfortunately, I recently got injured playing soccer when I jumped up for a header. And I'm still recovering, so I'll have to miss it. But I'm excited to watch the great lineup of talks from here in New York. And of course, I'll see you in Poland next year.
Give it up for Fernando Rojo. Fernando does some really cool stuff in the field of universal apps and trying to use React Native on web and mobile. It's a real shame we don't have him this year. Hopefully we'll see him next year, and I wish him a speedy recovery from his football injury. Correction there. Someone's very happy. There we go. Cool. I appreciate you, Mazen. I really do. Awesome. Let's get into the sessions. So the first talk that we have lined up for you is going to be looking at one of the coolest out-of-tree platforms that we have. Now, when the Vision Pro came out some point, I think it was last year, I thought, you know what, I'm going to see how hard it would be to try to get React Native support added in. So one afternoon, I was just had a cup of coffee, sat down, and then I started going through a bunch of Cocoa pods, and one by one, adding Vision OS support. First one goes through, second one goes through, third one goes through. And then at some point, I realized I changed like 40 files, and they were all pod files, just adding Vision OS to it. And then I got to a bunch of external dependencies, and I needed to add Vision OS to those as well. And at that point, I was just like, I give up with this shit. Now, there was another person who was slowly but surely working through it, who had far more patience than I did. And he endured through all of the Cocoa pods, went in and really dug into it, and made it a reality to use React Native on Vision OS. And getting to know this man has been incredible. He's got a great work ethic, and it's just honestly so much fun to hang out with. So it is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the stage Oskar Kwasieniewski. Give it up for him.
Hi, everyone. Hi everyone. So I want to show you the world of universal apps and why I think it's more than just mobile and web. So I'm going to focus specifically on Apple Vision Pro, but I will also touch on more platforms. So my name is Oskar Kwaśniewski, and I'm a React Native developer at ColdStack. I'm currently working in the R&D team on React Native Vision OS. I'm also a React Native core contributor and an open source maintainer. So let's start with a question. Who's heard of universal apps before? Raise your hand. OK. So first, let's define what universal apps really are. So the definition is apps that work across multiple devices and platforms. And yes, users have lots of devices. So we've got TVs, desktops, tablets, phones, smartwatches, XR headsets, and some of us even have smart fridges, which I didn't see anyone run React Native on, but I think this is just a matter of time. So here are a few benefits of universal apps. We can provide a familiar experience across devices. Developers can maintain a single code base, making development more efficient, and we can reach a broader audience thanks to targeting multiple platforms. So here is an example of a seamless experience across devices. So let's say you are doing a home renovation. You start writing a note about it on your phone, but after a while, you want to continue working on the big screen. So on your Mac, you just reach to your dock and click on the Notes app, and you get a seamless experience now on your Mac. So after getting some work done, you leave your office and go grab a lunch. While commuting, you take your tablet and start wondering about the home renovation there in the same app. After getting a lunch, you come back to the office. You find your XR goggles and you put them on. You search for the very same Notes app, which provides same familiar experience from other platforms, but now you can visualize your furniture in 3D while also taking some notes. So how can React Native help us in this case? Thanks to the wonderful community, we get a bunch of open source projects called out-of-tree platforms, which allow React Native to extend its capabilities beyond being only mobile focused. So here's a list of them. But how about Expo? As you probably already know, Expo is the official recommended solution for you to use. And on their website, they officially support Android, iOS, and web, but in reality, they also support tvOS and macOS. So the Expo team is working hard on adding out-of-tree platform support into their framework, which is awesome. But in order to leverage the full power of out-of-tree platforms, you still need to use the community CLI, because Windows or Vision OS are not supported yet. So now let's focus a bit on React Native Vision OS, the project I've been working on for the past months. So here is a list of the platform-specific APIs we introduced to make it easier to leverage the full power of Vision OS. Starting off with eye tracking. Apple doesn't expose information where the user is looking because this is a potential privacy threat. But we can opt into applying a hover effect whenever a user looks at an element. And this feature has been introduced to React Native by the cursor pointer style. Next, we introduced the Ornaments API so that users can attach ornaments to their windows. On top of that, we also added a default ornament that you can see on the screen, which shows a dev menu shortcut when running in dev mode. This makes working with a headset a little bit easier. We also introduced the Window Manager API that you can use to spawn and manage additional windows, and also pass and update data from your main window to the newly created one. XR API allows you to blend your content with real surrounding. It opens a new immersive space, which is a canvas that you can render into. React Native Vision OS uses SwiftUI lifecycle. The app entry point is now app.swift instead of the default main.m, which was Objective-C. And this change allows us to leverage the full capabilities of the Vision OS SDK. We implemented a set of reusable utilities that out-of-tree platforms can use to implement their own CLI commands. Thanks to this, we can now run React Native run Vision OS. So let's check out some cool examples of VR and XR apps that are already used in production to give you an idea of what you can implement in your apps. First, we've got Zillow Immerse. And Zillow is a real estate marketplace. They released an app that allows you to preview homes in 3D. They also use an AI-generated floor plans to help you guide you through the apartment. They combine the immersive experience with Windows UI to showcase more information. And I think this is a really cool use case of the Apple Vision Pro. Next, a really exciting app is Lowe's Style Studio, which allows you to preview your future kitchen in immersive mode. You can change every piece of the kitchen, like floors, walls, and furniture. And I think this really nicely ties to the idea of progressive enhancement. And here's the definition, but TLDR, this means that we can provide a basic content for all users, but offer advanced feature to those with most modern browsers capable of running them. So here is an example usage of the View Transitions API on Safari. So when you launch the app on Safari, you can see just normal transitions between views. And this is a baseline of what users expect. But if you launch the app on a supported browser, you can see the transitions between views are now animated. And this progressively enhances the experience for the user of supported browsers. So we can apply the same principle to mobile apps that run across different platforms. So in this case, we have an app that runs React Native. We can move to the details screen where you can see the image of the item. But when we launch the app on VisionOS, we can enhance the experience on this platform by presenting a 3D model of the item instead of just showing an image. And thank you. And all of this is implemented in React Native VisionOS. And I know what you might think. Everything that I showed is cool, but we don't have months to dedicate the time of our developers to work on this. And I totally get that. So in order to check how long will it actually take to migrate a fairly big project, I decided to get to work. And the project that I chose is Expensify, which is an open source application that allows you to scan receipts, track expenses, and in general is an all-in-one financial business platform. So here's a quick look at the stats. It has almost 300K of lines in the SRC folder, over 120K of commits, and it supports iOS, Android, and web using React Native and macOS through Electron. And in my opinion, this is a pretty big project that will give us a comparable baseline to some other projects you might be working on. But before we jump in, I want to make it clear that all the steps required to add VisionOS into an existing project are described in our documentation, so I highly encourage you to check it out. All right, so let's get to coding. First, let's take a look at the file structure. In our app roots folder, we integrate VisionOS by adding an additional native project in the VisionOS directory, right next to Android and iOS folders. And the first step is to generate a new project with the same name as the project you are integrating VisionOS into. In our case, it was New Expensify. Then we can copy the VisionOS folder into the root of our app. And this is a bunch of manual work that we are planning to remove in the future, thanks to a PR by Szymon Rybczak, which will allow you to run React Native at platform, followed by the platform name, and get the same steps completed for you automatically. Next, we install the dependencies. We've got just two of them. One is the main package, and the second one ships Metro Resolver that rewrites the imports from React Native to React Native VisionOS. Here, we just drop in the custom resolver into our Metro config, and everything should work smoothly. Next, we successfully install CocoaPods and try to build the app. And Xcode is building the app, but after a while, unfortunately, we get build issues. And this is because some of the dependencies that are unsupported on this platform are still referenced by CodeGen for the new architecture builds. So we shipped a fix for this. Dependencies that are unsupported for a given platform will be now taken into account by CodeGen, and it won't try to reference them. But obviously, some libraries are key to making your app work as expected. So let's take a quick look at the package.json to see what we are up against. And yeah, this app has lots of dependencies. So I didn't choose the easiest project to migrate. And this classic meme didn't come from nowhere. So as you can see, React Native heavily depends on the community to augment core with features. So bringing new platform required us to migrate key libraries to VisionOS. Thankfully, most of the libraries got migrated by awesome community members. So thank you for that. But on the other side, there are still many libraries that are unsupported, and this is a real issue among out-of-tree platforms. What's worse is that there are multiple open pull requests adding VisionOS support that are not merged because some of the libraries are just not actively maintained. And on top of that, we can't patch everything. The Expensify app relies on Firebase, and when I tried to make Firebase work, I looked into the postspec of this library, only to find out that it relies on the native version of the library, which doesn't support VisionOS yet. So we had to comment out pieces of the codebase temporarily, but this can be fixed. So in order to make my job a little easier, I wrote up a small bash script that goes through the Node modules folder and check if each library supports VisionOS. And thanks to this, I got my list. It had 43 dependencies, which is a bit shorter than the dependency list in the package.json, because some of the libraries are already migrated, and some of them are JavaScript only. Another thing that we needed to do is to disable some features of the mobile app. Let's take invoice scanning as an example. So for iOS and Android, we can just access the camera without any issues. But on VisionOS, at this point, it's not possible to just scan something using the built-in cameras. It's coming in VisionOS 2.0, but that's still in beta, so we had to disable this feature. After fixing all of the build issues, I got the Expensify app running on VisionOS. And as a next step, we could make the background more transparent and maybe add some VisionOS-specific features. So let's see a quick demo of the app running on device. So here, I'm trying to log into the app, and after a while, you can see a familiar user experience that you may already know from all of the other platforms. You can navigate, chat, and send money. So let's implement some VisionOS-specific feature to leverage the progressive enhancement concept for this platform. So instead of using bottom navigation, let's move it to the ornament. We can implement it in SwiftUI or create a new root view and embed it in the ornament. And here it is, the app running with the new bottom bar that feels right at home for the VisionOS platform. And while working on migrating your app to VisionOS, remember to take into account the human interface guidelines from Apple. It's a set of rules that will make your app a lot better on this platform. So, lessons learned. Overall, it took 1.5 days to get the app to the working state. It still requires more work, like adding a few missing dependencies here and there and fixing some commented code. But one of the biggest blockers are definitely dependencies. Thankfully, most of them can be quickly tested using patch package. And I would say this experiment went pretty well. The app works, and it didn't take months, as anticipated before. So here is how the timeline looks like. As you can see, most of the time was spent on getting the app to build and fixing the dependencies. But in the future, this process will get faster, as more and more dependencies and build tools will support VisionOS. And there's one thing I didn't include in this timeline, which is contributing the code back to the libraries. This was a really important step to avoid the nightmare of maintaining a fork or a patch. And this can really impact your upgrading experience and slow down your development, so upstream your patches if possible. Going back to the VisionOS project, building things in the open is great, and the community got really involved in this project. Starting off with the community recognition. Over the past months of working on this project, we've managed to get over 850 stars, and I'm hoping to get to 1K after this talk. You can scan the QR code. So, for the past months, we've been also traveling the world with Apple Vision Pro and showcasing React Native running on VisionOS. And the reception was great. We get lots of wow moments and questions about the framework. So, if you want to try it, I highly encourage you to visit CallStack booth and check it out. And this is a good time to mention that during this effort, we've been focused on giving back to the community. We did that by contributing more web-compliant APIs to React Native, better iPad, macOS, and tvOS support, easier brown fee integration for native iOS apps, and more. Last but not least, I wanted to thank Microsoft for helping us with this effort and also for bringing support to React Native Test App, which makes library development a lot easier. And we've been migrating most of our libraries to use Test App nowadays, so give it a try. Now, let's talk about the future of React Native Vision OS. So currently, React Native Vision OS is a fork of the upstream repository. And our ultimate goal is to make it disappear. We want to find a way to make it more integrated into React Native Core and extract everything we've implemented into a smaller set of packages. So for example, Window Manager API could be also used on tablets and desktops. XR API could be leveraged on other headsets like the MetaQuest. And SwiftUI Entry Point will make us prepared for the future on Apple platforms. We are also working on bringing Babylon React Native support, and we've implemented the windowed rendering mode and are currently working on the XR mode. So recently, a new and exciting project dropped from William Candelon. It allows you to access the WebGPU API in your React Native apps, which is a great achievement. And we've managed to run it on Vision OS. And this can really enhance the experience of working with React Native and the XR platforms, and lead to potentially unlocking the WebXR API for React Native. So you can start building for Vision OS today, play with it, and hopefully contribute some bug reports and fixes. I also want to thank Michał Pierzchała for giving me a chance to work on this and supporting the project along the way, and also Matt Hargett, who is our technical guidance and poked us with the idea of bringing React Native to Vision OS. Thank you.
Keep your applause going for Oscar. This is massive. Honestly, this is really, really cool. You deserve all the kudos that you can give. Get him another round of applause, please. Come on. Okay. Raise of hands. Who has got GitHub installed on their phone? Have all of you given a star to React Native Vision OS? Get out your phones right now. Search up React Native Vision OS and give this man a star. He's been working really hard, and I think he deserves all the recognition he can get. I'm waiting. I've got time. They're going to start yelling at me in the earpiece if I stall too long. If someone's given him a star, give me a thumbs up, and I'll move on. There we go. Give him a star. He deserves it. All right. Now, another question. The folks that are sitting on the stairs, do you guys hate chairs? If you need to get a seat, come and get a seat. Because honestly, that seems painful. No? It's good? Okay, cool. Some people like stairs. Awesome. All right. So we've gone through the first set of out-of-tree platforms. Honestly, Oscar has been instrumental because you saw it's not just the Vision OS support, but he's been upstreaming a lot of this work into React Native. So having access to the cursor pointer attribute as well within React Native, Window Manager, and other things like that is a big, big achievement. And it feeds into some of the other out-of-tree platforms, which we're going to be hearing about in just a second. So the next two speakers that we've got are from the great team at Microsoft who have been diligently and patiently working on getting React Native to have first-class desktop support, both on macOS and on Windows, which is a great, great achievement. And the two speakers that we've got are Saad Najmi and Stephen Moyes, and they are both incredibly lovely people. I've been spending a lot of time with them the past few days. These are some of the nicest speakers I've ever met in my life. They're just such an incredible presence to be around. And it is my absolute honor to welcome them both onto the stage. A big round of applause for Saad Najmi and Stephen Moyes.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So exciting to be here in Poland again. Microsoft has been a presence at, React Native EU, now React Universe Conf, for a number of years now, and we're very excited to talk to you about desktop. You might be asking, what's coming for React Native for desktop? If you paid attention to the presentation this morning from Nico and Ricardo, you might not be surprised that, spoiler alert, it's the new architecture. The new architecture is what we're going to be talking about today. But before we do that, let me take a step back and let's do some introductions. Again, my name is Stephen Moyes. I'm a senior product manager at Microsoft. I've been working in the native platform space for many, many years, the native Windows platform space. I primarily work on the React Native for Windows side of the house. And I'm joined today by Saad.
Hey. Yeah, my name is Saad. I'm a senior software engineer. I work on Office for Mac and iOS. I mostly work on React Native macOS. And yeah, we're excited to show you what we've been working on.
Awesome. Before we talk about the new architecture, it's probably worthwhile to take a step back and look at how our desktop platforms fit within the context of this React universe. And what does it mean for desktop apps to exist within the context of this React Native universe or React universe? And really, our guiding principle is that you can use your React Native skills to build desktop apps. If you are a React Native developer who's already building for mobile, our goal is to make it so that you can use those same skills to bring your apps to desktop or create entirely new experiences that target the desktop platforms. And we know that this is successful because we're doing it. A lot of our major applications are using React and React Native in various contexts. You'll see some very prominent apps on screen. It's worthwhile noting that a lot of these experiences are shipping at scale to over 1 billion users. And a lot of these experiences are quite large and quite old. Some of these apps are older than I am, and there's quite a challenge in modernizing the native platforms to something that is useful and valid in this new technology sphere. But it's not just Microsoft. It's not just Microsoft that has found success in building desktop experiences using React and React Native. We're also seeing a significant uptick in downloads for both Windows and macOS. This is really a testament to the ecosystem and the excitement that you all bring to this community, and we're very excited to partner with you as you bring your apps to desktop. So you might be wondering, okay, that's all well and good. How is Microsoft helping? How is Microsoft helping me use my React and React Native skills to bring my experiences to desktop? And there are 3 primary ways. One is we keep up to date with core. We want to make sure that Windows and macOS is not some separate, totally different feeling experience. We keep up to date with core. We have the new architecture, which we'll talk about in depth in a moment. And then we provide platform building blocks, some of which actually we had just heard about on stage in the Vision OS context. But with that, I'd like to hand it over to Saad for a moment to talk about what it means to keep up to date with core.
Hi. So first off, we have released React Native Mac and React Native Windows version 75. This is the fastest release we've done for React Native macOS, and it means that you can use, thank you. Yes, you can use the latest version of React Native across all of the platforms that you have. And this was a monumental effort to get that really quick, and I'm really excited about that. If you've been following our development cycle, particularly on macOS, you might know that we haven't always been this fast. Sometimes we've lagged behind on releases. And I want to talk a little bit about why that happens. So first off, we ship to all the platforms we support, which means we have to make sure that everything that we use works. And this year, we shipped to a new platform called Vision OS. So we took a bit of a sidetrack to go make sure that React Native on Vision OS works for all the things that we care about. And we also, in addition to just syncing the 1,000 to 2,000 commits that happens every React Native release, we have to make sure that we keep track of all the API changes and make sure that we adopt the latest things on desktop. So let's talk about Vision OS real quick. So Office ships everywhere. It's on every device you can think of, and that includes Vision OS. And Office uses React Native. So we have to make sure that all of our dependencies and things that use React Native work on Vision OS. That meant that we took a bit of a sidetrack, and we added Vision OS support to a bunch of libraries in the community. Some of these were one-line changes. That was kind of nice. Some of them were a lot more involved. In particular, adding it to React Native Test App,
means that it's a lot easier for other library maintainers to have a Vision OS test app and test their things. So I'm particularly happy about that one. And a special thanks to CallStack and Matt Hargett for helping bring React Native to Vision OS. It would not have been possible without them. And it was a real pleasure to work with them. So back to React Native macOS specifically. In React Native 74, the implementation for Redbox got rewritten on iOS. So we took some time to rewrite it for macOS and adopt it to the latest kind of desktop standards. So we now have a modal sheet that's resizable, that has a proper table view, and I think looks a lot nicer. Also, thank you to Oscar for helping rewrite the implementation to be a lot more scalable. And in React Native 75, we also took time to align our cursor prop that we've had in React Native macOS to more closely match the web CSS names so that you can use more cross-platform code. And this is kind of going along the lines of having more cross-platform React on more platforms. All right, let's talk about cursors for a bit, because I found this one kind of interesting. We've had the cursor prop in React Native macOS for quite a while. That was also, by the way, an open source contribution from Infinite Red, so thank you for that. And that's just been there, it's been sitting there. Fast forward to this year, and we're talking with CallStack because we need to get this hover effect working on Vision OS. This is a Vision OS specific property where your eyes look, there's a little gaze, highlighty hover thing. And we didn't really know what the analog for this would be on React Native, but without it, React Native apps would not feel truly native. So I go talk to Oscar, I go talk to Mihal, we go figure out, we submit an RFC, and we talk to Meta and other people about it. In the RFC, we ask the question, how would we do this on web? What's the kind of cross-platform way to do it? Look through the www.dc talks, and we see that actually on WebKit, if you set cursor equals pointer on a view, then you get that hover effect on web. And I thought, hey, that looks familiar. That's the thing that we've had in React Native Mac for a while. So what if we just take our implementation, take the subset for pointer, and upstream it into React Native Core? We can then have it for React Native and React Native macOS and React Native Vision OS. And as a bonus of doing all this work, it also works in iPad. So now you can get the Apple Pencil and trackpad hover effects with the same property. Wait, OK, sorry. So this is my section, not Steven's. So next, I'd like to talk about the new architecture. So you already heard a lot about the new architecture from Meta. A lot of the foundational changes you will get on React Native on desktop, and that includes stuff like bridgeless support and React Native dev tools and support for the latest versions of Hermes. On React Native macOS, because we share a lot of code with iOS, we have a pretty consistent developer experience and implementation. So you enable the new architecture with the same flags. You get the same kind of feeling of how to use it. On top of that, we've been working on better desktop API alignments to make sure that the APIs that we have in paper translate well to the new architecture, which I'll talk about in a bit. But before I do that, I'd like to pass it back to Steven to talk about React Native Windows.
Perfect. So on macOS, we have a slightly easier job. There's a lot of shared code that we get from the iOS implementation, and there's a lot of consistency across the Apple platforms. Windows is a little bit different. As a part of the new architecture, one of the things that we did is we looked at how the React Native for Windows platform itself was architected, and we used the new architecture as an opportunity to explore how we built the fundamental React Native for Windows architecture. And one of the pieces that came along with this is that we updated to the modern Windows platform. I imagine there's a ton of Windows devs in here in this audience, so this will be old news for many of you. But I wanted to take a minute to explore what this new architecture means for Windows specifically. Earlier this year at React Conf, Olga and Naman showed a slide talking about the next 10 years of React and React Native, and I wanted to basically take a minute to explore what this meant for the Windows slice of the world. in order to do that, I need to take just a second to talk about the old architecture. React Native for Windows as an out-of-tree platform has separate, it's a separate package, it has a separate repo, but it builds a lot of the capabilities based from core, and underneath React Native for Windows is the Windows Platform API. This is the native platform that sits underneath, and for better or worse, it shipped with the operating system. The React Native for Windows architecture was based on UWP, which is not our modern Windows strategy anymore. But shipping with the operating system means that the underlying platform iterated very slowly, and it meant that sometimes your experience might look different based on the version of the operating system your app was running on. And so with the new architecture, we basically took this as an opportunity not only to change our underlying platform to align with React Native core, but also to update our underlying guts to be consistent with the modern Windows platform. And the modern Windows platform is built on top of the Windows App SDK. The Windows App SDK is a set of features, APIs, that actually ships separately from the operating system, which is awesome because it means that we can iterate more quickly. It means that we can take advantage of new capabilities that didn't exist previously. And it means that you get a consistent user experience for your app regardless of which version of Windows you're targeting. What's inside the Windows App SDK is a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of really powerful features that come along with the Windows App SDK, including the WinUI 3 control library. This is the native set of controls that users expect on Windows. It also includes a variety of other features and capabilities, some of which are kind of just table stakes, things like app lifecycle, things like the composition and scene graph layer, things like notifications, but it also includes new innovations like the Windows Copilot library that we announced earlier this year at Build. The Windows App SDK is really our delivery vehicle for the latest innovations of Windows APIs. If you're interested in learning more about the Windows App SDK specifically, I'm including a link here to Chigusa and Jeffrey. They gave a talk at Build. I mentioned that the Windows App SDK is not specific to React Native. It's really our shared underlying platform across all of our modern client platform endpoints, including WinUI and WPF even. So if you're interested in learning more about the Windows App SDK, you can check us out at Build. So in summary, we're kind of killing two birds with one stone with the new architecture on Windows. And what it means is that you will get faster and more consistent updates that are decoupled from the operating system. It means that you're going to have new capabilities from the platform. And it means that the underlying platform itself is the modern Windows platform. You can have faith that if you're building a React Native for Windows app, this is building on top of the latest and greatest Windows capabilities. But it bears mentioning that the new architecture for Windows is a breaking change. So if you are a library maintainer or if you are building a React Native for Windows app already, when we migrate to the new architecture, it will be a breaking change. Okay, I've been talking a lot, but I wanted to hand it to Saad to show what this means in practice.
All right, so that was a lot of words. Maybe some of those words made sense to you. Maybe some of those words didn't make sense to you. Most of them didn't make sense to me in the beginning, so that makes sense. But let's come up with like a maybe simple example of what re-platforming all of React Native Windows actually means. So last year at App.js, I showed off how to make a menu bar app using React Native macOS. This is something you can only do with React Native macOS. You can't do it with Mac Catalyst, for example, because you need access to the lower level system APIs. We thought about what would be the equivalent of this on Windows. And on the old architecture, that wasn't really possible. We didn't really have access to those APIs to do something like this. But on the new architecture, we can go and make a system tray app that runs React Native. And on Hermes. So lots of words, but simple example.
Perfect. Thank you, Saad. Like I said before, the new architecture is a work in progress for Windows specifically, but there's a lot of things that work today. There's a lot of capabilities that already work. You can try it out. Our ask is similar to Ricardo's ask earlier this year. But come try it, come partner with us. Things that work today are, we've got a lot of common APIs, we've got a lot of parity with Paper, we got a lot of parity with Core, and it's possible to deploy your apps to the Microsoft Store even on the new architecture today. Some of the things that are still in progress are full WinUI 3 support, updated documentation. There's still some API gaps around accessibility, and the new architecture by default. As an out-of-tree platform, Windows lags behind just a little bit, but we'll be flipping the new architecture switch soon. Maybe not in 76, but soon. If you're interested in more specifics about our roadmap, you can visit aka.ms/rnw roadmap. So what does this all mean? The new architecture for desktop. It means that you can absolutely start experimenting with the new architecture today. Please give it a shot. Please let us know how it goes. For library maintainers, I imagine we have some library maintainers in the room. Start thinking about the new architecture and desktop. If you're not already thinking about the new architecture, start. If you're not thinking about the new architecture as it relates to desktop, please start. The new architecture is a really big investment. Microsoft is all in on the new architecture for desktop, and we're very excited. It's a really big step forward. I've got another link. So that was about the new architecture. I wanted to wrap it up by talking about some of the other tertiary things that you might not be aware of for the desktop platforms. When you're building a React Native app, it is native, which means that you have all the capabilities to tailor your app for each platform, and the same is true on desktop. But the user experience expectations on desktop are a little bit different. And so at Microsoft, we really focus on the fundamentals so that you can focus on delight. You should be able to delight your desktop users in a way that you might not be able to if you're just building a web experience. So what does that mean? We have a variety of APIs that are specific to desktop, accessibility APIs, color, styling, theming, unfettered access to the native capabilities like you would expect, multi-window APIs, and input. And if you're interested in seeing what capability, what toys are in the toy box, what tools are in the toolbox, we have some gallery apps that you can check out. You can download the React Native Windows Gallery app from the Windows Store. We also, earlier this year, started work on the macOS Gallery, and you'll notice that these experiences are tailored for each platform. So go check those out. Everybody pull out your Surface Book and download the Gallery app. Again, I'd like to pass it to Saad to talk about keyboard events specifically and how our input APIs have evolved over the last couple of releases.
Thank you, Stephen. So one of the areas that is a big desktop-specific building block is keyboard events. And specifically for the new architecture, there's a bit of a story to tell here. So first off, we've had keyboard events both on React Native Windows and React Native macOS for quite a while. It was one of the first things that we had to add on top of React Native Core to make sure that we could ship good desktop apps. However, we did implement them in subtly divergent ways. I'll try not to go too much into the specifics, but because of the way that the JavaScript thread and the native thread are not always aware of each other on the old architecture, you need a way to have the JavaScript thread tell the native thread, these are the keyboard events I'm handling, so don't double handle them. That's a little bit complicated, and we both kind of ran into the same problem and solved it in slightly different ways. It would be okay if it was just different prop names, where React Native Windows had key down events and React Native Mac had valid keys down. But actually, it was even worse than that. They had different behaviors, they had different semantics, and unless you were an expert on both platforms, it wasn't really easy to write cross-platform code. So this caused real difficulty for us as we started writing more features and experiences on desktop. And then in comes new architecture. And we have to decide, do we keep this API difference? Do we want to keep having these different behaviors and different props on the two platforms? Or do we want to take this opportunity to step back and align the API so that we can have that in Fabric and have better cross-platform code everywhere? We decided the latter. And to that effect, React Native macOS has added support for the key down events prop to align with React Native Windows and help you write better keyboard events. That's been since React Native 74, so yay. And then we, at the same time, deprecated the valid keys down prop. It still works. We are going to work on updating all of our code internally to make sure that it's stable. And eventually in the future, we will remove the prop so that we just have the one. Thank you. I'm going to give it back to Stephen now.
Perfect. To recap, Microsoft has invested, again, in enabling you to use your React and React Native skills to bring your apps to desktop. We covered these 3 ways in which we are helping to support you in this journey. There's a lot more that Microsoft does in the React Native space, even beyond desktop. Things like RN Test App, RNXKit, Align Deps. There's a lot of other tools that we didn't have time to touch on. But again, Microsoft has been hopefully considered a key part of this community. We've really tried to give back and make sure that we're supporting you as you are navigating your React and React Native journey. If you're interested in learning more, we have a bunch of talks that you can check out at aka.ms/React Native videos. We also have a variety of blogs, getting started guides, a whole bunch of great information. If you're going to take a picture of a slide, this might be a good slide picture because it's got all of our links. Yeah, to wrap it up, my name is Stephen. I'm joined by Saad. We're very excited to see what you build. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen and Saad, for your amazing talk. Folks, these are some of the most lovely and approachable speakers you will ever meet. So go find them, chat with them in the breaks, and really exchange ideas. The Microsoft team in its entirety has been doing so much for this ecosystem, and a big thanks to them and a big shout out to them. So one of the things that this kind of reminded me of was who built apps or was around during the Java days, the Java desktop days where you had to install Java. Raise your hands. Cool. So when you installed Java back in the day, it always had this like one thing, which was like Java everywhere. There's over 1 billion devices that use Java. And it's really quite cool to see that React Native is actually there now. Like there's over billions of devices, mobile devices, desktop devices that are using React Native thanks to the hard work of folks at Microsoft, Meta, and the entire wider community. So it's a big achievement for all of us. It's a massive community achievement. So super, super exciting to see that and see all of that culminate and materialize, which is awesome. All right, so we're going to be switching gears a tiny bit. We're going into a space around scaling apps and how do you make your apps as extensible as possible from an architectural perspective. And we have an incredibly talented speaker who's got some really good real-world experience with this to come and talk to you folks about it. Now, this is a man of many talents. So when he was a kid, he was... So, sorry, I'm getting noises in my earpiece, which is confusing me. This is a man of many talents in the sense that when he was a kid, he used newspapers, and now this is not your ordinary delivering of newspapers. Our speaker delivered newspapers on unicycles. Because that makes sense, right? That requires a lot of talent and a lot of dedication. I'm not sure why you do that, but turns out that he was just very good at what he did. And he's grown up to be an even more talented architect and principal engineer. So it is my honor to welcome onto the stage Mike Duminy from the Klarna team, who's been the principal architect and the engineer behind the scenes working on the Klarna app. And we've had a lot of good fun, cracking jokes, and just getting to know each other over the past few days. So without further ado, put your hands together for Mike Duminy from Klarna.
Just 1 second. All right, I'm ready. Thanks. Thanks for the intro, Mo. I was actually thinking maybe I should have actually come out on a unicycle. Would have really been like considering that. All right. I'm very aware that lunch is up next, so I will try to be as quick as possible. So my talk is hard-learned lessons in app scaling. So what can we learn from building an app that scales to hundreds of engineers and millions of users? This talk is for people who are either currently building or planning to build an app that needs to scale like this or beyond. And if that doesn't describe you, don't worry, maybe you just want to hear how things can actually fail and go wrong in like spectacular ways. There will be something for everyone. So hello, I'm Mike Duminy. I'm a principal engineer and architect at Klarna. I've been working with React Native since 2016. And today I want to share some lessons that we've learned while scaling our Klarna app to over 350 engineers working on it for 6 years. We've got 30 million monthly active users and something like 85 million app downloads. All of this results in each screen being rendered like 1 billion times a month. So for context, let me tell you a little bit about the company. Klarna is a global shopping and payments company from Sweden. Probably best known for our buy now, pay later product and hopefully our shopping app. Now the app allows you to do a whole host of shopping related activities, so I recommend you check it out if that's your gig. You can do things like all of those, find great deals, track prices over time, place orders, track deliveries, etc. Now the app is built almost entirely in React Native. And it shares, I'd say, most of its code base, like 90% of its code base with our web app and our browser extension. So everything's built from the same code base. So we almost have like a framework internally that our developers work against. And it's comprised of about 4,000 different packages or yarn workspaces spread across 2,000 screens or routes, probably north of 200 features today. And every day we merge at least 40 times. So in this talk, I'm going to tell you 4 short stories of failure or struggle that span roughly the last 4 years and give you some lessons that we've learned from it and maybe they can help you. So just to sort of preface all of this, I work on the platform team. And so for this talk, I want you to imagine that you're on this team with me, because that's the lens that we're going to be seeing all these stories through. On top of the platform, feature teams build user-facing features, and then of course users use the app. You know, as a platform team, your customer is not just feature teams, but it's also users, so you need to think about the whole ladder. So our first story. This starts about 4 years ago, and at that time the app had launched in several different countries, and Klarna was growing rapidly. We started getting hundreds of reports on Google Play and social media that our Android app was just like terribly slow. And so clearly some people even thought we were just wrapping a web app, and we definitely weren't. So how did this happen? Well, most of us were actually developing on iPhones primarily, so Android got less attention. And we knew the performance of the app on Android wasn't great, but we didn't expect it to be this bad. It took about 30 seconds to start the app. Now, don't worry, that's not on the flagship devices. This is on low-end, but popular devices. So that is clearly ridiculous, and immediately the company just invested a lot of time and resources into solving the problem. So we started this process as all good performance investigations start by measuring. We took the boot sequence apart, and we added performance markers to get timing for each section. Now, this is not a talk about performance, but I mean, there's loads of those out there. But I can't tell the story without mentioning at least 1 or 2 things that we did. So here they are. If we focus just on this stage, which is actually as the JavaScript bundle is getting evaluated, we found very clear low-hanging fruit that we could just change, such as taking steps that were done in sequence and make them parallel. Of course, this reduces the waterfall effect. Secondly, we noticed some really slow code paths in our investigations. One of them was when we were trying to call React Native keychain, and there was like a really slow code path that we hit on app boot as we were trying to access like the secure element on the device. And this particularly affected older Android devices. So we upstreamed fixes, and just solving this netted us like 10 seconds. Then we decided, well, how do we shorten that pink bar? Well, you just load less code. So we took the step of switching our production bundler from Metro to Repack. If you don't know what Repack is, it's a bundler built by CallStack, so shout out to them. That was really, really cool. Repack essentially like builds on top of existing good practices on the web. So today it basically wraps Webpack under the hood, and it let us use code splitting and tree shaking just to load less code. So in the end, this fast forwards quite a bit, but in the end, we got it down from 30 seconds to under 3 seconds on that same device, which was an awesome 10x improvement. It was bad to begin with, so like it was back to normal, let's say. And then as a happy byproduct of this, because we were touching the boot of the app, iOS also got significantly faster. All right, so what? What does this have to do with scale? Well, take a step back and ask yourself this question. How did we ever reach this point? How does a company with hundreds of engineers working on the product somehow miss this glaring problem? If you asked us if startup time was important, we would say, yeah, of course it is. But the problem is we weren't tracking it. And if you don't track something, how do you actually know how well you're really doing? Or actually, how do you know where things go wrong or go right over time? So that brings us to our first takeaway. That is that we should measure what matters. So when you're building at scale, it's important to keep your eye on some of these key metrics. Of course, what matters to you is kind of nebulous. It depends on your project. That's why my first step is to figure out what matters. And for this, you can consider things that you might normally take for granted, such as the bundle size, maybe the number of dependencies, or in our case, time to interactive. Secondly, you would want to actually automate these measurements. So it's not just someone sitting on their device running the tests, but something that you can just send to CI and get a report back. Then you want to track that over time so you can see how you're doing. And finally, and this is probably the most important one and was a big learning for me going into the company, was you need to connect this kind of stuff to business goals. So whatever is most important, make it important to the business too. So it might be most important to you, but maybe the business is not fully aware of how important it is. So what we did is we elevated our metric to a key performance indicator, or KPI, which is then routinely reviewed on like a group level for us. So our success is tied to this metric. Okay, so we'd solved this glaring problem and we'd improved start times for everyone. More importantly, people could use the app, and it was good for a little while. That brings us to story number 2. If you fast forward a few months, another issue pops up. All of a sudden, we get reports of a super slow and unresponsive app. All right, now what? So when you opened the app, it kind of looked something like this. As soon as you logged in, everything kind of ground to a halt. The homepage wasn't really loading. There were just skeleton loaders everywhere. Maybe some content would pop in. But yeah, the app was kind of broken. This time, it wasn't just on Android, but it was also on iOS. And all the live versions were affected around the same time. If you had to guess what the problem was, maybe you'd think this is in our service layer, right? Maybe our services have just gone haywire and they're not responding with content. But they were fine. So what gives? We had to dive a little deeper. And when we profiled the app, we saw that on login, there were a ton of requests all getting sent out to the same host. It was a website that we had built. So what is this about? Let me explain. In order to optimize the customer experience, one of the features was hooking into the on-boot of the app. During on-boot, they would download this entire website to local files. And the idea behind it, I guess, was sort of good. Like they wanted to show this in a web view later, and they wanted the load up times for that to be like super quick. So it almost looked like it was just normal native code. But, of course, it went wrong. So what was 5 requests turned out to be about 800 when this problem happened. And what ended up occurring was that like the chunking strategy had changed on the website. So someone had touched the Webpack config and inadvertently triggered a way more aggressive chunking strategy. So what this meant on the app was that it would kick off 800 requests as it started at the time when it's loading all the other data in the app, and essentially completely starve the request pool and break everything. So let's zoom out again. How did this happen? As we suspected, this wasn't something inside of the app, it was external, but it wasn't our service layer, it was like some other connection. But remember, we're thinking as a platform team. So what, as a platform team, do you have control over? Well, if we think about this, the only way this team was able to do it was to hook into the on-boot callback of the app, which was a feature that we had offered to them. So this is a pretty convenient thing to have in an app, I guess. As a feature team, I would appreciate it because it could allow you to do some hopefully light preloading of your feature or setting up some listeners to other parts of the app or events that are getting emitted. Yeah, it seemed like a good idea. But what was a good idea at a smaller scale, when we got bigger, it became pretty risky. So it turns out whatever you offer will be used and misused, however well-intentioned those usages are. To be fair, in the example, the team was simply trying to optimize for their use case and their users. They were, in their minds, doing a good thing using available APIs. Of course, it was having a bad effect, but the intention was good. This brings us to takeaway number 2. It's quite a simple one, just restrict your APIs. That means building them defensively. So think about when you're building them, how could they be misused? How could they be used to break things? The next point here would be to actually limit access to any risky APIs that you do still offer. And you can do this by using code ownership rules or static type checking, static lint checking maybe, or even just snapshot testing to see like who are the users of this. Or you can do the well-known approach, which is just to prefix the function name with something like internal do not use or you will be fired. Moving swiftly on to story number 3. Now, given the problems that I've just described with startup and misused APIs and a whole host of others that I couldn't get to, we wanted to evolve our architecture to become more resilient. Now, changing architectures is one example of a very common practice that we're probably all familiar with, that of migrations. In smaller code bases, migrating from A to B, maybe you're swapping out even something significant like a navigation library, you're talking probably about days or weeks maybe to get that done. This is not the timeline in a really large app. And yet migrations are a fact of life, so how do you do this? To describe what we were trying to do, we were basically taking our app, which was sort of monolithic, and we wanted to move over to Yarn workspaces or packages, so break up each feature into its component pieces. This actually gave us a lot of different benefits, like once we had this graph, we could, for instance, only run the tests on the packages that were affected by the changed code. So it has outsized good effects on our DX and CI, so among other things. But in order to do this, teams would need to think carefully about how do they take their single feature and break it apart into these pieces that each have their own dependencies and dependents and rules about who can import who. So just as a quick check, thinking as a platform team, how long would you estimate this takes? Well, let's give you some facts. Our app is about 2 million lines of code across 200 features. And like I mentioned, all the other stats, 2,000 screens, etc. If you're thinking anywhere in the region of 6 months, I would say you're quite optimistic. Bear in mind that while you're doing this, there's a whole host of other stuff that's going on. Like, you're not the only people who want to get something done in the app. There are product launches, critical bugs to fix, just like planned marketing moments. You can't stop everything and migrate. In the end, it took us 2.5 years to get this done. And I want to just draw attention to the last 10% on this graph. That took us about 1/3 of the time. And this is very typical, as far as we can tell, for migrations at scale. There's always a really long tail. So to solve this, we just redoubled our efforts and put in the grunt work to help the teams get over the line or just do it ourselves. Now, one other thing to consider about this architecture is that originally we wanted it to be a completely clean break from the old one. We actually designed it that way. We didn't allow any interoperability, and teams were not encouraged to do that. But we very quickly realized this wasn't actually feasible, because any feature, I mean, you could have really small features, but you could have really big ones as well. And it's not practical to ask teams to migrate their entire feature over to this packages world when they could actually rather just migrate bits and pieces as they touch it. This is also less risky to do it this way, because you would assume that the code is battle tested and it works as it is, so you don't want to touch anything unnecessarily. So we decided to relax some of our initial rules to allow interoperability between these. So for instance, the old architecture could import from the new architecture, but not vice versa. And this enabled teams to migrate incrementally. That is our third takeaway. So when you plan for migrations at scale, prepare, when you're thinking about it, to actually migrate incrementally, and what does that mean? So my tips for you, and there are a whole host of these on the internet as well, but the ones that stood out to me were to actually enforce the rules of the new architecture. So let's say like that import example that I gave, that should be enforced at a CI level. But crucially, only for new code, only for code that's already in the new architecture. Said another way, existing code needs to be able to violate your rules to some degree. So sometimes you need to relax the rules in order to move forward. Secondly, once everything's set up, you want to motivate teams to migrate. You don't want to just be like a dictator and say, everyone do it right now, or insert yourself into their backlogs. You also want to add some carrots to it, and rather not using sticks. So what does this mean? It means like communicating the value of what does the migration actually give to that team. In our case, it gave us the ability to develop in isolation, or to only run tests on certain parts of that graph that I showed. And that is a benefit for everyone, but also the team migrating. And finally, and once again, like the other one about connecting it to business goals, you need to communicate to product managers what the value is, convince them that this is a good idea, and this will help the migration to actually move forward, both from a technical pressure perspective, but also from product. You have a far higher success rate if you do that third one. And this brings us to our fourth and final story. I wonder how many people have seen this. So all of a sudden, our developers, once again, 300 plus, all started getting this error locally, just when they're just trying to start the app in dev mode. So to me, this looks like recursion off the bat. Probably some commit introduced recursion inadvertently or as a bad actor, who knows. So of course, the easy fix is revert the commit that caused this, right? That's the simple way of doing it. Well, we used git bisect, we found the offending commit, and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. And when we reverted it, the problem didn't go away. All right, pretty confusing. Now, of course, this is blocking development, and blocks teams can be able to respond to like crucial bug fixes or incidents and things. So we're going to have to take a closer look. Let's check out the facts. So it only happened in dev. We confirmed this pretty early on. It never touched our production app. That might have been because we were using repack and used code splitting, but this was at least a saving grace. Also, there was no obvious cause, right? The git bisect didn't reveal anything. Looking at the commit didn't reveal anything. None of our static analysis tools checking for require cycles, none of that revealed anything new. And crucially, there was no stack. So it was like a blind error. Like, how do you figure this out? So we did the classic approach of comment-driven development. This is an awesome way of just debugging very quickly what the issue could be or where it could be. So in this example, we have like a central function that creates all of the routes. It composes the routes from all the features. And we found that if you just comment out one of the features, it works. Sweet. We've unblocked development for the app. It's cumbersome, and I mean, it's horrible for that feature, but you know, at least all the other features can still work. So we can tell people to do this to unblock themselves. We actually ended up building a tool that allowed you to specify which routes you want to run, and then you can just run a slice of the app. So that's like a positive outcome here. But what was it about this commented out feature? It was nothing. It turns out it doesn't matter what you commented out, as long as you commented out enough. All right, what does that mean? Now, this is pretty confusing, but it implied that we had reached some sort of hidden limit that we were just completely unaware of. It also wasn't a long-term solution because, I mean, you can't just continuously do this. It's like fixing race conditions with set timeout. So we settled on the idea that perhaps we just have too much code, which could be true. And maybe that code is too interconnected. Also, probably true. But without knowing where that limit lies or what exactly was causing it, we were kind of lost, because even if we had fixed both of these, we had deleted code, we had disconnected it, we still have no guarantee of when we would hit this limit again. So it was too vague for us. So we had a hunch that it was something to do with Hermes. And the reason we thought this is because we were tracking down that error message, and we found mentions of something similar, but not the exact same, in other issues in Hermes. It mostly had to do with like importing large JSON files, which once again was not what the commit that broke it was doing. So yeah, we followed this up, and we thought, you know, this doesn't match it exactly. No one's experiencing our problem like as we see it, but this could at least point us in a direction. But we can't just give the Hermes team access to our code base. That's crazy. So we had to reproduce the crash. We created a repo that could simulate a large app. So given a specific number, it would generate that number of files and then connect them all together and include them in a bundle. We reproduced the crash at around 50,000 files. And then we shared that broken bundle with the Hermes team. And I'm glad to say they found the problem very quickly. Thank you to Neil, who is here, actually. He said this: the size of the global function is causing the register allocator to hit a memory limit and fall back to fast but very inefficient allocation. All right, if you don't understand that, don't worry. I did not either. But reading between the lines, it sounds like there are some limits in Hermes, and we had hit that with our specific use case, or at least with that number of modules. So we further found out that the only reason we were experiencing this in dev was because it only affected on-device compilation of JavaScript. So you'd have to have a really big app, like, I don't know, maybe like 100 meg plus bundle, and you would need to be shipping this to devices, which I guess you could be doing if you're not using Hermes, but it's like becomes less and less likely as most people are using Hermes to pre-compile. And the pre-compilation step was fine. Now, also happy to say that this is actually fixed in React Native 75. So shout out to the Hermes team. Thank you so much for getting this in. And I'm hoping we can get it backported further. But yeah, TBD, we'll see. So what can we learn from this story? Well, for me, it is that, you know, at scale, you're going to run into problems where there's no Stack Overflow answer that is readily available. There's no code you can just copy paste. AI is not helping you. Nothing is like really giving you many hints. At these times, my advice is to embrace the challenge. You're going to learn a lot, and you're going to become a better problem solver. So some very quick tips on how to do that. Well, be willing to dive deep, I think is the first thing. It's like more of an attitude. And what does that mean? That means diving deep into the open source code that is available for the tooling that we use, the issues thereof, maybe diving deep into how exactly does bundling work in Metro, in Webpack, what does the output look like, how could that possibly be affecting whatever the problem is that you're experiencing. And secondly, is to connect with the open source community. There are a lot of great people there who are more than willing to help out, provided, of course, that you do enough work to help them help you. And that's it. In summary, we've explored 4 key lessons that we've learned at Klarna. You know, that where scaling an app is like full of fun challenges and learning opportunities. And they are to measure what matters. That means identifying and automating the measurement of critical metrics so that there's no surprises later on. 2 is to restrict your APIs. So build your APIs defensively and limit the access to risky ones. 3, when approaching migrations, think about them as incremental. Like if they could take 2 years, how would you do it if you knew that up front? So yeah, and also plan for both systems to coexist at the same time. And finally, the last one is just to embrace the challenge. You know, unforeseen issues will arise. You're going to hit weird limits, weird things that happen. But these challenges are, although they could be frustrating, I would rather say that you should frame them as opportunities to deepen your understanding of the tooling that you're using and improve your problem-solving skills. And as we've shown, these lessons aren't just theoretical. You know, they come from real-life stories, and they've helped us to scale our React Native app at Klarna. And I hope these have been helpful to you. If you have any other tips, please share them publicly as well. That would be great, because we also always want to learn. And feel free to connect with me. It's my handle there is in the bottom right, without the Klarna bit. And yeah, grab me for any questions after this if you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. You know, that maximum call stack size exceeded, that was traumatizing to see again, because like the last 3 weeks, I actually was dealing with a very similar issue, not debuggable at all. And so it's cool to see other people and other people dealing with the same thing and trying to figure out how to solve it. Cool. Are we all hungry? All right, then let's just continue with the talks. You guys are not very hungry, clearly. Come on. Are you guys hungry? Cool. So unfortunately, I've got a monologue scheduled up right now. No, I'm joking. All right. So we have the lunch break. And so that means you can go and feast like an absolute monarch. Oh, that was not what I was trying to say. Anyway, you all can go and grab some food, freshen up a little bit, and then we will see you at 2:30 on the dot. So yeah, go and enjoy your lunch break, and I'll see you all soon.
This conference is brought to you by CoStack, total software engineering consultancy.
everyone, and welcome back to the React Universe Conf live stream. We're here with Oskar Kwaśniewski, who just had a talk on visionOS.
Hi, everyone.
And we're going to talk a little bit about visionOS. You just had your great talk. You ported Expensify to visionOS. A quick question. In your talk, you said that it took you a day and a half. Is that true? Because that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it took me a day and a half, excluding all of the work on upstreaming the work on the dependencies.
It's like excluding 5 months of work.
Yeah, like first of all, we had to bring React Native to visionOS. So it was like 6 months of work on the framework. And thanks to all of this, we were able to add support to a pretty big app in like a few days. And like we tried to make it play with the core as good as possible. So thanks to that, it's possible to add your app there. And it doesn't take months, but it takes days. And that was like the most important thing we wanted to get across.
That's pretty impressive. So you ported the Expensify app. Is there some other app or an experience that you would like to port to visionOS?
Oh, definitely. Like there are lots of apps I would love to see, like maybe entertainment apps. So where you can, for example, watch it on your iPhone and then move it to the Apple Vision Pro as your home and have like an immersive experience theater where you basically watch and entertain yourself.
Yeah, I have MetaQuest goggles at home, and I tried the Netflix app. What they do is that you don't only have the Netflix app, but you have like a very nice living room with a couch. And I was sitting there like, this living room is better than mine. So I didn't want to leave the app. So that's a good way to keep your users in your app.
I think Disney Plus also does it, that they have like a big theater on Apple Vision Pro, and you can watch all of the Disney stuff. And yeah, it was really nice experience.
That's cool. So that's visionOS, but that's not the only open source project you work on. You created Minisim. Can you tell us what motivated you to create that tool?
All right. So I worked on a project, TV-related project, that required me to have a bunch of simulators, mostly Android. So like phones, tablets, TVs. And yeah, I wanted a quick way to launch them and manage them. So I've created this small tool called Minisim to help you with that. So it's a menu bar app that you launch from your menu bar. And you can launch not only Android, but also iOS devices. And yeah, it's...
Did you use React Native macOS for that? Or something else?
No.
No.
So this project was mostly for me to learn Swift. So I started out without any knowledge about Swift. And then gradually, I wrote it and got some experience in Swift.
Okay, I've had the pleasure of working with you on the streaming app, so I know that you're so smart. It's like you pick up Swift and in a week you write an app that I use every day. Like I started when I needed emulators like a year ago. I had to go through all the steps, and now I use Minisim every day. It's a great app, so everybody go ahead and check it out. It's open source. It's on GitHub.
Yeah, exactly.
And you actually said that you're getting good community involvement in the development of that app.
Exactly. Yeah. So like pretty recently, somebody contributed real device support. So it's not yet released, but it's going to be soon. So we were going to
sneak peek at the React Universe Conf.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to be able to, for example, launch some custom scripts on real devices or launch logcut really quickly from your menu bar on a real device that's connected over the network. And yeah, we are working on more features.
That's awesome. Well, I would like to ask you as well about the collaboration that you talk about for the React Native testing app, and collaboration with Matt Hargret. And how does it work? Do you just talk on chats, or do you meet, or how does that collaboration? What does it look like?
Okay, so starting off with the collaboration with Microsoft. So as they mentioned, they also needed support for visionOS in the office. So we worked together on this. We basically implemented React Native for visionOS. We added support there, and they reused it for their product, which was really cool. But then we also worked together, for example, on cursor pointer implementation, which then got upstreamed to React Native Core and React Native macOS and React Native visionOS. So this was like a team effort to bring and unify the experience for everyone.
That's really awesome and useful for all the developers out there.
Yeah.
Open source is super useful, and we both work at CallStack. I know there's an open source program at CallStack, and you participate in that program. So can you tell me a little bit about working in this program?
So like I've been working in open source for like from the start of the year.
But you do still get paid by CallStack, so that's great.
So yeah, you work in open source, you get paid as normal. And yeah, in order to get into the program, you need to know Michał Pieszchała, who's our head of technology. And yeah, if you do some cool stuff, like I did with Minisim, for example, it was way before I was working on React Native visionOS, and I think it got noticed. And yeah, I got to do some cool stuff in open source.
It's cool for sure. So I don't want it to sound like an advertisement, but I feel that it's not a very common practice for software houses to like pay their developers to do open source. So you do like open source full time, but there are other people who do just a little bit, right?
Yeah, so we have the maintenance program, which give our developers like 4 hours a week or more if needed to work and maintain some libraries that they're already familiar with. Or we get some longer periods of R&D, for example, as I do for a year.
So that's great. Thank you very much for talking with me, for taking the time to talk with us and participate in this live stream. And we're gonna invite here Ola Pytko-Wodarczyk and Łukasz Chudziński, who will talk to you about the podcast. Thank you, Tomek.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the podcast. Today, with me, I have a huge pleasure to introduce to all of you my producer of React Native Show podcast, previously, and now React Universe On Air podcast, Ola Pytko-Wodarczyk. How are you?
Yeah. Hi, Łukasz. Thank you for the invitation. Hi, everybody. I know that you probably don't know me, but as Łukasz said, I'm the person behind all of that mess. So it's a pleasure to meet you finally.
And we're here to introduce you to our new child, React Universe On Air. We've been called React Native Show Podcast for the past 3 years and now we are changing it for a new name.
Exactly. So we have the new name, we have the new visual, we have the new sound. So it's a big change on the one hand. But on the other hand, I believe it's not that really big because it's not an unexpected revolution, but rather a culmination of a process that's been going on for a while now. So you should expect it to a certain extent.
I feel like we've been touching on different subjects than exclusively React Native for a while now. Yeah. We've been trying to be open-minded and include not only React Universe stuff, but like things from all over the development world. So I'm really glad that we are switching to this more open universe that allows us to discuss more React things, more web things, and like things in software development in general.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a high time. So I'm getting this chance to share a trivia with you. So actually, it was a few guests that were quite hesitant to join our podcast because they were like, oh, I'm not that into React Native, so why should I go on a React Native show podcast? So that was like the breaking point, and we thought it's time to rebrand, it's time to make it official to everybody. And I think there is no better time than to do it today, during React Universe Conf, right?
On React Universe Conf, yeah. So we'll be premiering the first ever episode of React Universe on air right now. This episode includes me as a host, and I had a great pleasure to invite two technology commentators with me, Jack Harrington, who is more on the React side of things, and then Simon Green, more on the React Native side of things, to really like hash out and discuss how those two communities grew together but apart. Yeah. How is it all mixed in together in React Universe concept, and how it all plays with like technologies and debugging tools and like products, all of that things. So stick around and enjoy the first ever episode of React Universe on air. Before you do that, we do have a contest, right? We do have
Yeah, the meme competition on Twitter. So if you haven't heard about it yet, just head to our Twitter account. There is a post with the rules, but rules are pretty simple. You need to post your own meme about the conference and add a hashtag RUC meme. And that's basically it. And we will announce winners tomorrow during lunch break. And I need to do one more thing, actually, before we go. Because I'm really a sentimental person, and you guys know it. So I need to thank everybody who made this rebranding possible. So you are getting a finished episode, but it was a big deal for us, and it took us a while to create it. So I want to thank Sonia for creating the key visual. That's really pretty. I want to thank Alec for putting it in motion, Krzysiek for adding audio to the React Universe, and the rest of the marketing team who helped us on the way, and of course, my brilliant hosts.
I was gonna say, and of course, Ola Pudarczyk, who is a woman behind the scenes, who make it all happen. Thank you so much. Have a great show, have a great conference, and see you after it.
Well, let's go.
Bye.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the first ever episode of the React Universe on air. Today, I'm joined by Jack Harrington and Simon Green, and we're talking about React and React Native ecosystem or ecosystems. We're gonna discuss how they evolved, how they are similar, how they are different, what is the state of the community, and so I invited two podcasters, two technology commentators, Jack more on React side, Simon more on React Native side, to kind of hash out all of the different...
Hash it out. Which one's better?
Yeah. So maybe you can introduce yourselves better than I can introduce you.
All right. Well, I'll go first. I'm Jack Harrington. I'm a principal full stack engineer, so I mostly work on the web. I was the principal full stack engineer over at Walmart Labs as we did our React transition, and then over at Nike doing the same sort of thing. And as part of that, I did a lot of education. I think as you get into like principal engineering, you do a lot more education and stuff like that. And so I started my own YouTube channel called Blue Collar Coder. We've got 180,000 subscribers now. Yeah. And yeah, I know it's really going really well. We talk about all kinds of stuff, including every once in a while, React Native. So, but a lot of React.
I'm Simon Grimm. I don't have a long CV like Jack has, but I've been in the cross-platform space for a very long time, and that probably qualified me for the stream. So I'm the creator of Galaxies.dev, an online school focused entirely on React Native. And also, I can't beat Jack, but I'm close to 100K on YouTube. Woo! So yeah, that's getting really excited.
Oh yeah, no, you get plaque and all that. That's getting great.
It's not a competition.
No, it isn't.
But it is. But that's okay.
A tiny bit. I'm jealous of the background thing you got. So yeah, I do have my own podcast about React Native called Rocket Ship as well. And as I said, I've been doing cross-platform stuff since 2013. Actually, I looked it up. Actually did my bachelor thesis on like some weird Cordova. No, it wasn't even Cordova. It was pre-Cordova days. And then went with Ionic and Angular and Capacitor. I checked out Flutter, and ultimately I arrived for React Native. So I've been through it all. And so that's the reason why I know and love things about React Native and know why it's probably the best thing around right now.
And Simon, don't feel bad about your credentials, because I looked up your YouTube channel just today, and you have two. The podcast one is active since maybe last year, right? Mm-hmm. But the other one, you have videos from 9 years ago.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
This guy was creating videos for the past 10 years.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a good thing, because I've seen channels come up last year and they're at about like 200K subscribers, and I've been doing videos for 10K years, and it has been a slow grind, but I'm all about consistency and just doing the good work. I'm not polarizing like other creators, so yeah, I stick to what I know.
Smack there.
Yeah, I just had a video about like I tried to be as unbiased as possible about React Native versus Flutter. Impossible. Look at the comments and like you just want to turn them off.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I don't think there is any unbiasing on that one. Yeah.
We will definitely link both of your channels and both of your podcasts, because Jack has a podcast as well. Maybe I will introduce myself. I'm a huge fan of both of you. I watch and listen to your podcast, to your videos, maybe not to all of them, but like to some of them definitely. And I've been at CallStack for the past 3 years. I hosted the React Native Show podcast, and this is the first episode of the same podcast with a new name and with a slightly bigger focus. So
a universal focus.
Universal focus, yeah. Hopefully this can attract more viewers and more listeners, and we can get to 100K as well. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I love the naming, by the way. It is, I can't believe actually somebody hadn't taken that before. Like React Universe, it just works. It really works. And it's because React, I mean, it is a universe at this point. You look at any other framework and it's like, wow, then you cannot do the combination of what React and React Native can do. You can take the same code base and have it working on, web and mobile and command line and desktop and TVs. I mean, it can literally be
PlayStation
anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Tell me another framework that can do that.
I actually had this discussion just yesterday where we were discussing how to approach a single developer from React or from React Native. And it's you can just tell them that you are one step, you are not a mobile developer, you are not a web developer, you are one step from becoming, if you think about yourself as a mobile developer with React Native, you are one step from calling yourself web developer as well, TV developer as well. Just try your application on different platform, and with no or little work, it will just start working magically. Maybe not. It will not be production ready with this.
Yeah. Okay.
It will start working most of the times.
Yeah. I mean, you can basically take all the component kind of, that structure of components obviously works across everything. The hooks now work across, everything. Have been up for a long time. You can think about all the state management logic, the API access. It all works universally, which is honestly bonkers. Like think about 10 years ago, that was a dream, right? We were happy just to work on every browser symmetrically. That was the big aspiration at that time.
But this is such a great segue to our episode. So maybe let's go back 10 years ago and let's maybe lay some ground, how it all started. How I have a metaphor for this. I'm not sure if we'll be using this throughout the episode, but just hear me out. And if you feel it, play along. So I see it as 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 2013, we had this field of software development, and there were some trees, some animals, some grass in it. And then the one small tree started growing, tree called React. And then 2 years into that process, this tree gave birth to a branch called React Native. And then for the past 10 years, those branches, those trees grew and accumulated a lot of different things. So I want to discuss with you today, how they grew closely, how they grew apart sometimes. What are the similarities in community, in libraries, in technologies that we all use and love and maybe hate on React side, on React Native side. And then at the end of the episode, maybe we will hopefully get to some conclusion why it is how it is today, and where do we see it going forward? What do you think?
I do like the analogy, and I think it's kind of fitting. Yeah, we had this little tree, and actually if you zoom out a bit, you're going to see a whole lot of other trees, like the Angular tree and the Vue tree, but for some reason, the React tree just had the best stuff, the best soil probably. So if we stick to that. And as you said, React Native became a branch of that tree, which also shows that React Native wouldn't have been possible without React in the first place. So we couldn't have started with React Native and then invent React at some point. That just wouldn't have worked. So,
and let's ask the question why, right?
Well, yeah, I think the fundamental difference, just at a high level, between React and something let's say Angular, is that from the very beginning, React was like, okay, we are a Vue library. That is us. We're not going to go into the realm of being everything. We're not going to handle your data modeling. We're not going to handle all of it. Whereas Angular was more of a complete solution. Hey, we're going to give you everything. It's going to have all of the bits you need to build an app in it. And that was kind of a curse and a blessing. And I think what it did was it kind of offloaded a lot of, for React, the necessity to go and create your own state manager or take one off the shelf or mix and match tools to build an application. Essentially created that necessity for an ecosystem. Right. Yeah. And that's the fundamental difference between, I would say, that the big tree of React and the smaller trees of Vue. And
something that you said 5 minutes ago was that a few years ago we were trying to target all browsers. So in a way, web framework or web UI library, let's not go into that, but in a way, web framework had to be cross-platform almost from the beginning to address all of those different browsers. And then having JavaScript and all of the developers from web being able to target native is an easier task to ask than the other way around, than maybe Java or Objective-C developers from native world starting targeting other platforms, because it's not as not as natural on those native platforms to look broader. It's natural for web developers maybe to look at other techniques and other frameworks and mix and match. What do you think?
That's a great point, right? Because you're naturally gearing yourself towards, i.e., whatever's out at the time, Chrome, Firefox, the usual suspects, right? Yeah, absolutely.
But it's probably also worth pointing out that React Native didn't came into being because we had React, and then people thought, hey, let's just use React and do this React Native thing. And actually, the reason was more that like native development at that point, Swift wasn't even a thing. It was Objective-C and Java. That was just trash. Like, it was slow. It was unbelievable slow. Like, I mean, it is still today if you use Xcode. If you like make changes to your code, you have to redeploy to your simulator unless you're using like a playground. And people like students using web development, live reload, and they're like, what? So it was more born from like this, hey, native development sucks, and React, this is kind of cool. Let's do something that we can also use on native. So it's just cool to see that was in like 2015 that people at that point, like at Meta and Facebook, already thought this React thing is kind of stable. Let's just use it for this. And, I mean, that has been like 9 years ago now.
And they made a fantastic architectural choice, which was to separate the renderer, in this case, the React DOM renderer, from the React core itself. And it was a subtle thing in the beginning that we didn't have that, but what it added, and then the initial kind of outputs of that were just kind of crazy. I remember one person was like using, had it for like a React DOM for like IoT stuff, so you could like control little motors and stuff. Like, okay, I guess that's a thing. Like, I think Ken Wheeler was like controlling a crossbow in his backyard with like, of course he was, with React. But that separation of those two things essentially enabled React Native, because then you could say, oh, cool, well now we can go and render to native views as opposed to rendering to React or to DOM elements in a browser. And it was a huge, like a tiny little architectural shift, like not tiny, obviously. I mean, it's a huge amount of work to make that happen. But
we wrote repository.
Right. And that's one of the cool things about React, I think, is how many major shifts we've seen like that, which is really unusual in a library, in a library and ecosystem of React's size. Is this number of those, but that was the first one, I would say, that really, and that enabled that, and the birthing of that second tree or whatever, the second branch.
Going back to the analogy, that actually happened in 2015, the same year that React Native came about, and that could have been coincidence, because like in my research, I talked with some folks at CallStack, and I haven't checked myself, but as far as I got to know, React, like you said, Jack, React and React DOM were like one repository, one package. And then around 2015, that one root, that one tree split out not only React Native, but also React DOM and like regular React. So we have React Core that React Native and React JS, I guess, uses. And then we have these two huge branches, and React Web obviously is the biggest one, the React JS. And this is, I think, inconvenient for React Native developers that React is primarily attached to web. When people say React, mostly they mean React Web, React JS on web, and not React as a meta language, not React as a way of writing code for all of those platforms. That's what React Native means, where it's not necessarily native all of the times, because we have things like React Native Web.
Right. Yeah. Because that doesn't get confusing. I think that's actually, but understand, I think there was some really, one of the surveys or something like that showed that there had been a lot of developers just in web in general who React was their entry point into just web coding at all. Right. So this is the first time that they're ever coding. Coding in general. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. And so, I mean, how, like, they wouldn't, I totally get that they'd be like, just React is web, right? That's just a simplification thing that because there's so much going on, so much you have to learn to understand all this stuff, that one simplification is enough for them.
So, like, I understand web and native, both of those words come with its own platform knowledge. So web comes with CSS. Just like knowing CSS is a huge thing. Like I don't think people coming to know programming with React as its first step, they don't know CSS. They get to know JavaScript and React a way of working on components and not CSS. And mobile is the same. You have to know at least expo tooling, right?
Yeah.
To try out React in and make it render something on some screen.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that, React Native has come a long way in making that a lot easier, especially thanks to Expo. It's like running 2 or 3 commands. I think, Jack, you said like a couple of weeks ago you built some React Native apps, and like what was your feeling of getting into that now?
Oh yeah,
everything was great actually until I went off the reservation. Right, maybe that's the thing about these frameworks.
That's when it gets funny.
That's where it gets fun, right? Is everything's great until you're like, ooh, I want to push it just a little bit more. So I was doing an AI application. So I was doing local first AI. And so I was bringing in the Onyx driver for Onyx AI models. The moment that you kind of get off the reservation, it starts getting a little hairy. But there's so much that's in that Expo framework, like in the Expo ecosystem. An example was that like the camera, has like barcodes and face scanning stuff built into it. And you're like, whoa. And so the amount of stuff that you can do kind of just in the Expo ecosystem, if you don't go off the range, is amazing. And the kind of apps you can build are phenomenal. So Expo is the way to go. And that's one of the cool things about the native side, I would say, just in terms of their ecosystem, is that when they came out with, at ReactConf 2024 saying Expo was the way to go on native, folks were like, yeah, okay, cool. Right, great. Whereas like on the website, when they changed out the docs said like, don't use Create React App, use Next.js. And then they also said like Remix and a couple other frameworks, but like the fact that they even said React and Next.js was like, oh, that's huge. Everybody's freaking out and everything. And I think that's actually kind of a core difference between those two communities, is like React Native kind of like default is in the positive space, where in the React web world, I think default can be kind of a little bit of negative.
I see it as a similarity on React core team side and React Native core team side. So React made that decision to officially say you should use React with a framework, and here are a bunch of frameworks like Remix and Next.js. And I think it was like 2 years ago, Jack?
I didn't consider that all that controversial, but people lost their minds over that.
Let me tell you, like announcing Expo as a framework, as the framework, is a huge thing in React Native community, because we don't have choice right now. We don't have any other frameworks. On the web, there are, I don't know, like 7? Or like Next.js and Remix, obviously, like 2 biggest one, with Next.js being the king. But on mobile side, there is Expo, and there is no contender, not even a small contender, but no contender. So like this is a similarity on the trajectory of like both Reacts, but on the side of choice, we don't have any.
I mean, is that a problem? Like, I asked naively.
It's like the announcement of Expo is now the way to go. It's pretty much like if you're at an Apple event and they say, we now have a camera app, and everyone's like, yeah, that's it. And like, that's the same for saying Expo is the thing for React Native. Everyone in React Native was anyway using it already. And we kind of knew that Expo is the thing since like probably 2 or 3 years. Let's not talk about Expo pre-2020 probably. There were some issues back then, but it's just the main thing right now. And coming back to what you said, like the differences between native and web, I think if people enter on one end or the other end, they are really very different platforms. And as you said, Jack, like the communities, I think there was like a survey last year from, I can't remember exactly, but like the overall sentiment of the React Native folks was like, yeah, it's great. Like React Native is great. That was the basic assumption. If you look at a React service, it's more like, it's not really going in the right direction. We got too much of this and we got too much of that. So I don't know what's like fundamentally different in the communities. I don't know, but like in the React Native world, everything is like, Rose, it's all good and we are all cool. So and it feels really refreshing to be in it, to be honest.
I do wonder if that's reality or that's like, unfortunately, like tech Twitter, you know, to be honest, like, because if you look at like the State of React survey that just came out, like, oh my gosh, you know, a couple weeks ago, but man, a little slow, but it was really interesting. They had like 13,000 respondents. And then there was a couple of sections on like pain points, which I thought was very interesting. Okay, okay, cool. Let's talk about where the pain points are. And like one of them was like pain points around hook, and of course like hooks and like use effect came in as number one. But number one in that case was literally like, I think 3% of people even listed that. And so it's the numbers are astonishingly low. That means basically 97% of people, of respondents, couldn't find anything bad to say about hooks.
They don't see anything.
They just use it. It works. It's good. It's like if you listen to tech Twitter, you think that the world is on fire and everything's terrible. And when in reality, there's 97% of engineers out there who are like, this just works for me. I don't know what the problem is. So it is kind of funny.
Simon, maybe I can try to answer would be not the best word to describe it, but maybe I can try to add some context to what you said about like difference in communities. So, and Jack helped me out here from React side, but from React Native side, I see our community as really, really engaged. And this is from the beginning, from like 2015. Like those people that actually own my company, CallStack, and other companies like Software Mention, Infinite Red, those people were in the community from the very beginning. And from the very beginning of React Native community was very much involved. And I think this is because on mobile side, mobile development was still quite fresh there. There was a need for engaged people that can build up the ecosystem, build the libraries, build the support for the big companies that use it. And we still specialize in React Native. On React side, I feel like the diversity there came about only a few years ago. And before that, everyone involved at React was working at Meta. And only when Next.js started hiring some of those people, that community started to grow somehow, to be like more involved. What do you think about that?
Jack, you want to go first?
Yeah. Okay. So here's my thought on this one. So I actually did try React Native early on. I'm the guy that gets in there and tries new things all the time. And I got to tell you, early on in the early days, it was hairy. It was like really hard to get stuff to work. You really had to like dig into it and figure it out and be like, ooh, wow, I'm getting this weird Xcode error. What does that even mean? And then you really had to dig in and try it out and get your hands dirty to get a React Native app working. And that, whereas on the website, it was a very polished, very streamlined experience. Everything, if you did the create React app thing or the next app thing, like you'd follow a tutorial, it would probably work pretty much end to end. You connect to your database, everything's clean and smooth and works, and you almost never get an error message or that kind of stuff. So you're not getting your hands dirty as much. And I think so the expectation on the React Native side is, if it works, it's like, wow, it worked on the first go. That's amazing.
Yes.
Like, wow, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. I can now like whatever, right? And then on the website, it's like, if it doesn't work, you're pissed off. You're like, wait a second, this was supposed to work. Yeah, whatever. And I liken it to like the whole sandbagging thing. I think if you've been in engineering for long enough, it's like, okay, so I know this thing is going to take an hour, but I'm going to tell my product manager it's going to take 4 hours, right? In the web world, you can mess around for 3 hours, go working out, do a hike, whatever you want to do, make dinner or whatever. And then the extra hour, like you get at the end, because it's going to work, right?
Simon, it feels like we've chosen the wrong platform.
Right. On React Native, you can't do that. You do that work up front because you never know. An hour might turn into 5 hours on you. Yeah, but yeah, so you got to sandbag. You got to do your work at the beginning and then sandbag at the end, which is always good. By the way, if you're listening to this and you want to know the sandbagging strategy, always work up front, sandbag later.
So are you saying that maybe on the React side, there was not the necessity from the community to come in and pitch in to...
Yeah, there was an expectation that stuff would just work.
Yeah.
Whereas on the React Native side, there is no such expectation.
I do agree to Jake's take on like certain things might take a bit longer in React Native land, but I do have another view on this, which comes like based on the 10 years of doing cross-platform stuff, and that is, I don't know why and how to explain this, but I think building a mobile app sparks a lot more joy than building a web application. And this might like fire Jack a bit up because he's into the web stuff. But honestly, personally for me, and I've seen it for others as well, I can buy a domain, I can spin up a Next.js or Astro thing, and it's up in 5 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Okay, let's go out for a walk. But if I do like a native app, and I go through like the submission to iOS and Android, and I fix the bugs, and it gets live, I'm like, wow, I'm telling all my friends, leave a fake 5-star review on the app. This is my app in the App Store. You can download it. And I've seen this with other people as well. Like, just, I don't know what it is, but having the app like on this device here in my pocket that I have built, it is a different feeling to me than building a website. I can't quantify this. Like, it's hard.
There's a lot more integration points, right? It's like it can use your camera, it can use, your mic, it can tap into like local resources and do stuff on your device, and your device is very personal, and so you have a much deeper integration with the device and with the person's experience. And plus, I think a lot of folks, I'm just out visiting my sister, and she only has an iPad and a phone. It's like those are her devices. She doesn't have a desktop anymore. And so I don't know, the web experience, she mostly just uses apps. And yeah, I think you're right. What really good integrated app, and I've seen a bunch that aren't, but the really good ones that really work within the ecosystem of the phone, they feel good. Yeah. But and you can do that on React Native. That's the thing. I think people are. I think we're certainly that. Yeah, we should. I'd love to hear more about like where you think the native developers are in their perception of React Native. Because when we first started trying to roll this out at Walmart, let me tell you, it was hairy. Like the React Native, in particular, the iOS developers were like, "I ain't having this. Like this is not." Nope.
They're taking our jobs.
They're taking our jobs. And then I can remember specifically, it was all about the speed of lists. Like I want the list speed. Like if I could flick up and I wouldn't see any flicker or something, I don't even know. I couldn't even tell. They would like, oh look, it's so laggy. And I'm like, what? Doesn't look laggy to me.
I have a pitch for this. So it's actually, I come from Android developer. I used to be an Android developer because before I
you used to be yeah.
Sorry?
You're used to being
I think you still are. If you're doing React Native, you're basically
you know what? I'm not sure I'm still am. I don't know. Like I'm more of a web developer now, React developer than Android developer probably. If I had to go into like very modern Android stack, I would probably have to like do some reading before I can actually contribute to modern stack Android development. But I was going to say that, and yeah, like when I switched, few of my Android friends were like, React Native, nah, this is just like a toy. You shouldn't do that. But like, I have a pitch for this, and it's about like addressing the seniority. Because like, if you are a senior developer, like you don't really should think about your product in a tools perspective way.
Yeah.
You should think about your product in a best value perspective way.
In a business way.
Yeah. And if Android gets you the best value because you need that speed of the lists, or you need that native functionality that I cannot maybe hook into from React Native, that's not anymore true, but whatever. If you need that in your business, in your product, that's the way you should go. But most of the time, it's not about the last 5% of performance. It's not about the last 5% of native experience. It's about making time to market half and making your team cost maybe third or something like that.
Yep.
And maybe integrating your testing and integrating your pipelines, integrating your delivery, integrating your customer experience.
Right, sharing code between the web, the web framework, the web side, and then the React Native side.
Especially
huge
if you have
advantages.
a web page, and if that web page is written in React and you don't have React Native app, you are just throwing money out of the window.
Yeah.
So I've been into all the frameworks. So I've been into Ionic, Godot, Capacitor, Flutter. I've done Swift. I've done Objective-C, React Native. So I've seen it from all the angles. And to be honest, like, they all exist because they all serve a purpose. There is a project in this world where Flutter is the best choice. And there's also a project in this world where Capacitor is the best choice. And I could actually give you some reasons. But the thing is that I noticed over the years, though, I've been doing a lot of Ionic, and I've really liked the HTML approach. And honestly, those apps are good. But when it comes down to like just the basics or the fundamentals, React Native just checks all the boxes. React Native just gets it right in the important places because like the abstraction layer is in the right place. React Native renders to those native controls on iOS and Android. Your app will always feel good. You got like almost perfect performance. Yeah, maybe Flutter is 5% better, but who cares? Like most apps, nobody cares about that performance. But yeah, if you're really like Walmart and our list is so important, then yeah, maybe React Native does not have the best list implementation yet after 10 years. I don't know.
Oh, it does. It's fine. It's fine.
We got Flash list.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
All these frameworks are good and they serve a purpose, but I think React Native is currently in 2024 just the answer to most like questions for like, should we use technology X? Yeah, it should be React Native, and you should have really good reasons for not using React Native today.
And like one thing that is very distinctive in React Native, and this is because it uses React, is because it's future-proof. It's if you watched the WWDC a few months ago, Apple conference, and they've announced that they will be implementing something AI on your like iPhone controls, and you get that in React Native for free.
Yeah,
you use that controls as well. So like, we have it already. Like when Apple does it, like your apps will have it in React Native. Whereas in Flutter,
Flutter. Yeah.
From React perspective, you can count on that language to stick around because React community is 20 times bigger than React Native. So like React community will be there to support your language, to support your internals, et cetera, et cetera.
Whereas and not just stick around, but get better. That's the thing that blows my mind is that after 10 years, we're still getting major platform upgrades in React. It's like, what other, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've always seen, the big framework comes out, it has a really good run of a couple years, and then it starts tailing off as some like upstart competitor comes in and does that plus a lot more. And React, it just keeps going. It just keeps getting better. And you're like, and I see the same things in the community every time. It's like, oh, what is this hooks thing? This is terrible. And then 2 years later, they're like, I can't live without hooks. Hooks are the best things. How did React exist without hooks? Kind of thing. Started the same thing with RSCs, right? Everybody's like, oh, this looks like PHP in my React. And then, I think as we're seeing, more frameworks bring it in, and we're seeing amazing stuff like the React 2024 talks just got released. You should go watch them. And one of them is on universal React server components, where the guy, Evan's taking, Evan Bacon's taking like RSCs and using those and compiling those on the server, I guess, and then sending them off to the client, and it's doing generative AI UI work. It's like, it's bonkers. And you're like, this is React. We've been doing this for 10, 12 years now, and it's just getting better.
This talk is mind-blowing. This is still experimental. It doesn't exist in real world. It exists in on Evan's computer with experimental version of expos, routing, all of that. But this, like, I hate to call this part React Native because this is universal React. This is React that we talk about, not React Native. It's no longer React Native. Those components work on all of the platforms. And RSCs, on the other hand, are React concept, but mostly talked about in a web context.
Yeah.
I mean. So what Evan did on that talk is to show, okay, so you've been discussing RSCs for the past 2 years now. Let me show you how universal that concept is. Because you've been discussing them in the web context using HTML streaming and like all that parts, like Next.js, remix parts. But
right.
Hear how it can look and how it will look, hopefully, in Expo in pure universal way.
Yeah, two things on this. First, actually, in the next Expo SDK 52, I just heard the other day, Evan implemented some sort of streaming, which is like the precursor to getting React Native server components to work. So it's still experimental, but we're moving towards it.
Right. What's experimental this week is, deployed a month from now.
I mean, I talked to Evan and Charlie at the App.js, and they said, yeah, we're working on something for it because, of course, you need hosting for the server components. Like, there is actually a server involved that can't run in our application with React Native. So I think he said something like end of 2024 or 2025 for that. But that's still pretty soon. And at the same time, he just said, like, the differences between web and native. We haven't really talked about this, but we have the different renderers because on React Native, we render things like a scroll view or a text, whereas on the web, we have like div, h1, h2, p, whatever. And that's also interesting, like with the React Native strict DOM package, these things are also now like coming together. That was announced like a couple of months ago, maybe half a year ago. And it is also one of these mind-blowing things where I actually built a React Native app that it looked mostly like HTML stuff, like it was like html.div, html.h1, but you could inspect that application and it was rendering the native views. Like you could use Xcode and this cool, like, I don't know if you've seen this. This is really impressive stuff. When in Xcode, what is it, like expand or explode view, and it shows you all these native views? You got that from HTML, basically.
Lookup something,
Yeah, and this, I mean, it was super React Native strict DOM is super experimental and super early days, but it is...
And super terrible name, just FYI. I mean, my God.
Yes, but
what the heck?
I actually, I have it on my list of topics to discuss with you guys, the strict DOM. And yes.
Amazing, the terrible name.
But, so what it is, in my opinion, and like maybe in the opinion of people that actually presented at React Conf, this is taking the React and React Native, like taking the React Native and just pushing the boundary more towards the web.
Correct.
Towards like web compatibility.
Yeah.
So that it's easier for everyone to understand. Maybe I don't like it. Like, it looks strange for me because I'm used to having texts and views and all of that in my React Native app. But at the same time, I see a huge value in unification. I see huge value in having both Reacts coming together in React strict DOM.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing it as at the raw level, which isn't very appealing, and I grant you that. But I think most people are going to work like with a Tamagui or, another framework that is universal, and that's going to abstract away all that stuff. And so for them, they're going to be at the framework level, at that GUI level all the time. So they're just going to be working with those, buttons and titles and headings and,
Yeah, on the components level, right? Because this is React. We don't work with P's and A's, we work with links and we work
right. Exactly. Yeah. So you're not going to have to deal with that stuff. You're just seeing right now the kind of raw stuff that like library developers are going to have to deal with. And then, I mean, you're going to be writing code that can run anywhere, and universally, right? And not only that, but like the layout is going to work too. They're they're normalizing layout across these things, and that is just so cool.
I think it's mind blowing. Like just thinking about, like, I write one code and it deploys a nice website and a nice app, but at the same time, I'm also like, I've done a lot of native development, so there are things that just work different on native side.
Yeah.
Like in terms of just thinking about navigation and how some stuff works. So it's really hard to like think about how this could really come together. I don't know. I mean, you can do like Expo Web right now as well, which is funny because like we came to React Native and then we did React Native for the web. That whole thing is kind of, I don't know, crazy, but so you can technically do it, but you're probably, when you do this right now, you're not really getting the best out of web. You're really getting the best out of web if you use like Next.js probably for the next thing, and then for native you use Expo and you combine that in a like a
inline Solid or something.
Like with a repository, you have multiple applications inside. And like
but
works.
If you look at it, the React Native for web was created by Nicholas. Nicholas now works at Meta on React Strict DOM. Like this guy. And I get what you're saying. Like we had React for web, then we had React Native, and then we are using React Native for web to target web. And this is like a lot of workarounds, and it's not really performant and all of that. But then when we're switching to be closer to web, you wouldn't have to use React Strict DOM for web on web because you'd have React DOM on web.
Okay, it is mind-bending. But take a step back for a second and think about how crazy it is to even be in a position where you have to have your mind bent this way. It's like, hey, you got this. Like React is the James Bond car that can like fly, go underwater, go into space.
Yeah.
It's like it's crazy. Like there's no other framework that even gets close to this. They're all like, back in like the world of dealing with, I don't know, state management and how to model services and stuff. And it's like, great, and we're out there like, okay, so what does it feel like to write one line of code that works across 5 different platforms? How do I even test that efficiently? What does the development experience feel like? And those are like these amazing problems that only React has, because and they're not even problems. They're more like just kind of DX issues that, is only enabled by the fact that we have this amazing framework that just is just incredibly advanced.
Yeah. I mean, you said it a couple of minutes ago that React is just like, React has won basically. For a while I was betting on Angular, but that just didn't work out. And then I thought SvelteKit might be the next big thing, so I used it for my main page, and maybe it's not the next big thing, and maybe Solid is also not the next big thing. It's just like all these cool things come up, but React just exists, and as Jack said, it keeps getting better. And the funny thing is, like you said, one step from React Native is React Web, or one step from React Web is React Native. But if you also take a step back, you're also in the JavaScript or TypeScript world. So technically, you're also very close, like one step to a full stack developer. Just do Node.js on the server. It's great. I've done it so many times. So you're like the real full stack developer from web to native to like everywhere. And just because you enter the React universe.
You can go do that. You can do React on the CLI, which I keep, it's just mind blowing. It's like I can go and make, like, I can literally, I've seen games, CLI games like Rogue or whatever, and you're like, that's in React.
Well, don't forget about React Native Vision OS that Oscar from Colstack.
Oh, yeah.
This blew up. At some point, even though I'm not sure how many devices Apple sells, but at some point, that library had 7,000 downloads weekly, which is like more than React Native TV.
Wow. Okay.
Doesn't anymore, but like it's such a compliment to the technology that one-person team, because Oscar created it almost himself, could work for a few months and then enable platform that wasn't even released yet on React Native that everyone just can use from now on. So
We can, by the way, also build Mac apps and Windows apps, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just to complete the picture.
Yeah, I guess at the beginning of this episode, we should have
it's a bit late now.
What React and React Native is and can do, and what it does for you.
It can do all the things. It's universal.
It can do all of the things.
If isn't, I mean, let's be honest. Like, give me a UI where you can't use React. Any kind of UI. Like, I can't think of any.
Yeah, it's not just a really entertaining episode because we'll be just sitting here and like not coming up with anything.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we probably can't build competitive games with React. We should use Unity for stuff like that, or really use Metal and like the native implementation.
Not like you shouldn't, but you can.
I mean, there has been, right? There was a guy who was at React Conf who had built the game. Yeah, he's a guy like 2D side scroll, 2D games nowadays are really in vogue. And I mean, dude, I built freaking Wordle in like 20 minutes with React. I mean, it's easy. Right? Wordle blows up, man. Like everybody plays Wordle.
I want to address something that Simon just said, to like take a step back and like go even higher from React and React Native world to like JavaScript world. Jack, on your podcast that I've listened to like just 2 days ago, you were discussing how React Query rebranded to Tanstack Query because it's not React exclusive library anymore. So
right, yeah.
Things in React can grow, can get famous, can get really good, can be an industry standard for server state, and then grow out of React world and like be in its own category of tooling that React can use, but it can be used by other frameworks as well.
Yeah, crazy, right? And yeah, similar sort of thing in like the CSS world. You get, and that'll be interesting to see. Like, I guess there's React Native Wind now too. I mean, I was thinking about Tailwind and how that's become really universal and so quickly. By the way, oh my god, like how quickly Tailwind has taken off. But
native Wind is impressive, and I think it's another one of these things that will take off over the next years because everyone on the web knows Tailwind these days. So if these people then come to React Native and notice it is easy and notice they can use Tailwind, guess what? More people will use it, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So I want to actually stay in this level for a little bit because I have a good question for both of you. And it's related to what we've been discussing for the past 2 minutes. Coming to React ecosystem from web development, you see a different picture, you make different connections, you are used to different ways of doing things than coming from mobile development, from some other areas, like me, from Android. You come into React Native and you see different perspectives. So what do you think, how that impacts that person, like going forward, growing in the technology? Example. So going from web world using Tailwind, like you said, Simon, that person will look around and like find something that is similar to Tailwind and just start using this on native side. Someone coming from native side, maybe like me, will be surprised that not all of my favorite libraries exist on web. Yeah, and I will try to find some counterparts, some other things to use.
Personally, to me, that's actually the fun part of all this, is actually learning all of those new things and actually trying to get into that kind of, what is the way that React Native folks kind of look at this? And we call it idiomatic coding, right? Or, idiomatic design. Like, you want to follow the idioms of that space. And so I actually find that really cool and fun, because then maybe there's stuff that React Native is doing that I would want to pull back into my devs.
Yeah, and like cross-populate, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think there are probably two types of people. Like, there's the first type, which is like Jack, that's like, oh, cool, let's figure this out, and this, that. And then there's the second type of that, like, why is there no component for this? Why does the default button does not have a styling? Why is there nothing besides 5 core primitives in this? I will go back to whatever framework I used before. So, I mean, React Native can be confusing and challenging when you get started, but you got to bring some like enthusiasm to it. And like, yeah, sometimes you just need to dive into those stack traces, but you also do this on the web sometimes. You just like, there are different types of developers. Let's be honest. There's some like, oh, we got a red message. Let's put it on GitHub, or let's send an email to my favorite creator, who will then put it into Google and reply with them like the first link. There are different kinds of people in this world that will take.
I think that, I mean, just kind of getting way off the sort of central topic here, but like that to me is the big difference between like a junior developer and a senior developer is that your junior developer, like, the moment they get stuck on stuff, they're going to like jump out and try and get some help or something like that. It's like, you really shouldn't do that. You really should spend the time, give yourself 10, 20, 30 minutes to try and puzzle out, like, what does that error message actually mean? You know, like if it says this is null or undefined, like you actually look at the code and actually like, okay, I thought that value wasn't null or undefined. It turns out it is. Like, why is that? As opposed to like immediately taking a big old screenshot of your 55-inch monitor and dropping it on my Discord channel and being like, hey, make this code work for me. Like that's not a way to learn how to be an engineer at the end of the day. And I think that's actually, I wish maybe that folks would start with React Native, because in the React Native world, it is so like it's the expectation that you actually have to go through and try and figure this stuff out for yourself. Like I was actually genuinely irked with myself that I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get the Android version of my app working, and I still can't.
With Expo, like the friction is no longer there for the most part, I would say. When I started with like regular React Native, with just bare bones React Native, yeah, it's intimidating to see different errors coming from different parts of your tool chain, and it can come from Gradle, which is, I don't even know what language Gradle is with Gradle.
It's written in hell. I don't know. It comes from there. I hate Gradle so much. I can't believe we're still using it, to be honest.
Isn't it groovy or something?
Oh, God, I don't even know. Like, maybe it is. But then Groovy is a GAVM language, so it's all the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, debugging has always been the biggest pain point in like the React Native state of whatever surveys. It's always debugging is like the first thing. I mean, yeah, Expo is making it better, but it's still not, like, it's just not comfortable for, if you work with React Native at Expo, as Jack said, it's all cool and like until you leave the nice path. And then you have to look into probably some Swift code. So you might have to set some breakpoints in a pre-build of your Swift code, and that isn't sexy probably. It also, honestly, like getting there and seeing that, oh, there's the problem in Swift, and then like finding a solution somewhere in Stack Overflow or GitHub is really rewarding, and that's really where you learn.
Right? Isn't that the thing? That is like, that's the dopamine rush of engineering, is like hitting that wall and then working your way through it and being like, oh yeah, look at me, I figured it out. Yeah. And that's why I find, like, if you're just jumping on Discord or whatever with your thing, you're not going to get that. I mean, I swear to you, there are some times when I jump into those questions because I'm like, ooh, I can't imagine how you got there. But I'm kind of curious, actually. Like, how did you mess this up so hard? And like, and then I jump into into myself. Like, oh wow, I did. Then I make a video out of it. You're like, as it turns out, you can create a memory leak by doing this incredibly, insanely ridiculous thing. Here's a clue. Don't do that.
Yeah, this is exactly like Jack, you said. This is how you learn. This is how you senior.
Exactly.
Spend time. And you sweat, and then the dopamine that you have after solving this. I remember one thing, and Simon, maybe you had the same experience a few years ago when you had to add empty Swift file into your React Native project in order for some other library to start working on all of a sudden. And
because sure, of course you had to do that.
On top of that empty Swift file, we would all say, don't touch it.
Don't ever delete this file.
I know it's empty.
Don't even ask why it's here.
It's here for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think I haven't been there, but it definitely sounds like a React Native thing.
I need to research this because people will think that I don't know what I'm talking about. But like,
oh no, I'm 1,000% sure that happened. Believe me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
I'm kind of. Can I just jump on one thing though? Like when it comes, was there a pain point for React Native around bit rot? Because what I find is I will make a React Native application 1 week, and then 3 weeks later, I'll RMFR node modules, reinstall, blah 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 blah, and it just boom doesn't work. And you're like, what is going on? I haven't changed a line of code, and yet it just happens.
No, it doesn't just happen. It happens exactly when you press record, when you prepare the script before, and then you do the record as a content creator.
Yes. Oh, you're not wrong. Like this, literally, I had prepped my talk at Chain React, and I had the code working 5 days before, and then I wanted to be able to boot the app the morning. Yeah, they didn't show the app that day. And in the morning, I can't remember what it was, but it blew up, and it was something around like yarn incompatibility or something like that. But it was like, oh my God, how did I can't believe we're still here. Like this has been my experience with Expo and React Native the entire time of these 10 years. This has been like this massive bit rotting.
It's a tool chain issue. The tool chain is so huge that any change in that Xcode is like that. If you update the Xcode, like you have to fix something in React Native or any somewhere there. I have the same. If I create some kind of workshop for someone and this workshop works perfectly fine in January, if I try to deliver that workshop during the summer, I need to update the dependencies. I need to verify that it actually worked because things break and it's mostly Xcode.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's always that's the local culprit.
The solution for this would be to create a container with stable environment and don't touch it. Don't update anything on that container. And that's probably how you can fix that.
Okay.
Yeah. The other day I updated my Node version globally to Node 22, and suddenly nothing worked. And then I reverted it, and still nothing worked. And the thing is, you get, this comes back to poor debugging. The error codes you get, the build just failed. It's not telling you, hey, you have Node 22. Maybe just use an old version of Node. This is just the senior developer stuff that you're learning after a year. Maybe I'm too close to the front of new versions. Let's just go back 4 versions and everything will be fine.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, and that was actually one of the things I ran into with React Native was where I have a feel for web development about, okay, with Next, I see this kind of error, and this basically just means you remove node modules, you remove the next version, you reinstall, you rerun, everything's cool. Occasionally the system just gets into an issue with that. But then, and I just have a gut feel. Oh, I've seen that error before. I know what that means. That's one of the things that I don't have with React Native. I just don't have that kind of gut sense of ooh, that's the blah, 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 blah error. And so, there's a lot of time to get that familiarity.
But it comes with experience.
Sure, absolutely.
React Native works also, if you saw that error 100 times, you know that you don't have maybe provisioning profile in your Xcode.
Exactly.
I know. Yeah. And I know what to do with it. And
you know what a provisioning profile is.
Yeah. You have to open Xcode and just click enable automatic citing or something like that. And new people coming into React Native, they do not know that. They will try to build that project through CLI and they will fail. And so I guess that's and
this is why I don't do React Native content all that much. Because man, if I put up a repo of code, and then I link to it in my YouTube description, and somebody I know I'm gonna get people comments later. This doesn't work because blah 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 blah. And I don't want to go back. I know I had forgotten that code even exists. So
how do you deal?
Good luck with that.
I ignore the comments. No. No, yeah, it just happens. Like it's a problem of tech in general. Like even if you use Angular and then the next Angular version, everything was outdated. It's just the life of a content creator. Probably you can't create evergreen content unless you talk about, I don't know.
I just think that React Native would be particularly bad though. Like there's definitely a problem with regular web, but it's way worse with React Native.
We're still in beta. It's not yet version 1.
The tool chain is much bigger. But on the other hand, I wanted to talk about this, but we are closing on this episode. Just one more topic, guys, and then I promise we will close this. So one more topic. If you are a React developer, you are one step from being able, if you want, to write native Android, native iOS, native macOS, native Windows even. So you have that possibility. You don't have to start a new project, Hello World, exclusively in Objective-C. You can start up your weather application, to-do application, and step by step, learn how to do all of those different technologies. And if you want to put your to-do app on the web and learn how to use CSS with it or any other web-specific concept, you can do that. You don't have to do that. So you have superpower on both the ease of use. You can just stick to JavaScript and don't look anywhere else. But you have also the flexibility to go deeper if you want. Yeah.
I mean, this is probably why React has ultimately won and why it's become such a big universe, because you can use it in so many different ways, and there's space for everyone. Like maybe some people really love to build mobile apps, so cool, they can get into it. Some people might love TV apps or building stuff like that, so there's a place in the whole ecosystem for them. And there's of course the big majority of people doing web development, and welcome, yeah, React on the web is big because every company in the world is using React. So
yeah,
I mean, that's the cool thing. There's a place for everyone in the React ecosystem.
Yeah, I think when I think, we're talking about content creators. When I think about the people who watch my videos, I tend to put my videos. The person I have in mind is either a person in a big company or a solopreneur, right? Somebody who's I got this great idea for service. And yeah, we're going to go out. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do it in my garage, and I'm going to go get my first, VC money because I'm going to have something and React. And that's the way to do it, because as a solopreneur, you can use one framework and you can get, as we said, web and native or web and mobile and desktop and the whole shoot and match. That is possible and very easy to do in React. It is not, and that is not the case. I can't think what any other framework that even gets anywhere close to that.
And on that positive note, unfortunately, we have to end. I had such a blast talking with you guys today. I think I'm going to invite you more.
Please. Happy to be there.
Much. So this has been the first episode of the renamed React Native Show podcast, that is React Universe on Air. I'm Łukasz Chrudziński, with me Jack Harrington and Simon Green. Thank you guys so much. We've been talking today about the React and React Native ecosystem or ecosystems, how they grew, how they are similar, how they are different, what are the different opinions and weird quirks around the debugging, for example. If you like the episode, please subscribe. Leave us a note what we should be doing better, what should we stop doing, and if you want Jack and Simon to come by more often. Thank you so much, guys.
React Universe, let's go.
It was a pleasure. Yes.
Welcome back, everybody. Who's the one enthusiastic person? Show yourself. Yes, and that's because I used to work with her. So it's biased. Cool. Still trickling in, so we'll give it a few minutes. All right, show of hands. We're going to do a lunch quiz because it's always fun to see what people actually like. Who got ice cream here? And who got the call stack berry flavor? Mango passion fruit? Cream? There was a cream flavor. Did anyone try that out? Can someone just shout, like, is that the same as vanilla or is it something totally different? Totally different. Okay, cool. Interesting. Well, looks like we missed out. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah, it looks like we missed out on the cream. All right, who had salmon for lunch? Okay. Pork was the other option? It's the same hands. Like, you guys just had everything. You better not fall asleep. I'm telling you. Cool, so we're letting some people trickle in, come through, and then we'll continue on with the rest of the day. In case it's not clear, the front seat, like, we don't bite if you come to the front seat, I swear. So anyone who's coming in, like, I don't really want people sitting on the stairs because it looks uncomfortable as hell. So if you can come further front, I will promise a prize that I can't actually give you. Come along. Grab your seats. Bart, come up, come up, come up. I need you in the front seat, come on. All right, so show of hands, who's ready to sleep now? Honestly, you're going to miss a pretty good talk if you end up sleeping. Really would not recommend it. All right, so we'll get started soon. Just to do a little recap about what we saw right before lunch, and I've been told to clarify something by a few people as well. So we looked at some of the out-of-tree platforms. You guys all saw Oscar's Vision OS prototype, the project that he's working on. Show of hands, who actually starred the GitHub repo as a result of us forcing you to? All right, so that tells me there's an opportunity for more forcing of starring this repo. Who still hasn't starred the repo? Come on, you can do better. Come on, get your phones out. Get your phones out and star Oscar's repo. And then we saw the Microsoft folks. They looked at some of the out-of-tree platforms as well with Windows and Mac OS, and you start to see the synergies, right? You see that they're both working together. And then Mike talked us through the Klarna app and how they went onto a new architecture. I want to clarify, because this actually came up, the new architecture has nothing to do there with the React Native new architecture. In case anyone was confused, it is their internal new code architecture, nothing to do with React Native new architecture. So if you freaked out thinking it was going to take you 6 months, that is not the case. You will migrate much quicker to the React Native new architecture. So just thought it was a point of clarification worth making. All right, cool. I think we're all ready to get moving and continue on with some of the talks that we have. So the next talk is actually quite a cool project that we've all been kind of following on and off. And so the speaker is someone that is very well known within the React Native ecosystem. Some have called him the Iron Man of the React Native ecosystem. And this guy is like a complete workhorse. Like, he can just go through project after project after project, and he's a native wizard, which means he can really like get the best performance optimizations. And he's good at naming stuff as well. So you might have heard of, has anyone heard of Nitro modules yet? I'm presuming a lot of people have. Yes. Brilliant mind to think of Nitro gen as the generating CLI. I love that. I love that so much. But a lot of different projects he's worked on. And for me, this is also quite special because this speaker did his first in-person talk after COVID at the meetup that I run, which is the React Native London meetup. So it was an absolute pleasure to have him. And obviously, he's a frequent face at a lot of these conferences. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome onto the stage Mark Rusevi. Give him a big round of applause.
Hey everyone. Thank you, Mo, for the introduction. I'm so excited to be here again. I was here 2 years ago, actually, on the fully remote event. So I'm really excited to see all the familiar faces again. The people you normally only see as profile pictures. So let's give a round of applause to the CallStack team for organizing all of this. Okay, so maybe a little bit about me. I'm Mark Rusevi. I built a few open source repos. I built Vision Camera, I built React Native MMKV, a bunch of other repos you might have seen before. And I'm running this development agency called Margilo. We focus on performance and all these other kinds of niche things like 3D and graphics. And today I'm going to combine a few of those topics because we're going to draw onto the camera. Why do we want to draw onto the camera? What can we draw? What's the use cases, right? Why draw? So there's many reasons. Maybe we want to draw some, real-time. Can you see that? Yeah, some real-time, overlays. Maybe you want to show where a banana is on screen. Maybe you don't see it yourself. Maybe you want to draw some effects. In this case, a blur effect or a color filter. This one doesn't look as beautiful, but it works. Or some real-time face blurring in this case, like Snapchat or Instagram, to display something over the face. Or one example I'm really excited to show is something we built for a client at Margilo, where we use foreground segmentation. We remove the background, we dim the background here, and we create an animated GIF sticker of the hand or of the foreground that's showing in the video, all with real-time feedback, and then the captured video will only contain the foreground. Okay, so traditionally you would build two native apps because there's just no other way to do it in JavaScript, or at least in React Native. So you would build one iOS app, one Android app, and it's hard to do that. A very simplified approach. You create an AV capture session on iOS. You create your outputs. You set up a metal rendering device queue. You set up the shaders. You render everything, and then you submit it to the GPU. You display it on the screen. You do a swap and everything. But then you still don't have stuff like buffer compression, pixel format optimization, all those kinds of things that you need to spend some time on to actually optimize the usage of the camera. And it's a lot. It's a lot of code. You need to write a lot. And the worst part is, it is a lot. And the worst part is you need to do the same thing for Android again. So you need to create a Java implementation. You need to use OpenGL, which sucks, and do the whole thing over, which is stupid, right? I mean, it's not stupid, but it can be better. So that's where React Native comes into play, and I'm sure we all use React Native because of this reason. We can write the code once. So in this case, we learn once, write anywhere. In the case of Vision Camera, we write it once and deploy it to iOS and Android. The key missing piece here is we need to do this fast. So performance is the primary concern here, because we're dealing with camera stuff, and camera stuff needs to be fast. I'm going to explain that in a second, why. But just real quick, Vision Camera. Who here has actually heard about Vision Camera before? Okay, then quite a lot. Who here has actually used Vision Camera? Okay, still quite a lot. Well, okay, I guess then I can finish the talk. Thank you, everyone. No, of course not. So, Vision Camera is a React Native library to use the camera, to put it quite simply. and all of the complex concepts are abstracted away. So you have photo capture, video capture, snapshot capture, a QR code scanner. Then you have performance-specific concepts like buffer compression, pixel format selection, all those kinds of things that are very easy to use, I would say, and they're abstracted away. There's a lot of code on the native side. For example, this here is the start recording function. Just to give an idea of how it works, on the left side, it's the iOS implementation of just the start recording function, and on the right side is how you would use it in Vision Camera in JavaScript. And this is the code base. So Vision Camera has a lot of Kotlin and Swift and C++ and Objective-C++ files. And on the right side, you just see a simple example app which uses pretty much all of the features of Vision Camera, including code scanner, frame processors, photo, video, snapshot capture, device selection, FPS selection, HDR, all of those things. So it's not just less code, it's also easier to use. Today, we're focusing on frame processors. I did a talk on frame processors before, but a few things have changed since then. Frame processors have matured, and there's a new feature. So a frame processor is a function, to put it quite simply, a function that gets called on every camera frame. So it is kind of like an event. On every frame the camera sees, you get a callback. They are powered by worklets for the simple reason that a camera is running on a separate thread. We're not running on a normal UI thread or JavaScript thread. We are running on a separate thread, and we need to run something asynchronously, and our frame processing code needs to happen in parallel. We don't want to block user interaction. So yeah, they are running synchronously on a separate thread and fast. But they're still just callbacks. This is what a frame processor looks like. It is a function. You can do whatever you want in there, and then you receive a new frame on every camera frame. I'm going to explain the frame concept in a second, but you can just put any JavaScript code in there. It's inspired by Reanimated 2 with the worklets concept, so great idea here from the software mention team. And then you just, in this case, I just log the frames width and frames height. So yeah, and the rest is magic. So Vision Camera worries about setting up the whole device queue and rendering pipeline to make sure you don't need to do that. Yeah, this is what it looks like. So what's the frame? The frame is a native object. It is in C++ or in Java and Swift to be specific, but it is a native buffer which needs to be exposed to JavaScript somehow. It is on a 4K RGB frame. We have a 33 megabyte buffer. After just 1 second, if we stream at 60 FPS, we have 2 gigabytes of data flowing through our JavaScript function. A camera on an iPhone, on a modern iPhone, can run at 240 FPS, so that's, I think, 8 gigabytes per second. So you just need, I think, 2 minutes for a full terabyte of data flowing through your JavaScript function, which is backed by a GPU buffer, so it's GPU memory, but still a lot of data. So Vision Camera had to, so I had to send the frame to JavaScript, from native to JavaScript, fast. We can't just serialize it or convert it to a base 64 buffer. We needed a way to expose the C++ object directly by reference without doing a copy. So I know Svetan is sitting somewhere in the crowd, so please, now is the moment where you close your ears. The frame is a C++ host object. It is not yet a native state. With Nitro modules, this is going to change. This will be a native state then. But for now, it is a host object, which is still very fast. Who here knows what JSI is? I think everybody does, right? OK, a few people don't know it. So JSI is a layer between C++ and JavaScript. You can write some C++ code and call it from JavaScript, and you can write some JavaScript code and call it from C++. Pretty simple. And then there's the concept of JSI host objects, which are C++ objects. They're kind of like a proxy, like a JavaScript proxy, but they're implemented in C++. So you can actually call, or you can actually have an instance, a native instance, a C++ instance, be exposed to JavaScript. I'm not going too much into detail here because this is a like there's a lot of talks that talk about JSI. But yeah, just for a basic understanding. So for example, the frame in a frame processor exposes a few properties. We can see bytes per row, height is mirrored, all those kinds of properties, orientation, and the method to array buffer, so we can actually get an array buffer from the frame. This is all fully implemented in C++. So there's no JavaScript layer in the frame. The frame is a C++ instance. OK, so we have a basic understanding of how it works and what a frame processor is. How do we do the actual frame processing now? Vision Camera chooses a hybrid approach. So your app's business logic is in JavaScript. This includes camera setup code. So that's deciding, front camera, back camera, FPS, blah, blah, blah. The actual high-performance processing part is in native code. So that's, GPU-powered native stuff. We have a lot of flexibility because we can write JavaScript, and we're still very fast where it matters, which is in a native processing code. So what exactly is the native processing code? First of all, Vision Camera's core code base is fully native, obviously. So that's in the NPM package that you install. And then every frame processor plugin can be in native code. So that's either in your app's code base, like how a native module can be in your code base, or as a separate NPM package, already pre-published by someone else. Right, so this frame processor plugin I just mentioned is a simple native function that performs some sort of processing on a frame. So you receive a frame, you do some processing, you return data. It's very often just a simple Swift or Kotlin file, which just, it's very simple and short in the implementation. And most of the time it's just a wrapper for existing libraries like MLKit for face detection, object detection, or Apple Vision, or TF Lite, all those kinds of processing libraries that we all know and love. Here's an example. This is a Swift frame processor plugin. I would say it's quite simple. You have an initializer, you have a callback function, receive a frame, run the face detector, and then return data to JavaScript. They are fast because native languages are just faster than JavaScript, which might change with static Hermes. So I'm excited to use static Hermes in frame processor plugins as well. But yeah, you can use the GPU. You can benefit of all other kinds of, like lower allocation overhead, all other kinds of primitives in native languages to make sure the actual processing code is fast. So what's in JS now? Now that we know the processing code is in native, what is in JS? Well, firstly, your app's business logic is always in JS. You set up the camera, you decide what to do, or which FPS to choose, which resolution. Do we want 720p, 4K? We configure all of the plugins. So we maybe initialize the plugin. There was an init method before. And then we decide what to do with the result. So here's an example. We initialize a face detector plugin with the fast model, and we can use a state value to just switch to the accurate model whenever we want. Then we run it, and then we loop through each face and just log it to the console. Logging to the console won't really help the user a lot, so we need to, now we get to the interesting part, how can we actually draw? So do we set a state? Do we use a set state value? We can set a state, update the UI, and a view will, for example, for a bounding box in this case, will follow the face, for example, of the user. Probably not a good option. It's, first of all, a separate thread. It's probably going to lag behind. Are we going to use a reanimated shared value? That's better because it's faster, but it's still, from the principle, not going to work because it's not the same thread. It's happening on a different thread. Reanimated runs on a UI thread. Our camera is on a camera thread, so it is going to lag behind by design. Yeah, drawing is not synchronous in these cases. We are on a separate thread. We're going to lag behind. It was limited to views, so we couldn't really do any shaders or effects to resample the input image. And we're drawing above the camera view itself. So we're not drawing into the camera stream. We're putting views above the camera view. So this is what that looks like. Just took the picture in the hotel. We aren't, in the view case, we have a view on top of the camera view. It's not going to be part of the video recording. It's not in the camera stream. It is just a separate view. In this case, on the right side, we can see that I'm actually putting it into the camera stream. So how can we now draw freely? What's the solution? This is where Skia comes into play. Skia is a high-performance 2D graphics library. It's developed by Google, and the focus is on drawing and not rendering. So that's the key difference here. We can actually draw something. We don't need to render something. Where rendering is more focused on views, on UI stuff, and drawing is more like you give a child a crayon and he draws something. React Native Skia brings Skia to React Native. It's developed by Shopify, by the two amazing developers, Christian Falch and William Candion. And this is also the exciting part. This is how Skia looks like. So we create, for example, a rectangle, give its coordinates, set its color to red, boom, render it, or draw it. So this is the exciting part now. We can combine Vision Camera and Skia to use Skia for drawing in Vision Camera. That's a new Vision Camera v4 feature I introduced in, I don't know, maybe April. It's called Use Skia Frame Processor, and the difference is that it allows you to actually draw back to the frame, whereas a normal frame processor is just read-only under quotes. A Use Skia Frame Processor has two threads to manage. It's the camera thread, which is running at a different frequency, I would say, than the UI thread, because we might have, your camera can run at 30 FPS, 60 FPS, maybe even 240 FPS. There's a golf app which uses Vision Camera to analyze your golf swings in slow motion, so 240 FPS. Whereas your UI thread is running at a different frequency. So we only need to take the last result from the rendering and put it on the UI thread, whereas the rendering thread needs to happen more frequently. So again, a very important performance constraint. Here's a real-world example from an unknown person who has their face blurred, and we're going to build this in under 1 minute. I'm not going to do it live, so I just want to walk around here freely, but I'm going to show you how to do this. So there's 3 main steps to this. First, we need to do all of the initialization. We need to set up everything. We need to set up the camera, the face detector plugin, the Skia shaders or filters which we're going to use. Then we're doing the actual live detection. We're going to detect each face in a camera frame. And then we decide what to do with the results. In this case, we want to loop over the faces and draw a blur filter over each face. So that's the face detector plugin. We set it up, performance mode fast. It's a plugin on NPM. You don't need to do any native code. Just download the plugin. It's by a guy called Louis. He built this plugin, amazing plugin, and it just works with Vision Camera. Then you do the same thing for the Skia filter. You set it up. In this case, we use a blur radius of 25. It's just JavaScript code again. Blur filter, set it up, create a Skia paint. So here comes the real-time processing part. We use a Skia frame processor. We render the frame once, so we need to actually explicitly call render. So the frame is now on screen, right? We think of this like incrementally constructing the resulting image. So we have to frame once. Now there's still, the face is still on there of the unknown person. We detect all of the faces in the frame. This is the part that calls into the native plugin, into the Swift or Kotlin plugin. I think the library uses MLKit, so it's pretty fast. Then we iterate over each face. In this case, we probably only had one face on the screen. We construct a Skia path. We create a rectangle of the bounding box around the face. Then we create a clip path. So we say, OK, only render this section within this oval, this rectangle. And then we render the frame again with the blur filter paint. So normally it would just render the whole thing blurred, but we only have the clip path of the face, and we only render that on top of the normal frame. And yeah, and that's really fast, and it works And then the final result is, just a app with 40 lines of code. It's very flexible. We can tweak it on the fly. We can just change the blur radius from 25 to 30 if it's not enough. Hit Command S, it saves, reloads, and boom. So that's something that's just, in terms of flexibility and development speed, unmatched so far. There's no other toolkit to build stuff like this so fast. All other changes, as I said before, the traditional approaches require you to do all of this natively, rebuild your app and everything. In this case, we can do everything with JavaScript. It's also fast. 10 milliseconds total execution time, including the face detection, the GSI part, and the drawing part. So it could run at 100 FPS on this specific phone, which is, I think, an iPhone 11. And the best part is it also runs on Android. Yeah, that's the cool part. We don't need to write Java or Kotlin. So yeah, it runs on Android. But I want to emphasize real quick, Vision Camera is still a camera library. It's not just about drawing blur filters. It's still a camera library. It's like a Swiss Army knife almost. You can still use custom device selection, ultra-wide-angle cameras, photo capture, 10-bit video HDR. That's also something pretty cool. And then I built an app called Shadowlens. Maybe you want to check this out. It's built with React Native, uses Vision Camera. A good demo app for showcasing the camera features of Vision Camera, I would say. The future of Vision Camera, so it's out there. Vision Camera is out there. It's released on NPM. It has 6 million downloads on NPM. It has 7,000 stars on GitHub, and it is used in many production apps today. Many of our clients use Vision Camera today, and it's working out great for them, apparently, because they didn't fire us yet. You can try Vision Camera today. It's all on GitHub. Vision Camera is on GitHub. React Native Ski is on GitHub. And the Face Blur demo app is on GitHub as well. If you want to check that out, run it on your phone, test it on your phone, blur your faces for whatever reason. And yeah. So if you have any questions about Vision Camera, want to talk to me about Vision Camera or Nitro modules or anything else, I look like this. You can find me here or follow me on Twitter or my agency on Twitter and just reach out to me. And yeah, thank you, everyone.
Awesome work, Mark. Keep your round of applause going because, well, honestly, I don't know if it's the lunch. There was a lot of food, and you folks are out of energy, it seems. Give him a massive round of applause for all of this guy is achieving for the community. Come on. So, you guys know that I will make you stand up, stretch, exercise, do all of that. I've done it once. Don't make me do it again. It's not going to be a fun time for any of us. Cool. That was really a glimpse into what you can achieve with React Native. And these are the type of experiences when you go and talk to someone about React Native for the first time. These are the type of experiences that someone who's not informed about the scene might be like, oh, but like, can it do this specific thing that you can only do in native? And the answer is very much astoundingly and resoundingly yes. And I think Vision Camera is a library that is very much a testament to that fact. And it's due to all of the hard work that Mark and his team have put in. And that's all really important to see in this ecosystem as it grows. You can do things that you couldn't even do a few months ago so easily now because of the existence of things like Vision Camera. We have more and more talks lined up for you in this series of sessions, and they're all very exciting and going in depth, and it's going to be an absolute fun time. But please don't make me get you up and exercise again, because then that's going to delay everything. Cool. So, all of that weird nonsense that I say out of the way, we have a talk, as mentioned earlier this morning by Nico and Ricardo. We have a talk that's talking and looking at the new architecture, and more specifically, how you can start to adopt the new architecture. Because the new architecture, as we saw this morning, is going to be default as of the next version of React Native. So what we need to do is we need to understand as app developers how we can adopt it and be on the latest architecture so that we know and have the right data to make sure that it's stable for all of us and we can grow and expand as an ecosystem and as a community. And for exploring that concept and trying to understand it a bit more, we've got a great talk by Arushi Kesarwani to go over the new architecture and how we can start to adopt it in our own applications. So, a massive round of applause. Put your hands together for Arushi Kesarwani.
Hello, everyone. I'm Arushi, and this is my first time at React Universe. And like, wow, what energy. Thanks to CallStack for making it all happen. So, yeah, so earlier in the day, we heard my colleague Alex Hunt talk about the new React Native debugger, which is pretty exciting. And at the keynote, my colleagues Nicola and Ricardo announced the new architecture by default coming in React Native 076. So I'm here to tell you about how to get that React Native new architecture to you. But before we get started, a little bit about me. I'm Arushi Kesavani. I'm from Seattle, and I'm a software engineer in the React team at Meta, where I work on enabling the new architecture both for open source as well as the internal apps at Meta. Today, I want to walk you through the journey of bringing the React Native new architecture, the latest and the greatest, to you. A journey of migrating to the new architecture. We have had a lot of foundational pieces to stabilize and playbooks to help prepare your apps and libraries to the new architecture. We'll be covering the major milestones that we have achieved, and alongside, I want to talk about all the capabilities that you can expect today with the new architecture. I'll show you how migrating to the new architecture is now simpler, faster, and better. But before that, I want to remind you about what is new architecture. So for those of you who don't know, new architecture is essentially a significant rewrite of the React Native internals with a new renderer and a new native module system to make it synchronous so that we can use the concurrent feature in React Native. The term new architecture refers to both the new framework architecture as well as the work it takes to bring it to open source, to you. And today, we are going to expand more on the latter part. But how new is it actually? You know, fun fact, it was here at React Native EU back in 2018 when my colleague David introduced the new architecture for the first time. And for all these 6 years, the React team at Meta has been making continued improvements over every release, from the runtime capabilities to the interop layers. And finally, it's ready for the open source, which is why at React Conf earlier this year in May, we announced the React Native new architecture in beta. But the new architecture isn't just a rewrite, of course. It enables much more capabilities that you can use directly in your application. To know what the new architecture brings to the table, I highly recommend having a look at the React Conf Day 2 keynote by my colleagues Nicola and Ricardo and Katie Kremen from Expo. And let's quickly recap some of those new capabilities. Of course, the biggest advantage of the new architecture is the JSI, the JavaScript interface instead of the bridge. Now, this lifts up the constraints of the legacy architecture and allows for our React Native applications to be synchronous, allows for data sharing much faster and efficient, since there's essentially no queuing without the bridge. With the new architecture, we also have the synchronous access to the layout information, for which I want to quickly spin up an example that Ricardo showed at the React Conf keynote about use layout effect, where we don't need multiple renders in the new architecture, since we now have all the anchor information available to us in the first rendering. So we can render both the views, the tooltip as well as the red box, in the first, at the same time, actually. Now, the new architecture also supports concurrent rendering and features that have shipped in React 18 and beyond. You can now use features like suspense for data fetching, transitions, and other new React APIs in your React Native code itself. The concurrent renderer also brings some of the out-of-the-box improvements like automatic batching, which reduces the re-renders in the React. For instance, in this example, the slider actually specifies how many tiles you want to render. Now, dragging that slider from 0 to 1,000, you can see will fire off a quick succession of state updates and re-renders. Now, in comparing the renderers of the same code, you can visually notice that the renderer with the new architecture provides a smoother UI with less intermediate UI updates. Now, the state updates from the native event handlers, like this native slider component, are now batched, which is the advantage that you get with the new architecture. Now that we have looked at the new architecture capabilities, let's also talk about what it takes to roll out these capabilities, the new architecture, to everyone across the ecosystem. But it's hard to change the engine while flying the plane, right? Especially if your plane is the React Native ecosystem with thousands of libraries and millions of developers out there. Rolling out the new architecture is like upgrading that engine mid-flight. And this is what we have been focusing on over the past few years. So let's review the timeline for the last few years, what it has been for us. So much has changed for the new architecture from 0.68 till today, especially with the recent releases, making it easy to adopt the new architecture. So I want to take you on the journey from introducing the new architecture to enabling the new architecture for everyone. We started small from internal in 2018 to first opening the usage of the new architecture in React Native 0.68 a couple of years ago. And at that time, it was in an experimental phase and behind an opt-in flag. Now, once folks started trying it out, we got the feedback, that migrating to the new architecture is whether you are like developing a library or an app developer, it takes a lot of time and effort and a lot of code changes. So we gradually introduced improvements to the new architecture so as to make it easier for you to adopt, like a C++ less template, or by adding the interop layers that let you actually use some of the APIs that you were using in the legacy architecture in the new one. In 0.78, we laid out the foundation of these interop layers and started building it out for the legacy components. Similarly, in 0.73, we introduced Bridgeless to get the runtime up and ready and built on top of those existing interop layers for the native modules and the native view configs. Now, as you can see, over time, we have been building the various pieces of the new architecture. In 0.68, we got the renderer. In 73, we got the runtime ready. But the ecosystem was not yet ready. And as you saw in today's keynote by Nicola and Ricardo, that 2024 for us was all about getting that ecosystem up and ready. So now that the interop layers had matured enough, in 0.74, we made this new render interop layer automatic and added backwards compatibility by bringing back some of those APIs that you were using in the legacy architecture to the new architecture so that you can start adopting the new architecture, which allowed us to confidently make Bridgeless the default. In 0.75, we focused on the new architecture stabilization, migrated those libraries to the new architecture and the ecosystem to par with the new architecture. And yes, in 0.76, as you saw in today's keynote, new architecture will be the default now that the ecosystem is ready. Let's take a closer look at these interop layers and understand their role in getting us over here. So, in our React Native apps, we have these existing legacy native components, native modules that need to be compatible with the new architecture. So, how do we achieve this? The interop layers actually make it possible to use the existing native modules, components, and view configs written for the legacy architecture with the new architecture. And it's important to note that these are completely transparent to the developers. They have been a strategy for migration and bridge the gap between the legacy architecture and the new one. Now, these interop layers, they work on all parts of new architecture, whether it's the native module layer, native components layer, or also on the app integration layer. The new rendered interop layer is effectively a wrapper, just like a platform layer, that allows you to register those legacy components into the new renderer. And it maps the legacy function invocation to the equivalent in the new renderer. Similarly, the native modules interop layer, most legacy modules registered with React Native will be supported by the new native module system. We introduced this new rendered interop layers in 0.72, and similarly, we introduced these native module interop layers and the native view config interop layers in 0.73. And then in 0.74, we made this new rendered interop layer automatic. Aside from these interop layers, backporting those APIs that were working in the old architecture to the new architecture was solely possible through backwards compatibility, which we have emphasized over the recent release of 0.74 to minimize the breaking changes. Now, bringing back some of the APIs that you were using earlier to the new architecture so that it's easier for you to start adopting the new architecture. Now, one example I want to show for this backported API is getCatalyst instance. Catalyst instance is a higher level API on top of the asynchronous JSC bridge that provides an environment for you to allow the invocation of JavaScript methods. Now, since the new architecture is bridgeless and there's no bridge or Catalyst instance anymore, now to maintain backwards compatibility, we have backported this getCatalyst instance to return a proxy bridgeless Catalyst instance. Now, this proxy also supports methods like getShares, call invoker holder, runtime executor, and so that it ensures that the existing functionality can still work smoothly without requiring any more breaking changes. But the true power of React Native lies in its community, the community that you guys have built over all of these years. So now that we talked about the interop layers and backwards compatibility, how can you take advantage of this? As Keith from Expo rightly said at the Chain React panel session, it takes an entire village to build React Native. Thanks for all of your contributions, like reporting all those issues, fixing libraries. We are today able to get React Native new architecture in this state. And that gets me to the coolest part about the React Native ecosystem, the libraries. The libraries built by our community members and our partners. Now, these third-party libraries, let me just tell you, they're really awesome and absolutely loved by the community. They're the building blocks of our ecosystem. They not only enrich the React Native applications and are heavily used, but they're also a testament, of what you can build today with React Native. And they're the foundation of the open source ecosystem. And our ecosystem includes thousands of libraries like this, which is why migrating each of them to the new architecture at this scale was challenging. And that's why I want to deep dive a little bit into how we made these libraries new architecture compatible. Now, to make the transition to new architecture smoother, we talked about how we enhanced the interop layers to cover bridgeless. But we also worked with several partners like Expo, CallStack, Software Mansion, and other independent library maintainers to make sure that these libraries, they'll work with bridgeless from day one. And thanks to Expo for driving all of this effort. Now, libraries, these third-party libraries, have a different way of being compatible with the new architecture. So some of those libraries, they just worked out of the box. They're mostly pure JS libraries that are simple to adopt to the new architecture. whereas the other libraries, they have been fully updated to support the new architecture, thereby achieving migrated compatibility. And then there are these some other libraries that can achieve this via the interop layers. Let me give you some examples of them. So these libraries, React Native Keychain, Vector Icons, Get Random Values, these are the examples of immediately compatible libraries with the new architecture. Similarly, the vast majority of the Expo modules just worked out of the box once we added support for them in the Expo modules core. Now, kudos to Expo for their work on SDK and making sure that all these Expo modules work with the new architecture. Yeah. So these are the examples of the libraries that have been migrated to the new architecture. And we are really grateful to the early adopters who actually migrated their libraries. They not only helped us identify issues with the new architecture, but they also fixed some of those in the process. For example, these libraries by Software Mansion, React Native Reanimated, Screens, Gesture Handler. I want to shout out to Software Mansion who helped contributing to the core, ironing out more than 20 bugs and edge cases to make sure that new architecture works smoothly for everyone, for you guys. And with support from Expo, we have also updated our guides on migrating a library to the new architecture. So I highly recommend go check that out. And then we had these special libraries that worked with the interop. Now, since migrating was challenging for us, we are committed to making it easier for you, which means there's like a lot of hidden things you need not know via the interop, which is essentially our migration strategy for the new architecture. These are libraries like React Native Maps, React Native Device Info, and React Native ViewShot. Now let's take a closer look at one of those, React Native ViewShot. So React Native ViewShot is a pretty cool library that actually lets you take a snapshot of a React Native view at any given point of time and save it as an image. Now, while migrating React Native ViewShot to the new renderer, we were getting multiple reports of like, yeah, the React tag is not working with the new architecture, or how the view was not getting rendered. Now, thanks to the community for all these reports and identifying those issues, we were able to get this working while we migrated it to use the interop layers. Now, in the process, we also improved the interop layers in the core by fixing, for example, in Android, we fixed the interop UI block listener, and in iOS, we fixed the add UI block dictionary, which led us to eventually add up the support for new architecture in the library. Shout out to the maintainer of React Native ViewShot, Ketan Renendu, for all the reviews and testing on this. Now, this also led us to backport some of the APIs that we built, like UI Manager, and build the support for the migrating the UI Manager module to an equivalent in the new architecture, thereby achieving backwards compatibility, as we have now been more and more mindful of the breaking changes. Now, this example of React Native ViewShot shows us how, starting from a library, we can really improve the React Native core for everyone and make sure that more and more libraries just work out of the box now. Now, with this, we have got majority of the libraries new architecture compatible. Together with Expo, we worked with various partners like Software Mansion, CallStack to test out their libraries and further improve the core. And with help from the community, we have done the migration. So you don't have to do that. And today, in the ecosystem, we have more than thousands of libraries. And some of them are sadly unmaintained, which is why, together with folks at Expo, to help you understand which of these libraries are compatible with the new architecture, We reworked the React Native directory website on adding the new architecture label, as well as a way to filter them so that it's immediately clear for you if a library already supports the new architecture or not. And with that, I'm proud to announce that we have got more than 835 libraries and still counting new architecture enabled. But the new architecture isn't just about library migration, right? As Nicola mentioned earlier today in the keynote, another reason why you should really start adopting the new architecture is because the new features that partners and us are working might be only new architecture. And you'd miss out on those if you're not on the new architecture. That's the whole reason we are so pushing on the new architecture now. One such pretty cool new architecture-only feature is the percentage support that my colleagues Olga and Naman introduced at their React Conf talk, the next decade of React Native. With the 0.75 release, one highly requested feature for yoga was the percentage support at various places, in addition to the points, like gap, column gap, row gap. They now support string as with a percentage value, including the border radius. Similarly, the transform prop, that can also now accept string as values for the translate transformations. And again, these are only available to you in the new architecture. Similarly, in 74, we added support for the position static, which allows you to absolutely position an element, not just with respect to the direct parent. For example, you can notice how this green view declares the left and the top, and it is positioned relative to the blue view, and not just to its relative to its parent. So now these new architecture exclusive features, they're not only limited to us or to React Native, they also extend to popular libraries like Reanimated. Now, as many of you know, React Native Reanimated is a powerful animation library built by Software Mansion. With Reanimated, you can easily create those smooth animations and interactions that run on the UI thread. And the latest Reanimated is exclusively compatible with the new architecture. So, to conclude, I hope I have shown you today, by leveraging those interop layers and the ecosystem around you, migrating your apps and libraries to the new architecture is indeed simpler, faster, and better. And the new architecture also unlocks exclusive features, so if you're eager to leverage them, consider making the switch now. The new architecture is here and the default with React Native 0.76, which is coming in few weeks. And with all of these improvements that we talked about today, I'm really excited where React Native is today with the new architecture. I feel like it's never been a better time to be a React Native developer. And we can't wait to bring those new capabilities on top of the new architecture. So I encourage you to enable the new architecture now. We also invite you to take part in the new architecture survey. The survey is key for us to collect feedback on the next steps for the new architecture rollout, since the future for React Native is the new architecture. It's been an honor to walk you through this journey of new architecture. And my name is Arushi Kesarwani. You can reach me out on GitHub or Twitter. And I'll still be around to answer your questions if you have any. And thank you so much for listening to me patiently, and thank you so much for having me.
Give it up for Arushi. Thank you so much for that talk, Arushi. Honestly, one of the best and most in-depth histories and deep dives into the new architecture, and it's a lot of ground to cover. It feels almost surreal to me personally that since React Native EU in 2018, we've been talking about the new architecture. We've been looking at the steps that have been necessary to take to adopt the new architecture, and it's at the horizon. It's almost here. And the future is so incredibly bright. Now, a show of hands, how many people in this room are library maintainers? Cool. How many of you have had to adopt and support the new architecture now? Cool. So for those folks, can you please stand up for a second? All of the folks who've had to adopt the new architecture as a library maintainer, can you all stand up for just 1 second? Give them a massive round of applause. You can see how much effort they've put into this. It is absolutely incredible work that's taken many years with many gray hairs that have resulted as a result of this whole migration. And they've put a lot of hard work into it. So big shout out to you folks. I saw you there, Tomak, and of course, Evan Bacon, the man himself. So clearly, there's a lot of work that's been put into this, and it is very much appreciated by the community. And now, going on the other side, show of hands, who's adopted the new architecture within their applications now? Great. You can see it's going to start getting there, and I think once we've got it as a default, hopefully we'll see more and more adoption. Now, the next talk that's coming up, I'm very excited about. I did a talk a few months ago myself about server-driven UI, server-driven rendering, all of these topics. It's a hot topic, right? We've seen all of the different conversations that have been taking place. Almost every single conference these days, we see something about rendering things on the server in some capacity, whether that's on the React side, definitely, but also on the React Native side more and more. And so we've got two incredible speakers doing a joint talk. Firstly, Eric Vicente, he has been a part of this community for a long time. One of those people that's been just working away. Back in the day, he was in the React Native core team, and now he's been playing around and toying around with a lot of different open source projects, which is really, really quite cool. And of course, to accompany him, we have my bearded brother, the person who I'm cosplaying as today, the man, the myth, the legend, the former and now current CTO of CallStack himself, Mr. Mike Grabowski. Give it up for both Eric Vicente and Mike Grabowski.
Hey, thank you, man.
Thank you, Mo.
Hello, React Universe Conf.
Yeah, hello.
Wow, we are so excited to be here.
Honestly, I don't know if I can handle the pressure after his Mo intro, but let's see. All right.
Yeah, I've been here for a couple of years, but this is the biggest and best that I've ever seen this conference.
Like honestly, I never felt like this venue would be so packed. This is crazy.
This is incredible. And today we are here to talk about how you can server render without rendering on the server.
And I guess it doesn't make any sense, but let's introduce ourselves anyway.
So this is Mike Grabowski. As you already heard, he is the founder and CTO of CallStack. You know, not only are they hosting this conference, but they also hosted React Conf earlier this year. And he was contributing to React Native way back in 2016. He helped with the release process a lot, and you also added a bunch of cool features to the CLI.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Sorry, I was afraid I'm going to click the next slide. So we met with Merrick, I think, back in 2015, and actually I just realized that's almost 10 years, man. Like, that's crazy. Anyway,
are we old? Is that how it works?
I'm not saying anything. Anyway, so we met with Eric back in 2015. He was on the React Native team. He created a bunch of cool projects, and one of them was React Navigation that he created together with some other folks from the community. He's now CTO at Seed Hypermedia, a decentralized publishing system.
Yeah, so I guess by day we're CTOs and by night we're working together on cool open source stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, we're all always looking for more contributors.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be a CTO.
Yeah, it's a nice to have, you know.
Nice to have, you know. So our goal is to enable you to deliver new features and content to your users as fast as possible.
And we are the first people in the world to ever have this idea.
Oh, yeah. Internet Explorer, they invented the web, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just kidding. We're going to accomplish this with server-defined rendering, which allows your server to define the components that your client will render.
And up until React Server Components, we haven't been really talking about React server-defined rendering much in the open source community.
We haven't been talking about it a lot in open source, but it's incredibly popular in the industry. So server-defined rendering is already used by countless large companies. Instagram has a framework that they use called blocks. Shopify uses this technique as well as Lyft. And, you know,
yeah, in fact, it's so common that we could pretty much put any 3 apps on this slide and it would still make sense.
Yeah, server-defined render. Look at these old app icons. You know, they didn't even have servers back in 2008, so I don't think that's a possibility.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you know, if Instagram's been doing this for so long, I guess my question is, why don't we all do this more often?
Well, it's kind of tricky, you know, to do server-defined rendering. The client framework needs to integrate very tightly with the server, and there's just a lot of moving pieces. But we want to make it super easy. And that is why we built Rise Tools.
A suite of libraries to help you make server-defined rendering super easy in your mobile apps. It has modular design so that you can integrate it into any application, anytime, and it doesn't matter what it is that you're using.
Yeah, what do you think? Okay, so Mike, you make it sound so easy, like as if we could just take any app that's like on my phone right now and we could like server render something in there. Like that would be crazy. Like, you know what? I'm just going to pull out my phone. I'm going to challenge you.
Okay.
All right. The first app that opened up is the React Universe Conf app, right? Which I'm sure all of you have right now. What a coincidence, right? So what if we could like add server-defined rendering in here and change this application right now with it in production in all of your hands?
Well, I guess it's too late. You know, this one has been out in production for quite a while now.
It's too late? What is this? Is this like a pull request? It's so blurry, Mike, I can't even see it.
Yeah, you got me. Guilty.
Guilty. Oh, no. What have you done?
Yeah.
Now you're in trouble.
Now I'm in trouble because we have to do it. So, yeah, let's do a little live demo, I guess. Let's see what we can do with Rise Tools.
So you've added Rise Tools to the React Universe Conf, I guess about a week ago. So this demo, by the way, is absolutely insane. If it works, like, this is just going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done.
And here we are in what looks like a normal React Native developer environment, right?
Yes, but it's not. So what you see on the right is obviously a production build of the conference app so that you can see the preview from the simulator. On the left side, it's a Node.js server. So I know this looks like React, but in fact, it's just JSX rendering something, you know, some Rise components, we call these.
They're Rise components on the server, not React components.
Yeah.
So also, I see you've got the info tab open. This is the tab that no one ever uses, right? So
that was like the best way to mess
It's kind of a safe place for doing something crazy. So I'm going to open up the info tab on my phone as well. And maybe we should just test something here to see if this works at all. Because, like, if this works, this is absolutely insane. Like, everyone knows about the venue, right? Like, we're all here already, right? But, you know, the sponsors are really important because they make this whole event possible. Let's just bring the sponsors up to the top. Okay, and there it's changed, and is it going to change on my phone as well? You know, this demo is absolutely crazy because if this works, your computer here is going to act as the server for absolutely everybody here.
Yeah.
So it would be a miracle if it worked. It's going to work in just a second, surely. But for now, yeah, I'm going to restart my app and see if that helps. But either way, I think we should continue on and what's funny about this is it's using WebSockets, so it should be updating live. But, you know, here we are in a real world live demo situation. So I think we should continue on, and this way we can at least see what it's like to develop on the app. And, you know, who would have thought that at conference Wi-Fi, you know, your laptop being the server for however hundreds of people are here, it's not instantly updating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to try just in case.
So
okay,
what we're doing,
that was actually my fault.
It updated.
It is working.
There we go.
Yeah, there's go.
Oh, wow.
So, okay, so here's the crazy thing, you know. we're actually tunneling servers straight from this Mac through a Go tunnel that we built, that we published on $5 VPS. It's all crazy. The fact it works is pretty, it's a miracle.
I can't believe we're attempting this.
Yeah, I
okay.
don't know, man. It's crazy, but it's more fun now. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we've seen that we can at least rearrange some components that have already been defined in the client, but and there's some cool sponsors here, but you know who's not getting recognized enough is all of the open source libraries that have put hundreds of hours in open source software. So maybe I think we should put a new tier of sponsors.
What would we call it?
Well, we've got like gold, silver. What's the lowest? Like brick.
Is that because you can brick your app with these? Or what's that?
Well, we hope that this doesn't brick your app.
Okay, but I guess we can continue.
Let's add the brick sponsor tier.
Okay.
And so here we've got a view, normal view, and themed text. Where is themed text coming from?
Yeah, so view and image, these are actually components that come straight from React Native, and theme text is a component from the conference apps. That way, when we render brick sponsor, it will actually look just like anything else we have in the app. So I think we can just go ahead.
Yeah, we should put us below all the real sponsors.
Okay, there we are.
And there we are. Okay,
Nice.
so we've got this this working. So now that we've demonstrated that we can live edit an application in production and add new concepts to it while it's already in production, let's do something a little bit more interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is the first React Universe Conf, but I know it's well established that this is not the first edition of this
raise your hand if you are here
conference.
for the first time. Okay, so fun fact about this amazing conference is that we've been hosting this ever since like 2017, so you got a lot of catching up to do, I guess. So maybe we can help you with that.
Yeah, so there's tons of amazing content from previous years. Like let's show it. We could have like a video library that we link from the info screen. So that way we get kind of like a Netflix experience of all of the cool talks that have happened here in the past few years. So let's go ahead. You've got this archive info. This is an info section and the button that's coming from the app.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this button, and what is this navigate thing? What is this on-press handler? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just the way to tell, to perform side effects after something happens on the client. So in this case, what it means is that every on-press happening on the client, you want to navigate to a new screen. That's pretty much how server can statically ahead of time specify side effects like this.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click Browse, and I get taken to an empty screen. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we haven't added that one yet.
Oh, so we can add the screen dynamically.
Of course.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that.
So before I go and explain it, let's just put it here.
Okay, so you're adding it to the models, and the archive is lining up with what we did before.
Yeah.
And boom, the screen's on my app.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what is this archive.
It's a view, and it's a view. Anyway, it gets the data from the database. We'll get into it later, and then it just renders regular components. I mean, specifies components to render. In this case, a scroll view and headings of previous editions.
Okay, so it's talking to a real database. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Let's get the videos to show up.
Yeah. So for this one, we have prepared this little component called edition. Which again is just a component that takes title and an array of videos. It's a horizontal flat list. We'll get into the contents later, but let's go ahead and just replace this one with the actual edition, and you guys should all see the actual videos from previous editions.
So yeah, this isn't React code, but look at this. This is working. It looks like React code. It feels a lot like React code, but it's just happening on our server.
Yeah.
And here I see another action, open URL.
Yeah. So this is just, it's an action, right? Opens URL, like, I don't know what to say here, but it's pretty much what it is. We can click it, and, on press, we can go and watch, Vincenti guide talk. That's probably you, I guess.
Uh-oh.
What a coincidence that it's the first one, actually, even though it wasn't the first one at that conference, but whatever. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, very nice. Look at this. Well, we've added a new feature to the production application. I don't know if the tunnel wants to be restarted right now, but, oddly enough, we've not managed to test this with hundreds of users until now.
Yeah.
So this is exciting stuff.
Well,
yeah.
I'm going to restart it just in case. Maybe we reached the limit of $5 VPS, actually.
Yeah?
I knew that was too cheap to run it.
Here we go. It did show up in a second. Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
So probably we just have to keep on reloading, but whatever. So this is how we can incrementally add SDR into an existing React Native app with Rise tools.
Wow. Now, that was an incredibly cool demo, but I think everyone here is probably wondering the same thing, which is, what? Like, how did that work? Like, there were some missing steps of explanation, like how this was actually showing up on our phones. So I think we need to go into a little more detail.
Yeah, I guess we can break down Rise component, and I'll let you start with the high-level overview.
Yeah, so the Rise component is how you install this into your application. This is just a normal component you can install from NPM. It requires, at the very minimum, the components and a model source.
And components can be, either higher-order application-specific components, such as sponsors info, that you may want to use, or you can include design systems so that you can build those components on the server from scratch. And model source is obviously the client. This is what connects to the server, and that's how you get the updates through.
You can also specify actions to the Rise component. So your server can send custom behavior like we've seen with Navigate and the open URL button handlers. And lastly, you can provide a path to specify which model on the server you want this component to render.
And if you're using a navigation library, such as Explorer, you can get path from route params, and that way you make a dynamic screen.
OK. Well, Mike, I think we're doing such an incredible job explaining this. Everyone is following along. This is so simple. But maybe we should continue by explaining how the server side of this is all going to work.
Yeah. So on the server, you pass in the models objects with paths as keys. And a basic model, as you see on the screen, is just a function that returns some JSX. But there's more. There is a bunch of other different models that you can think of as sort of building blocks.
So let's go over these building blocks. First off, we have the query model. And that allows you to define an asynchronous function that's going to allow you to access some data from a database, file system, or an external API.
And whenever you update the source, you can invalidate the model. And the query function will run again.
Next, we have the state model. And the state model allows you to save some state, some data in your server's memory.
And it's kind of like React's use state, right?
It looks like use state, but it's not a hook. This is totally different.
Yeah, it kind of works the same way, in a way that each time you call the setState function, if there is any other model that depends on it, it will reload, refresh, just like sort of in React, I would say. So that's what makes this different from, say, a global variable you may have in your scope.
OK, so how are we going to use, or how are we going to view the query model and state model? Well, with a view model, of course, which allows you to define with a get function, you can read the current value of any other model.
And we use the get function to track dependencies so that whenever you access state model or something else through the get, we know which should be reloaded on the update.
Absolutely. And the last building block we're going to talk about is the lookup model. And that allows you to define other models with an input query parameter. So it takes the string and it outputs the model.
And you can pass in param to a lookup model through a path. So for example, if path is video/123, ID will be 123, and the actual query that will run, as you can see on the bottom, will be with ID 123.
So each of these models are quite simple, and that's pretty fun. That's pretty beautiful, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, you can build pretty powerful APIs and applications with these just by composing them in different unique ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an incredible abstraction. It's perfect. Nothing's going wrong here, OK?
Thank you.
They love our models, Mike. Listen to them.
I know.
All right, let's go into a little bit of a deeper example that shows how they come together.
So, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is like example of it all together. So first, we can combine lookup and query together. That's how we load, videos by year, so you can sort of load something based on param. Then you can combine lookup with a view, and that's how you display something specific depending on param. And at the very end, you register archive on a models object. And as you can see, path, there is nothing on the key in that object that would sort of signalize that there's potentially a path that you can pass, but still you can pass path. And that's how you go to archive 2022.
OK, this is all coming together. Clearly, we've kept the complexity to a manageable level. I think we've built the perfect library together.
Yeah.
But I do dream of making it super easy for people to get started, like especially to get started with Rise Server.
Like with NPM Create Rise?
Oh, wow. So we would have a super beautiful one-line command so that people can get up and running with Rise today?
Man, I've built so many CLI tools in my life. This is like the fun part.
Yeah. Cool.
Like, maybe not many users, but surely a lot of cool stuff inside.
Yeah, Rise will be different.
So with NPM Create Rise, we have this beautiful ASCII logo, and it gives you the dev server environment. It's everything you need to get started, pretty much. And when you run npm run dev, it will start things up for you. We actually have, we're running this tunnel service for free if you want to use it. Maybe, together we can upgrade from $5 to $10 VPS, so next demo goes better. But that's it.
The next demo was always better. But Mike, I'm confused. We've got this QR code that it prints out. Who's going to use this QR code? How does this even work?
Yeah, I mean, first we need to install the Rise Playground from the App Store.
Oh, there's an app.
Of course.
Oh, beautiful.
And then the QR code will go straight to the app and it will preload your application to the device. And if you don't have the QR code, like this poor Eric that was recording this video, you have to type it in.
Yeah, well, you can always type in the server. So we've got this app, and we know that we need to install the components client side. So you might wonder, what components can you use inside this playground environment? And actually, that is why we built RiseKit. So RiseKit is a suite of, it's a growing, expansive suite of components and actions that allow you to build all sorts of fun applications.
Yeah, and we've been inviting people to contribute and give us feedback to this kit, and we invite you to do the same. And clearly, we're doing a great job just based on, the status on GitHub.
Yeah, people have been super eager to contribute to RiseKit. And so with Rise Playground and RiseKit, you can prototype and build internal tools for your company. So that way, you don't have to wait for another App Store review.
Yeah, I think, this one has been shown too many times. We can maybe get over with the memes and let some work
Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired of the memes like this guy?
This is good, yeah. This should actually be Play Store these days, because it's Play Store is just crazy with the release times.
Well, let's actually go ahead and build something with Rise Playground. And maybe we should build an internal tool. OK, here we go. So this is actually what it looks like when you run npm create rise. This is the starter it gives you. But we can't scan the QR code. We're going to have to connect it manually.
Yeah, we have to type it in.
Yeah, warm up. We've got the fun. This is the fun demo here. So
yeah, this is the one where I'm actually typing, not just pressing keys.
Yeah, exactly. It gets tough when we actually have to type the demo. Anyways, this is the actual production Rise Playground application that you can get in the app stores right now. And there we go. So it's connected via WebSockets, of course. And as we've been talking about a little bit, you can actually use a tunnel, and you don't even need to be on the same network necessarily if you start the dev server with the tunnel and use the QR code.
Ready, of course.
Yeah, exactly. On our $5 VPS. What could go wrong?
OK.
So let's go ahead and add an admin panel where we can manage different years of UniverseConf, because we're going to want to manage the content that's part of our application here.
Yeah, I think we can start with the list of previous editions as a starter, and obviously I'm going to just fast track it a bit so we have enough time to explain it. And that's what it is. It's a view model and a get model, and I guess we did already explain that, so that's pretty obvious. But maybe you're all wondering what's that all years looking like. And it's a query model, and we have a Prisma query inside, so we're actually getting this from a local DB this time to avoid any issues. But it is kind of live, getting live data from whatever is your database hosted.
OK, we're talking to a Postgres database. That sounds production ready. All right, so let's go ahead and make it so that when you tap on one of these editions, it'll go and show us all the videos from that year.
Yeah, so right now when we type, nothing obviously happens because we haven't defined that screen, but we can add that screen in, and I'm just quickly going to add it, and then we'll go over it.
OK, so we're adding this new screen to the models. Here we go.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. We have a lookup model. This time a lookup because edit year can be any year you pass in, and then inside it we have videos by year model, and videos by year model is a lookup model. So as you can see, it has query inside, and for different year there will be a different query with independent caching. And then we have a flat list with just a list of those editions and a link, videos and link to an actual video.
I see. So here we're going to navigate to yet another screen for the individual video, and we're going to pass the ID as part of the path.
Yeah.
OK, so it looks like we need to build one more screen here.
Yeah. Edit video.
OK, this is going to be fun. We have some new stuff going on this screen. For example, we have the rise form. And there we go. So let's take a look at what the rise form does, because it actually manages a bit of client-side state to manage the form state, so you can have like normal text input.
Yeah, we wanted to make it slightly easier and faster to do it, so it kind of looks like a web form. You can put as many fields as you want inside, and then you have this own submit on form. So each time you press a save or like submit the form, you will get a console log in your terminal. And like I told you, we're running this locally, and this is actually console log from the server, not from React or anything like that. So that's how we can access the data.
Very cool. Well, I guess we need to go and implement this onSubmit function, because we actually need to go and update the database. Like this is an app that's already in production. People are already seeing this inside of the conference app. So here, directly from what is basically your view, we're modifying the database directly in line. This is really, really convenient. But I think we're going to need to go and invalidate those query models, so that way we can have them refetch from the database, and everything should stay up to date for everybody. Video.get maybe content.id.
Yeah.
And the year. So yeah, we have two different models that we need to go and validate as a result. And we're also going to want to have some feedback to the user to tell them, like, hey, thanks for updating the video updated, confirmed.
So we can do it in response. When we return response from the server function, it's just a way to tell that there are some side effects that you want to execute on the client. In this case, we want to show
a toast
with some feedback.
So yeah, if you return data from this function, it's actually going to send it back to the client as data. But if you return it with response, it allows you to send actions.
Yeah, so we could, for example, return a validation error if you had something like rise form, for example, on the client. So yeah, let's just press save, and clearly works. So I guess we can.
Well, I think we should actually. This is my talk from 2 years ago, and this talk I'm not feeling too good about it, because the project. It's on a indefinite hibernation right now. The project isn't dead. It's just indefinitely hibernating. So I want to get people a little bit more excited about this talk. Maybe we can replace the thumbnail with something a little bit more spicy
we can
to get people a little more excited about this.
We can make it feel more like 2024, I guess.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and replace the thumbnail, so that way we have a nice example of what we can do with our internal tool. OK, it's called clickbait.png. What could that possibly be? Oh no. Well, yikes. Yikes. I mean, I do want to click that video, but also, Mike, I'm feeling pretty guilty about this. And is this actually affecting the production application? Like, everyone's seeing this right now?
I see it locally.
Oh, no. OK, wow, this is working a little too well. I think we should actually, in our internal tool, we should maybe build a button to delete a talk. Just in case this clickbait is going to cause us some regret.
Yeah. So we can add a delete button, and it's pretty much very similar to the form on submit. It's a button from Tamagui. We have theme, icon, on press, pretty much same stuff. It's just that we're deleting video instead of updating it. We're validating those two models, and we were going to return some feedback plus navigate away, because obviously there is nothing to show anymore. And I'm actually not sure what would happen if we deleted without going back, so maybe let's not try this one.
Yeah, so
Are you ready to say goodbye to Eric Vicente 2022?
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely want to admire how simple this button is, and it gives us everything. It gives us the view, and yeah, I love to see this thumbnail on the screen just for a little while longer. But I think it's about time. We should cut our losses on this video. We should delete it.
All right.
And it's gone.
That's gone.
It's gone from production. It's been removed from history.
And it should be removed from the client as well, but just in case, I'll restart the tunnel again. I think it's the problem with this Wi-Fi, because just judging by the time of thumbnail loading, I guess there is something clearly wrong.
Are you sure it hasn't actually gone?
It's gone. It was.
Or yeah, it was. Yeah. So it's everything's working.
Yes.
Okay, that was so much fun. Yeah, we just delivered an entirely new experience.
Yeah, so now we have it both ways. You can incrementally adapt server-defined rendering with Rise in your existing application.
And you can use the Playground app to prototype new features and deliver internal tools for your team.
And that was our quick introduction to Rise tools.
It allows you to rapidly iterate on your app and immediately deliver new content and features.
And if you want to try this out in production, because as you can clearly see, everything goes right.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry, we have dedicated support agents standing by, ready to answer your support requests.
Yeah, so you'd have to be a little bit crazy to put Rise in production, I guess. But you know what? That hasn't stopped me.
Right.
So yeah, I want to talk briefly about this little structure that we built. You know, it's like 20 meters wide. It's got 25,000 LEDs. And this thing is entirely powered with a JavaScript server running this in real time. And of course, it uses Rise Playground for the iPad control app, which allowed super fast iteration and deployment as we added new features to this thing. So Rise Tools is in production. This was at Burning Man with 60,000 people, you know, just last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, when I was listening to Mike's keynote in the morning when he was talking about the universe and making, you know, all these platforms accessible with React, I was like, you know, thinking about these platforms, and I just didn't realize, you know, 25,000 LEDs counts as a platform, but clearly it is a pretty cool stuff.
It's a beautiful universe here.
Yeah, so
that's about it. Yeah, if you'd like to learn more about Rise Tools, go to our lovely domain, rise.tools.
Give us a star on GitHub because we are growing, and I guess if you have any questions, find us around, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, React Universe Conf.
Thank you.
Thank you. What an amazing demo. Pretty cool, huh? Okay. Eric, Mike, thank you both so much. I'm going to actually hold Mike here for a second.
Okay.
Eric, thank you a lot. Give him a
I
big
don't want
round
to be a
of applause.
part of whatever's about to happen.
You really don't. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Cool.
So, some of you might not have seen, but there is a hashtag that you can post some pictures to called RUCMeme. So, if you find something funny happening on the sort of fringes, hold up. If we find something funny happening or you just want to meme something from a talk, you tweet at hashtag RUCMeme and obviously include the React Universe Conf picture. Now, I've been milking this joke all day about how we kind of look somewhat alike nowadays. I mean, he looks much better.
I have to catch up on your length, though, you know.
You're looking good. You're looking good.
I'll get there.
So we're going to take a quick snap and kick off the RUC meme train and basically quote tweet that tweet that I make and roast me. Don't roast him. Not a good idea. But feel free to roast me. So let's take a quick snap together.
Shall we take one of the audience?
Let's do it.
I always wanted to have one, and I never made it.
Come here.
All right.
Wave, everyone. Awesome.
That was like amazing wave. Thank you, guys.
Give Mike a big round of applause. They've
Thank you
created
very much.
something
Thank you,
incredible.
guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Cool. So that's 3 more sessions done. You've seen some incredible stuff. We saw Rise recently, another way to do server-driven UI and server-driven rendering. We saw Arushi's talk about the new architecture, and we really had a great time. We saw Mark's talk about Vision Camera. So a great set of sessions. Now, we are getting to the break, and I'm not going to hold you here for much longer because I can sense that the room needs a little bit more coffee to wake up and get ready for the last set of talks that we have lined up today. So we're going to go for another break. Head out, go get some more barista-made coffee or the coffee machines if they're good enough for you, and we will see you all back here in around 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
This conference is brought to you by CoStack, Total Software Engineering Consultancy.
and hello back to the live stream from React Universe Conf 2024. I'm hearing that the talk upstairs just finished. Everyone upstairs is going to get caffeinated. I hope you are getting caffeinated as well, and just take us with you. Take us with you to your kitchen and wherever are you going. So with me right now is Chris Track from Amazon. Hello, Chris.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so I don't have an agenda for this meeting.
Okay.
Chris was not a speaker yet. He is conducting a panel as a last session for tomorrow, as a closing panel for the whole conference. So we can just chat.
This is the first time I'll be moderating a panel. I've been on panels, but I'm really excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, so we'll get to the panel. I have some kind of a vague idea about where I want to go with this.
I'm ready for it.
So hear me out,
yes,
hear me out.
Yes.
Do you know what is the software development role in the company that allows you to go to conferences, to speak to all of the people there, to speak with superstar developers, to go to the speakers dinner, and like to all of that? Do you know what that role is?
I'm biased, but I would say that's a developer advocate job.
Yes, it is. And can you tell us what is your role at Amazon?
Yes. I'm the head of developer evangelism for Amazon. So that's for apps, games, and Alexa. And I've been here for about 2 years in Stripe previously.
So that's like super developer advocate.
I advocate for the advocates. My job is to make sure our public-facing engineers feel confident and have what they need to do live code demos, live streams, and sample code for developers trying to build apps on Amazon devices.
Yeah, it's more than just going to the conferences. I know that, but like the most like public-facing part of your team is going to the conferences, speaking with people only also online, right? Yeah. About the solutions, about the direction of technology. So can you tell me something about what is your goal coming to React Universe Conf?
Yeah. So it's interesting. I would say 80% of our time, so 20% of the time we're at conferences, 80% of our time is actually dogfooding our products and giving our product and engineering teams feedback as developer zero. So we're going through, myself and my team majority are React Native developers. We have a couple Android developers, and we are just like trying out the product and giving the team, showing the team where there's, we write friction logs, all that stuff. I think at conferences like this, especially React Universe or React Native EU back in the day, I just really love we're talking to developers that I know are building apps cross-platform, and so the amount of feedback we can get, like hearing it directly on a dev is trying to launch an app on like a Fire TV or tablet or a web app, it's so great to like get it directly. What's been really exciting about this trip is actually our head of product, our head of engineering, like they're all here. They're here in the sessions, learning about the new debugger. And so this trip especially has been great because I have the whole crew here and they're attending the sessions and involved. So it's been like a big learning, almost like a learning summer camp for us.
And also like on this conference, especially, we have a broad cross-section of people. We have developers, we have product managers, we have managers, we have business owners. So you can have very direct feedback from them as opposed to some kind of form maybe online that someone has to fill in. Maybe there is not enough data in the form, so you have to guess, you have to assume. Here you can just talk with people. We have, I don't know, like 700 people here. Yeah, it's a big crowd.
Yeah, I think what's really nice, in the opening keynote, they talked about this larger community, and so true. Like today, I was talking to a developer having issues with video streaming speeds, like for a very big entertainment company. In the same time, I was talking to a web developer about a React app they were trying to make a universal app. It's like just the amount of conversations I had that are very, very different, but it's all under one roof is, this is why I do what I do.
It's like speed dating. This is like speed dating, yeah. Because like with one person, you talk about one thing and then you turn around and then you have completely different subject, but also very, very interesting.
It's so true. What's really funny at these conferences too is like, Amazon's a very big company, like, I don't know, 1.6 million employees. And it's massive, right? So, I'll have my friends teasing me like, they'll be like, hey, Chris, my package hasn't shown up. Can you let me know when it's coming? But at these conferences, I'll meet developers from AWS or other groups like on the infrastructure side, and you're like, we're all here for different reasons, but we're all trying to up-level our React and React Native skills. And so, I mean, I love it. It's just been great to be here in person.
Thanks for the great segue. Let's go into React and React Native.
Yeah.
So, for listeners, for viewers, maybe they don't know. So, there are two huge companies that are backing up React Native. That's Microsoft and Meta. That's two most public ones. Not a lot of folks know that Amazon is backing React Native as well, and that you use it extensively. So can you just showcase, go through really fast of your products that actually use React and React Native?
Yeah, so for sure, for our group and Amazon devices, we know that developers, a good percentage of our app store is building apps for Fire TV, Fire Tablet, cool. But then I started to connect with different React Native developers across the company, and Amazon Books, Amazon Music, Amazon Kindle itself, it's all powered by React Native. There's aspects of the shopping app. Like what I realized is actually there's so many different teams in Amazon that are building React Native powered experiences. We just happen to not, until now, have a central group where we can share libraries, like give each other feedback. And so it's been really fun this year where Amazon in different ways has been investing in React Native. We just have never done it together. And so yeah, between this and some of the other conferences we've been at this year, we're really trying to make it easier to build, to bring the apps you've already built. That's what the beauty of React Native, to be able to bring it to another out-of-tree platform. Essentially what we have is Android. Fire OS is a derivative of Android. And so yeah, it's hilarious when we find another product team of an app I use daily that I didn't realize was actually powered by React Native, and it's fun when you find out that way.
Okay. What's the app?
Yeah, so I think the biggest one is, the Amazon Shopping app. There is not all of it. Some of it is just pure native, but the Amazon Shopping app and aspects of Twitch, a lot of the Amazon products. I listed them off in the React Conf a couple months ago. But yeah, Amazon Books, Amazon Music. These are completely React Native experiences for iOS and Android. And it's like we didn't even know until we as developers started talking with each other and showing each other our code base. We're like, oh my gosh, we all came to the same conclusions of what tech to use.
Yeah.
Completely decentralized from each other. So it's been a fun year to kind of start that. We have a lot of internal React Native hackathons going on across teams, across the company. So it's been a fun topic that's brought a lot of us together in a new way.
And also, you invest heavily in public-facing materials, web, and conferences.
Yeah.
If you want to catch up with Chris, watch his talk from React Conf 2024. The team from Amazon was also speaking at App.js the week after that. And then tomorrow you have your panel. Tune in to the panel tomorrow. And thank you so much for having this interview with me.
Thanks for having us. So great.
Hello, guys. Welcome to yet another interview with our great speakers. I'm here with you, Jakub. This is Ola, who you have seen already as well, and we got our great guests. So could you guys please introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Steven. I'm a senior product manager at Microsoft, and I'm focused on the React Native for desktop platforms with a focus on React Native for Windows specifically.
Great.
And hi, I'm Saad Najmi. I'm a senior software engineer on the Office on Mac and iOS team. I mostly have been working on React Native macOS and just implementing that and getting that, doing that basically.
Awesome. I mean, you are saying it like it was something casual, and you guys are doing great job. So let's not be too petty about it. So I wanted to kick it off by asking you guys, because we know that Microsoft is contributing to React and React Native areas, but you mentioned on the stage, you mentioned something very interesting that working on React Native basically influenced the Windows App SDK. And this sounds really interesting. So question is, how exactly did it influence the SDK?
Yeah, so the Windows App SDK is really the deployment mechanism for the modern Windows platform, which means that a lot of the new innovations that we're doing in the Windows platform, things like the Windows Copilot library, as well as fundamentals like the scene graph, the controls library, the WinUI controls library, all of these things underpin not just React Native for Windows, but Windows development all up. And so the Windows App SDK is really our interpretation of what a great development platform is, and it sits underneath React Native for Windows.
What's like bringing React Native to Windows? Was it the reason you created Windows App SDK?
No, it's a little bit the inverse, actually.
Okay.
Like,
really?
Yeah, so the Windows App SDK sits below React Native for Windows, but React Native for Windows influences the Windows App SDK in the way that we enable, what do I want to say? We enable the React Native ecosystem to take advantage of all of the capabilities that we're building into Windows.
I was sort of hoping to get to the point where React Native kind of made the world better for every Windows users. I was hoping for that, but
it's true. I mean, it goes both ways. I think it goes both ways.
Okay. I have a question for Saad, because you're working on React Native macOS.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you walk into the Microsoft office and you have your MacBook in your hand, do you get like dirty looks? It's Microsoft.
I don't, because everyone else around me has MacBooks in their hand.
Okay.
So I think Microsoft has actually a long history of working on macOS apps and working with Apple. Like if you look at it from like the operating system perspective, like Windows and Mac competitors. But if you look at it from the application perspective, we've had Office on Mac for a very long time, as long as I've been alive, basically.
Okay.
And so there's a long history of there being Apple experts and people who love writing Apple software at Microsoft, which was a surprise to me. As I joined Microsoft as an Android fanatic at Microsoft, working on Apple software. So just a very interesting,
that's an interesting mix, like Android fanatic joining Microsoft to work on macOS.
How do you even stay sane in such a combination?
I have wondered that many times myself.
All right, I hope you're gonna find the answer at some point. But that brings us to another interesting question, I think. So, there are many people working on Mac with React Native, and people are working on desktop apps as well. Let's face that. As we are working on a desktop app and we are working on a MacBook, how do we work on the Windows experience? Like, how do we achieve that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And from Windows perspective, we would love to see more Windows devices in this audience. If you look around, you see a lot of MacBooks, and that's awesome. But how, if you're using a MacBook, can you build a Windows experience? It's a very good question. At Chain React earlier this year in Portland, we discussed how one of my colleagues, her name is Kira, basically answered that question. How can you build Windows apps using a MacBook? Obviously, everybody should go buy a Surface. That's probably
that's a tough sell for this crowd.
I understand. But you know, if you're just trying to kick the tires and you're just trying to see how you can get started with Windows development on a MacBook, there's a lot of. It might sound simple, but virtualization software is actually a really good way to enter into this ecosystem. So you could download something like Parallels or you know the other VM softwares and basically spin up a Windows VM.
But do you think that if, like me as a developer, I'm not using Windows as my main OS, like I don't have this, you know, habits of what I'm used to see on a screen, what I'm used to in terms of UX. Do you think I'm able to achieve that, or because I feel like it's never going to be the same as a person who's using Windows every day to build Windows apps, right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I would maybe turn the question around on you a little bit. Like, do you carry around both an iPhone and an Android?
Yeah.
Like, there is an expectation that if you're learning once and writing anywhere, that you take some time to know what the paradigms are like for each platform that you're building for. I would say that tailoring for each desktop platform, once you're in the desktop space, whether it's Mac or Windows, is a really, there's a lot of similarities. So.
All right.
We have time for one last quick question, because at Microsoft you're working on a lot of tooling that works for you, but how are you giving back to the React Native ecosystem? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So most of everything we do React Native-wise is in open source. And we did that on purpose because we wanted to be a part of the community rather than kind of closed off in our internal monorepos and such. Like we could have just said we're going to have our forks of React Native Mac and Windows be in closed source, stay in closed source, not open source, and don't let people use it. Don't have the tooling in like RNXKit and React Native Test App public. It's just within our company, and that might have worked. But I think that by doing everything in GitHub first, one, other people also collaborate with us, which in turn helps us build better software, which in turn helps other people have better software.
Yeah.
Like I think something like React Native Test App, which at least for me makes it very easy to like update a bunch of React Native libraries. There's hundreds of them, and I need to go.
And we know it was mentioned by Oskar Kwaśniewski. That was a great tool for him as well. So
yeah,
it's a great collaboration.
That wouldn't exist unless we worked in open source.
Exactly.
And so. Yeah, to basically do things open source first. Everybody's life is happier.
And with this call to action, we need to wrap up our interview. So thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
One of the big things about this conference is that I get the feeling it's very community orientated. So there's just a lot of emphasis on the community. Coming here, you can understand how everyone is respected in the community.
At this conference, I can talk to a lot of industry leaders who have really shared some of the struggles that they've had throughout the years and the ways in which the React Native community has come together to help them get past those struggles.
We value the community. That's, there's a lot of people working on React Native. React Native is powering a lot of companies, a lot of industries, making impact in the world. And I think it's just important to, put an effort into sort of acknowledging people and giving people a chance to, giving the stage to present new ideas, educate people around, and to share knowledge essentially. So there's a lot of knowledge here. It's great to be able to be exposed to that. And I think CallStack have raised the bar. The one I went to previously was great. This one is even better. I mean, such good talks. Everything is organized very well. Yeah, so I'm enjoying it. I really am.
For me, the most interesting aspect of the conference and React Native in general, at this point in the history of React Native, which is really, really mature, how do you actually use React Native to make your organization more efficient at delivering product for your customers? And we've had some really interesting talks, especially from people like CallStack, talking about how the organization shape matters in the type of product decisions that you make and the kind of product that you're going to come out with. I find that layer of topics really, really interesting. But there have also been some really interesting talks where I've actually learned a little bit more about React. I thought I knew everything, but to be honest, I've been learning some new stuff.
There's a lot of great ideas that came to my mind yesterday from listening to the talks. I had to stop myself from actually implementing some of these yesterday. And it's been a great experience. And, there's just so many really good talks. You come here, you learn a lot. You're able to take this back to the company and apply it within your teams.
I really appreciated the way you innovate, also in the way you organize conferences. Like as an example, like the ability to ask questions to the presenters via the chat system. And that is very efficient and that makes it more interactive.
The production value is amazing. I think it's one of the best produced conferences that I've ever been to. I really enjoy coming to Wrocław too. I like the city. It's really nice, calm, it's quiet.
To me that was great. And then apart from that, obviously the beer, the ice cream, the food, it's been all amazing. And the venue itself as well.
About this conference is that I get the feeling it's very community.
Rusavi, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's Rusavi, yeah.
Rusavi,
yeah.
okay. We're very happy to have you here. You just gave a great talk about Vision Camera OS. And one of the slides, you showed like the native implementation of Vision Camera, and it was so many files. How difficult was it to like wrap your head around the native implementation?
So it was very difficult, yes, but it's a process over the years because Vision Camera is what is it, like 3 years, 4 years old already. So over the years everything kind of matured, I guess. But yeah, so the first version of Vision Camera, it started out. How should I say? It was very difficult to bring out the first version, and then the code base grew over the years as new features got added. But yeah, now that I have a lot of feedback from production apps using Vision Camera, it makes it very easy to test those things and make sure the code base is stable.
What other like production apps? Because of the blur face, that's cool. Do you have like any other interesting, fun examples of production apps?
Yeah, I built a few examples. Some object detection stuff, some face detection stuff. I didn't, release them to the App Store because there's no real point. It's just tech demos. I did release Shadowlens to the App Store, which is just a showcase of the general features of the camera. It's fully built with React Native, and it's quite easy to use, I would say. And then there's a lot of other libraries that use, a lot of other apps that use Vision Camera. For example, this Golf Swing app. It's called Unbogify, so if you want to check it out, download it. It's a golf, so you film yourself doing a golf swing, and it just analyzes your swing, it rates it, what you can improve, and this is powered by Vision Camera, so it records yourself at 240 FPS.
Really cool, really cool.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question from a different perspective. So, well, let's start soft. So you're the CEO of the company called Margello, right? What's the story behind the name?
The name is a funny story. So I had a lot of ideas for the name, a lot of bad ideas. So one of the really bad ideas was something like App Temple or something, which is like the worst name you can think of. And then I have this friend, Angelo. Huge shout out to Angelo, he's a great guy. And we were drunk in some bar, in the basement of some bar or whatever. We drank like a full vodka bottle or something. And then we're like, bro, we should call the company Margello, Mark plus Angelo. We do this together. And yeah, so that's the story.
Okay.
Good story.
That sounds like the best story, to be honest. Like, how do you come up with better names than that?
Right,
and being drunk with your friends.
Exactly, right? And be like, oh, that's a great idea.
It's peak creativity, right?
Cool thing is that you woke up next day and didn't decide that it's a bad idea.
Yeah, and I still remembered it, so that's a good thing.
There we go. All right. So keeping in mind, you're the CEO of that company. It's probably a lot of work and responsibility. At the same time, you contribute a lot to OSS, open source, if you will. So, many people, many developers I know, myself including, have this issue like we struggle to find some time to contribute. Apart from like regular work, we got our lives and stuff like that. And this is a great excuse not to contribute. So how do you find time for contributing to OSS, building a company, coming to the conference?
Vision Camera, MMKV, these are like big libraries.
Yeah. Lots of cocaine. No, no
We can't cut. I was going to say cut, but we can't. It's live. So.
No, I'm just kidding. So I think my main job is actually to work on open source because it's just improving the ecosystem or the platform that we work on ourselves. So you know, it's like I'm helping my team by improving the platform that my team uses. So it's kind of like my duty to improve that. And then most of the management stuff is actually the responsibility of my CTO at the company, who's doing a great job, Shimon. And you know, he lifts a lot of the weight off my shoulders. So
okay.
So yeah.
Okay, so that's I love that you said it's your duty, because I wanted to say, so it's a bit of a privilege of being the CEO, but at the same time, it's a great duty because you need to take care of your devs by contributing good stuff. I like that. Yeah.
So I have one last question for you, because you tweeted a while ago, like a few weeks ago, there was a screenshot of a code base that had like 40% C++, and you said that it's the perfect React Native code base. So my question to you is, are you secretly a native developer and you're just like magically pretending to be a React Native dev? What's up with that? Yes,
that's,
a short
that's the
answer
secret.
is yes.
Thank you very much.
No, yeah, I mean, so I think, I mentioned this in my talk before, in the Vision Camera talk. I think the perfect solution to a really good, really production ready and really fast app is to choose a somewhat hybrid approach, where most of your code base is in JavaScript, most of the flexible stuff is in JavaScript. You can change it, hot reload it, deliver the bundle over the air. And the performance critical part is in C++ or in some native language, whether it's C++, Swift, or Kotlin or whatever. And those parts should be changed as little as possible, but they are most of the time, you know, the high performant pieces of your code base. So the screenshot you're mentioning right now is actually the code base of Nitro modules.
Oh,
and you know, most of Nitro, or I think all of Nitro, is written in C++. So it's kind of a, you know, it's not a real React Native app. It's taken out of context here. But I think most of my React Native apps are like 95% TypeScript or JavaScript, and then 5% some native stuff.
Okay.
That's really interesting.
Thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
We are wrapping up for the day, I think, right?
I think so. Yeah. No.
Yeah. No?
Yeah, I think
don't know. I can't remember the schedule. But we're wrapping up this interview. Thank you very much for being here, and see you around.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
Cheers.
Gives me a lot of energy. I'm going to want you folks to really give a warm round of applause when we do bring out our next two speakers. Because with this level of enthusiasm, I feel like they might just leave the stage or something. Come on in, we'll give it another couple seconds, another few seconds. So for people who are new here, has anyone who's been here multiple times into Wrocław now and has done some touristy things? Yeah? Can you shout out, well, React Native doesn't count as touristy. I wouldn't say that's touristy. Can you raise your hand again if you're very familiar with Wrocław and all the tourist things to do? Yeah? All right, I'm gonna ask for some audience participation. Now you're regretting raising your hand. Oh, he's shaking his head at me. Wow. Can someone just shout a few things to do in Wrocław as a tourist?
You should do Rynek.
What's Rynek? So go to the main square in the old town. That's it. Is that the place where you get all of the nice pierogies? Okay. Who here's tried pierogies before? They're incredible, aren't they? They are great. So go into the Rynek, that place, in the center of Wrocław, and grab yourself some pierogies late tonight if you want. We found a place a few nights ago that was open till 11:30 p.m. So you'll have plenty of time to grab yourself some food. I'd highly recommend it. Any more places in Wrocław that you must see before you leave? Any more thoughts?
The Tumsky Island.
All right. What does the Tumsky Island have?
Super cool place with a lot of beautiful ancient churches.
Okay, if you're into churches and church sightings, go to the Tumsky Island. I kind of feel like this venue's been like a church with all the bells that come on when you need to sit down. I kind of feel like I'm being preached to by the end of it. The gospel of React Native indeed. What a gospel that is. So I guess if we've got the gospel of React Native, then who is the Messiah figure? Good question, right? I feel like I'll offend someone if I call them the Messiah figure. Once we have the Rise app, everything will rise up from the ashes on Sunday. Okay, I'll stop. Honestly, I'm just waiting for them to give me the signal on the earpiece so I can move on. Cool. All right, I'll start to do a little bit of an intro before we have our next two speakers up. One of the great things about React Universe Conf is that you will have a set of talks about all of the different platforms that are supported by React. And what do I mean by that? The next two talks that we have, one is focusing on React on the web, and another is going totally out of tree, like far out of tree, maybe the furthest out of tree that you can get, and looking at React Native on TV. And that's the beauty of a conference like this, which is that you can attend a double session at the end of the day and get both a React on web talk and a React on TV talk. And so very briefly, why would you want to attend both of them? Well, if we go back to the very beginning of the day, if you've got this vision of the React universe and universal React, you want to attend all of these different talks to learn a little bit and familiarize yourself a little bit with the intricacies of how you use React on TVs or web or so on and so forth. So regardless of what platform you use yourself, you should stick around for both of the talks. We've got a full talk and then a lightning talk, and they're both going to be very interesting. Who knows? Maybe you'll work for a media company in 3 years, and you'll need to know React Native on TV, and it's going to be a really cool thing to have in your pocket. So, without further ado, I'm going to stop yapping. The next talk is by a familiar face within the React Native ecosystem and within the React ecosystem. She's been instrumental in sharing how Shopify has been engaging with the community and how they've been creating different open source solutions and generally some of the practices that they have internally. And so it's great to welcome Monica Restrepo from the Shopify team onto the stage of React Universe Conf 2024. Can we make some noise for Monica? I love that energy. Welcome, Monica.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your coffee break. I'm not a coffee person myself, but I heard really good things about the ones that you're getting served here. So I hope it just gets you through what is left and through tomorrow and everything. I don't know how it works. I have had the opportunity to participate 2 times in this conference, both of them remotely. And while it was a great experience, I am really happy to be here finally in person, even if it means that I won't be able to re-record if everything goes wrong. But that's OK. Today, I'm going to take you on a close tour to a dear project of us at Shopify. It is the Black Friday Cyber Monday Globe, which I'm going to be referring to as the BFCM Globe. And every year for Black Friday Cyber Monday, we have an engineering team put together a visualization in real time of purchases made through Shopify-powered merchants worldwide. This is what we call the BFCM Globe. Last year's version of the Globe was one that we are really proud of, and that really, really raised the bar for what is coming next. So today, I wanted to take the opportunity to share some details of how we got to build the Globe last year, under the light of creating web applications that are also cross-platform, built using React and related libraries. So let me give you a brief overview of my talk today. I decided to divide it in 3, sections, and then a final thoughts one. The first one being an introduction to what the Globe means for us and why we do it, and maybe just get us into the details of the layers that compose the Globe. Then a little bit of a deeper dive into the technical aspects of it. Then maybe just talk about a couple of challenges that we have and that we have to take into account when thinking of cross-platform, and then just the final thoughts. OK. So Black Friday and Cyber Monday is perhaps one of the biggest events in the year for Shopify. As many of you might have already know, Shopify missions is to power billions of merchants to sell products and services online. We work during the year to deliver the best features, and so everything goes smoothly for merchants and buyers. So BFCM is our opportunity to kind of see the product of our work during the year, and kind of on steroids, because as you already know, there is a lot of buying and selling this time. We care a lot about the BFCM Globe because it showcases the success of merchants and their products, and also allows us to see the impact of what we do at a global scale. So for last year's version of it, we put a lot into it. We wanted to go better on the visuals and focus a lot on performance. We ended up implementing and optimizing 3D visuals and animations using libraries such as 3JS and React Fiber. Obviously, and this is a disclaimer I want to make, I'm going to be mentioning these 2 particular libraries just because they were the ones that suited more our needs for the project, but they are not the only ones, and I'm pretty sure you can do great things with the existing ones as well. OK. So to start transitioning into the technical details of the Globe, this is obviously an outside the web version of the Globe that we had for last year's BFCM. And it had a series of layers that made it what it was. So one of them is the arcs, the ones that you can see obviously just going around all over the place, which were used to represent an order leaving the merchant's location and going to the buyer's address. Then we also have the city dots, which are just the yellow ones that are all over there, that were used to represent specific cities where orders were placed within 24 hours. We also have some fireworks, which, well, they were just meant to be festive and to celebrate a merchant's first purchase during the day. There was another layer of the Globe that you probably can see here, which is the camera feature, a camera animation, which basically was meant to transport the viewer from one city to another one in an immersive way. So it wasn't just jumping from one to from wherever you were to another side in a random way. You will see, I'll talk about it a little bit more as we go. Then we also have the airplanes, which are those little ones that you see flying here and there. An additional cool feature that we make, that we decided to implement to make things a little bit more realistic and also fun. And obviously, there is the glob, which is like the biggest thing that you see there, and it is self-explanatory. OK, so to jump into the technical aspects of this, handling a global data set with thousands of real-time transactions meant for us that our architecture had to be both robust and scalable. We organized our glob into the layers that I just mentioned, each responsible for a different aspect of the visualization. So to start with the arcs, as I mentioned before, they were meant to represent a transaction. We use curves, Bezier curves, to be more precise, with control points calculated dynamically. This allowed us to animate the arcs in real time, showing orders as they were happening. As I would say, they were modeled as Bezier curves that use 4 points. The first one being the starting point of the curve. The second one will be located at the 25th percent of it, then the 75, and then just P3 located at the end, which allows us to have control of the height of the arc. To render these arcs, we created a mesh composed of a strip of triangles along the curve, allowing us to control thickness and apply shaders for style. However, the mesh would disappear from certain angles, depending on where you were looking at it. So we used the cross product of the tangent vector and the camera direction to ensure the mesh always was facing the viewer. So these red lines that you see in this arc representation are what the tangent are, and they were the ones creating a new vector every time. For texturing, the UV coordinates of the mesh were set with the V coordinate ranging from 0 to 1 to the end, with intermediate points having corresponding values. So as new orders were coming in, these arc meshes could be created and added to the glob. They would each have their own start time attribute, and then as the U time value would increase each frame, all the arcs would animate independently. OK, another feature that we had in the glob last year was the glowing dots. They were meant to represent the places where orders were placed in the past 24 hours. We debated whether to use meshes, as we were just doing with the arcs, aligned to the surface, or to use particles that always face the camera. The difference, as you can see, is very subtle, but we chose instance particles with GL points since they led to a nicer glow, and it looked just a little bit cooler. So you can see this one is the one we ended up going on your right. The one we ended up going with that just looks a little bit more shiny, that was the first iteration that we attempted to do. OK, another feature that we have was the fireworks. Personally, one of the favorite ones for me. We wanted to use them to celebrate the first sales of our merchants, and so we did. Similar to our arcs, we wanted to see if all of the fireworks could be done in a single draw call, this to facilitate rendering performance. So we generated the base mesh by using 3JS's geometry function that you can see there, and it's also unpronounceable, and connecting triangle strips from center to each to the vertex. Then, as a second, following steps, we gradually lowered the vertices along each of the trail to simulate the gravity. So that's the first image there. And then we used the UVS on each trail to treat it the same way we were doing with the arcs, with V starting at 0 and then going all the way towards the end for 1. And then finally, to give it the blurry touch at the end over time, we use a noise effect that is also provided by the library. And this is the 3JS. OK. So this is the camera effect that I was talking about, camera animation. It's one of the coolest features that I think we implemented. And then this was the way the camera would move from one place to another when the viewer would search for a city. So if you were in New York and you wanted to search for what's happening, I don't know, in Medellin, for instance, Colombia, whatever, you will just type it in the search, and then the camera will just immersively take you there instead of jumping from one point to the other one. We can see here the view from the camera perspective. I'm sorry, looking at the camera. But for the viewer, it will be more from a first person type of view. The simplest way that we thought that you could imagine how this feature was implemented is these three easy steps. The first one is to convert the 3D starting point of the camera into spherical coordinates. Second one, to convert the 3D endpoint of the camera into spherical coordinates. And then at the end, just interpolate between the start and the end points over time. For this specific feature of the globe, the look-at function ensures the camera focuses on the desired city and slightly offsets the pi angle frames from the city with the horizon. However, we did experience a problem when implementing this the first time. Traveling to cities like Sydney caused the world to flip upside down, as you can see here, due to the camera's app property. So you can see here like the transition between New York and London, for instance, was normal, at least to the eye, but then Sydney will be a little funky. The fix to this was to set the app property to each frame using the pi and theta values. These adjustments ensures that smooth camera transitions are made through cities. And just taking advantage of this slide, animated pins. So these are obviously the pins that you can see there. One of the things that we wanted to focus on this year was, and I guess last year, was showing insights from each city where sales were happening. So we found that animated pins will be a great representation of this, and they will help us locate the viewer into a specific city. We wanted to give the pins a satisfying entrance animation. You probably saw it in the beginning. They basically just dropped into the globe as there were sales happening in those specific cities. And we turned to React Spring to make this happening. We were able to see it really pop out the globe. We also made them clickable. So if a viewer wanted to just like click in a city instead of typing it up on the search bar, that was also possible. OK. A very nice feature that we added that I also like a lot is the airplanes just flying around. Airplanes were possible due to the implementation of circular motion, which basically consisted of 3 steps. So, I'm sorry, I think I went back too far. OK, so the first one is to parent the airplane to an empty object, which we use as the pivot point. The second one will be to offset the airplane by a given amount that will correspond to the distance that it will have to travel to or by. And then the third one will be to rotate the pivot object at each frame. The airplane then orbits around the equator, which is a method that works perfectly fine and is suitable for the small amount of airplanes that we wanted to put in. We could have definitely rendered tens of thousands of airplanes without a lot of effort, but we settled on a much reasonable dozen to make it a little bit more realistic. You don't really have a lot of, or tens of thousands of planes doing flying at the same time, at least in this occasion. OK. So now, moving on to the globe, getting to define the final idea of what we wanted for the globe was a process that took some time. We all were imagining different things, and all of them were cool, at least to each of our perspective. So we played around with multiple textures and styles that we wanted to implement until we finally came to the one that we adapted. So we decided to go with a style that mirrored the look of a risograph print. Risograph printing is a stencil duplicator. So just think about it like a cross between screen printing and photocopying. A key element of risograph prints is the noise that you get all over them. And I'm actually just going to go, well, I guess it's the same. So it's the dots that of varying sizes that you see over them. We initially tried to implement that as a screen space effect using the React post-processing library, but it never felt quite right. It wasn't accomplishing what we wanted. So we wanted to make those little dots look very sharp in all screens, and this was really key. And we tried with a few different 2D and 3D noise functions, like the Perlin noise, Simplex noise, and Worley noise, which is also called cellular noise. We finally ended up going with PSDR noise, which allows you to create flow noise. This was, I guess when we got consensus of how we wanted it to look, this worked for us. So PSDR noise is a variant of simplex noise that tiles in 2D and 3D, and that supports, well, I guess you can read this, that supports, I just got lost. anyways, I read it from there. Supports an animation technique called flow noise in 3D. It's fairly new, as was published in 2022, so we rushed to actually use it. PSDR noise can be applied to a sphere without any modification, and it gives noise with no seams, stretching, or distortion. Okay, so 3APR noise is wonderful, but it comes with a price. Obviously, it is computational, very expensive, especially when calling the PSDR noise function more than once per fragment to create flow noise. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. So in order for us to be able to use this effect, but also be performant, we have to downgrade a little and just use the cheaper version, which is the 2D PSDR noise function. Okay, so I know that's really a lot to take in, and it's really fast as well. At the time, doesn't really allow to go more into implementation details. I know you want to see code and all of these things, but the good news is that our spatial commerce team is putting together a blog post to go more in detail with this, where you're going to be able to interact with the code and then just see how would things have looked if you play with the values and so on and so forth. So you should be tuned for that one. It will be out, I believe, at the end of September. And this will be just like a way to hype up people to look for the BFCM globe that is coming in 2024. OK, so this brings me to the third point of my presentation, and it is the things that we have to take into account when thinking of cross-platform. While it is true that the BFCM globe is a web-targeted product, we never stop thinking cross-platform. Given today's diverse device ecosystem, it is crucial to think of performance on everything from high-end desktops to mobile devices. One of the biggest challenges that we faced, for instance, was the fact that in previous years, we were limited by the amount of arcs that we were able to draw per frame. So rendering over 1,000 arcs, for instance, would have bring some mobile devices to a crawl. But this time, we decided to tackle this problem and found a solution. The solution was using instancing, which is a technique where multiple copies or instances of the same base mesh can be drawn at the same time in the GPU. So React Fiber and 3JS support instances out of the box. So doing something like just wrapping your code in an instance mesh component will do it for you. Each instance can have its own unique properties, such as position and rotation, but they all share the same geometry and material data. This is because the arcs are always going to be arcs, the fireworks are always going to be fireworks, and so on, meaning in terms of geometry. This results in a single draw call. So the shared geometry also means that only the vertices of the base mesh need to be uploaded to the GPU. We use instances to manage performance, especially for our arcs, since they were meant to be rendered multiple times because of each purchase being made, and there were many, thankfully. Without instancing, each mesh requires a separate draw call, as the CPU must send individual data sets to the GPU instead for each of them. So this increases the memory consumption, and obviously this will ultimately impact performance. With this new method, we were able to render tens of thousands of arcs in a single draw call and solve our problem or potential issue in mobile devices. Another aspect that we were really meticulous about and we really cared about, especially when it came for the globe being viewed from a mobile device, was styling. We were really careful to add as many styles as they were necessary with the right properties, so the experience for our mobile viewers wasn't downgraded from our web viewers. You can see that the globe leverages React.js, but with a strong focus on mobile platforms and obviously the 3D libraries that we were using. We focused on several key aspects. We turned to our responsive design principles like using flex grids, fluid images, and CSS within the context of what we manage at Shopify. So we can manage the layouts in the different screen sizes. We also prioritize performance optimization, as animations and transitions, as you already probably know, can be very resource intensive. So leveraging hardware acceleration and optimizing CSS definitely help us to maintain a smooth performance across devices. And finally, we paid special attention to touch interactions, as they were vital for mobile users. They obviously rely on touch gestures rather than mouse inputs. So this was important for us. There were other things to consider, obviously, like pixel density and screen resolution, and just ensuring that the assets were scalable and they look sharp in all of the devices. We also took that into account. So React has definitely come a long way, along with React Native. We all know this. Today, we're just not building web apps. We are more and more creating immersive, interactive experiences across all platforms. Thanks to libraries like React, Fiverr, and React Native in general, React has truly grown into an ecosystem where anything is possible, and then the tools available today to us allow us to dream really big and then just create things that are even bigger to what we dream. We have seen it with all the talks today. You're definitely going to be able to experience and see more of that tomorrow. So I hope that sharing a little bit of our experience with building the BFCM Globe gives you the motivation to continue exploring the tools that React and React Native have to offer. We definitely are lucky to live in this era when it comes to web development and mobile development. The libraries and tools available to us mean that the only limit is really our imagination and the internet sometimes. So whether you are working in a simple website or just an XR experience, the React ecosystem has you definitely covered in a way that you can accomplish many things with the knowledge that you currently have. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica.
Thank you.
Great talk. It's so incredibly cool to see the engineering feat of creating such a cool globe that you might just see on a website one day when you're browsing, and how much thought, effort, and dedication has gone to it. So a big shout out to the team at Shopify who's worked on this. It looks really cool, and honestly, a massive amount of respect for the fact that they've actually gone out and they will be writing an article about it to share that with the community and teach other people how they can create very similar experiences. Very, very cool. Awesome. So we are coming up to the end of day 1 of React Universe Conf. How's it been so far? I can safely say it's been a hit. It's been pretty amazing. And massive kudos and a big congrats to all of the organizing team who've pulled off such an amazing feat and such an amazing conference. So the next talk is interesting because whilst it does talk about React Native on TV specifically, it's also focusing on performance. Now, how many of you folks here have struggled with the feat of trying to create performant React Native apps? Never, right? Not familiar at all, right? And so regardless of whether you're developing for TV or you're developing for mobile apps, most of us will have faced very similar issues. And whilst this talk looks at TV specifically, I think a lot of the principles and how you understand app performance as a whole when it comes to React Native, especially on the JavaScript layer, is shareable across the board. So I'd encourage everyone to listen closely because you will take away some things that you can use on your mobile apps as well as your TV apps. And so it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our last and final speaker of the day, Mike Carola. Give him a big round of applause.
Very nice to see everybody here. Thank you again for coming. Really excited to give this talk. Now, it is a lightning talk. We're going to be going lightning fast. Now, I'm going to make sure I go slow enough. We're going to have a lot of information. It's going to be jam-packed. And the goal today is for you to become the performance SME for JavaScript and React Native. You want you to be the go-to individual on your team where if a performance problem happens, they come to you and say, hey, Mike, how are we going to solve this? What are we going to do? What can we do to take a systematic approach to solving the performance problem in our multi-platform React Native code base? So we're going to take a little bit different approach to this presentation. Really excited to try this out here. So we're going to do it more of a hypothetical situation, right? We're going to set the stage. We're going to create a hypothetical where we're going to walk through a performance problem, and it's our job to identify, analyze, and find the root cause, and then come up with a solution so our team can be happy and we can deliver a very delightful, performant product to to our end users. So your team of engineers is finalizing one of the most impactful feature releases of the year for your React Native application, targeting 5+ different platforms, maybe 8, maybe 10, right? And you're probably thinking, Mike, how do you have so many platforms? Like, there's not even 10 platforms. So just think to yourself, like we got on TV, we got Fire TV, we got Android TV, we got tvOS, which is Apple TV if you're not familiar, right? We got Tizen, right? There's Vizio. There's LG, right? There's similar flavors, right? And then you just keep going. You're like, okay, well, how about tablet? You got Fire Tablet, right? Some of you have Fire tablets, right? That's a little different. You have Android tablet. You have iPad. You move into mobile. You have iOS, iPhone, right? And you have Android phone. And then you got web. Don't forget about web, right? That's how React started, on the web. So, and your goal is to solve the performance problem and, again, deliver a really delightful user experience to your end users, performant experience, right? So let's keep going here. It's 3 days before the release date, okay? Everything always happens 3 days before the release date. Everybody knows that, right? And on Friday, right? So the perf testing team sends you a message. So some teams, some organizations, depending on size, depending on scale, will have an individual that's testing the performance. You probably have tools in your pipeline that help with you, that provide you these metrics over time. But sometimes they sneak through, right? Maybe you're not tracking one, right? And it's an important one that you're just like, something happened. But your perf testing team sends you a message, maybe on Slack, maybe on Teams. And they say, Mike, the performance needs significant improvement. We cannot launch in its current state. You're like, oh, okay, we can do this. We can figure this out. Let's take a systematic approach. Let's do it like a science experiment. We'll go through the steps of analyzing, understanding where it could be, and finding the source of the problem. And then we're going to find a solution, right? And we're just going to be systematic about it. Again, I know a lot of developers, and this isn't a bad approach, they get in there and they go, okay, let's look at the code. It's just going to show me the answer. I think I know where it could be. And then, in this hypothetical, let's make it a little harder. So you have 1 million file code base and 100 million lines. Okay, so now you're going to just start looking, right? You're going to open up your VS Code and go, I'm going to find it. I'm going to find the problem. I'm going to throw console logs in there, right? I'm going to throw some debugger statements. Maybe it'll find you. I'm going to start commenting stuff out, right? It's an approach. And sometimes it works, right? It just might take longer, right? So let's take a different approach here. So let's do the investigation. Let's start the investigation. What's an important step in starting the investigation? Well, we should gather the facts and the preliminary data, right? What do we know already, right? Without even actually having to open up any text editor or ID or anything, right? Let's pull the facts out that we already have. What's the end user experience related to the performance problem? Well, slow home screen load. Everybody has a home screen, right? Slow home screen load. Screen-to-screen navigation latency, right? Going from one screen to another screen is slow, right? And degraded video start time. Now, again, that's a very streaming or TV-based KPI, if you will. This KPI is very much very important, and it means how fast did your video actually start? How fast did you see something on the screen and start watching, right? And this, if you can believe it, degrades heavily if you make certain types of mistakes. So that's one of the key indicators that we'll look into. Moving on here. Is it isolated to a single platform or multiple platforms? This is a very important question to ask, right? We have a multi-platform code base. Is only one slow right now? Did we write platform-specific code maybe on the native side that's all of a sudden, not performing well accidentally? Someone shoved something in there that's just ill-performant, right? Well, in this case, guess what? It degraded on all platforms, so that's a clue. We've got to keep that in our minds, right? We write it down, right? I literally write it on paper. Okay, it's affecting all platforms. Okay, what else? Have you spot-checked memory consumption? Now, this is where things get weird, right? If you are kind of thrashing your memory, high memory leads to very weird behavior, right? So it's good to check this and see what's going on because it's very easy to check, right? Android Studio, you can do it. Xcode, if you're targeting one of the Apple-based platforms, right? Good tools, easy to use, very easy to rule out whether or not memory could be the issue. In our case, not too bad, right? We had to check on one of the platforms, and in this little, GIF here for our example. We checked on iOS, and guess what? Not too bad, right? Not too bad. So we ruled that out. Okay, so let's go ahead and form our hypotheses. So this is like the science experiment part, the fun part. Like, what could it be based on the data we have now? And what can we infer based on what we know? So let's make these hypotheses. Degradation due to unnecessary re-renders. Okay, it's a common problem, right? Everybody uses React. And a lot of people say, yeah, that's not enough, especially on the web. I hear this a lot, and this is okay, because it's usually true on the web when you're targeting desktop browsers. You got all that horsepower, you got all that CPU and memory really backing you, and the browsers are usually very performant these days, and guess what? This might not affect as much on the web, but how many people have dealt with like a Fire TV Gen 2 stick? Anybody? Okay, call stack, folks. Yeah, absolutely, right. That's a challenge. I love that challenge, right? You don't even expect to run JavaScript on a device like that. But that's where the fun part comes in. So that's where you really got to dig in from a performance perspective. So re-renders matter in that case. But let's talk about another hypothesis, right? Because that's not the only case, right? If we know it's targeting all platforms, problem might be in the shared code, might be on the JS side. We're kind of thinking about the JS side now. Degradation due to time spent executing expensive JavaScript functions, right? This is like the long piece, right? Okay, you wrote a function and you called it, and now it's just, that function is quote unquote slow, right? It takes a long time to execute, right? So we have two hypotheses. This is a good start, right? Okay, what is the next step? What is the next step? Well, before we dive into the next step, let's talk about the application overview. What does our application actually look like in this case? And usually you know what your own application look like, but for the sake of the demo here, or the hypothetical we've created, we're gonna show you this structure, and we're gonna talk about the parts. And this technique a lot of people use. I know a lot of the speakers use this technique when they're building out something new. I'm sure a lot of the developers here also use this technique, but you can also use it when you're actually like retroactively trying to learn an application, right? This helps me. This is what I did when I got to DirecTV, and I was like, okay, let's understand how this thing's actually composed. So I just started drawing boxes, right? So here's what it looks like, and then I have my VS Code file explorer over there on the right, and you got the application on the left, right? So let's just start drawing boxes and pointing arrows and kind of understanding how this is composed. We have the back button, obvious, right? Sometimes applications don't need this back button, right? If you're building for web, you got the browser baked in back button, so you might not see that, but some do. Some apps do still put it. So we have our back button here. Let's keep going. We have a card, right? Some people call it a content card. Some people call it a card. Some people call it a tile, right? But we can see what that looks like, right? We then have content, right? And this is the outer piece, right? The outer kind of wrapper of all of the other, one of the components we'll call out next, the horizontal lists that we see, and the vertical kind of separated lists as well. And then we have a home screen. This is like the outermost wrapper, right? This is the outside, right? The outer container, whatever you want to call it, the screen, right? It's called, in this case, just the home screen. We have the imperative flash box. Okay, what is that? Well, that's just for this demo. I built this so it basically imperatively flashes when I press the button, when anybody presses a key on your remote, right? Key on the remote is not a web thing. Again, I bring that up a lot because this might be foreign to a lot of people. For TVs, you have a remote and you have focus management, right? And a lot of you always probably hear that word and you go, oh God, not focus management. This is not good. It's hard. Focus management is hard. And for this demo, when you press a button on your remote, you'll see a flash in the top right corner, and you'll see it immediately because I'm doing it imperatively, right? I'm literally assigning the styles, right, directly, not going through a render cycle, right, not declaratively. I'm directly flashing this on the screen imperatively, okay? So you can understand the timing of how long something took without actually being the one pressing the remote. So really key to understand, when that flashes, that's when I press the remote during this sample kind of demo here, right? Let's move on. We have the swim lane. That's the outer component that encompasses, or the list that encompasses our content card or our card in this demo. Okay, Let's move on. We have testing our hypotheses. Okay, so hypothesis 1, degradation due to unnecessary re-renders. All right, this is a great hypothesis at this point. We have a lot of preliminary facts pointing in this direction. We try it out. We pull up our React Native dev tools, and we pull up our profiler. We record a re-render profiler, right? Different than a Hermes JS sample profiler, right? This profile is going to show you re-renders and also the time it takes to re-render. But guess what? Guess what? You tested this. You tested your hypotheses like you should test, and you find out, oh man, this is good. Well, you shouldn't say, oh man, right? Because again, this is, if you fully optimize your app for no additional re-renders, unnecessary re-renders, you should be like, this is great. We're doing a good job, but we got to find the actual problem now, right? So in this case, not the root cause. Let's move on. Let's keep testing. We have another hypothesis, right? Let's test that next one. Degradation due to time spent executing expensive JS functions. Okay. So how do we do this? What tooling do we have? This is where the Hermes JS sample profiler comes into play. Excellent tool, right? This could be the one that is going to save us and save our release and deliver the value we want to deliver to our customers from a performance standpoint. Okay, so again, before we jump in, let's define the user journey. What is the user journey where this degradation is being seen? That's important because that's what we should profile, right? That's what we gotta record and then analyze, right? So we're gonna do the baseline here, right? We usually have this kind of in our back pocket. We have our previous releases, profile, and we're gonna walk through it here. We're gonna launch the app, we're gonna set focus to the back button, and we're gonna start the profiler. We're gonna press down 2 times, right? Pressing down 2 times. We're going to press on the library, wait till it loads. Then we're going to go ahead and go to the detail screen. Then we're going to wait till it loads. We're going to press back. Then we're going to stop our profiler. Okay? We're going to watch it again just because I know that was quick. You can just watch it go through, right? And again, this is the baseline. This is the baseline, right? Here we go. And again, what you saw, I pulled up my prompt there, my terminal, because I wanted to engage the dev tools. I wanted the dev menu to show up, and I can start my profiler. And again, I want to emphasize that this isn't the only way. And in React Native 75, there is another means to do it. I know you saw the presentation on the new debugger coming. That will also have the profiler baked into it. You just press the record button. So it's a lot easier. And then there's also the new, released in December, I think, of 2023, the React Native Release Profiler package, the open source package. The person that wrote that did a great job. Integrate it with your given React Native app, and you get a release profile, which is even better, makes it easier to analyze. But this is going to do for us in this case. So let's keep going. Okay, the user journey with degradation. We're going to do the same thing. And I want you to focus on what happens when we press the library. Then there it goes. Wow, that was slow. That was real slow. That didn't feel good. Our user's like, what is happening right now, right? I mean, I don't want to be a user of this application if all of a sudden I'm waiting months for my library to load, okay? So again, you can see this go through, and you'll see it even after I pressed the stop of the profiler. You get a nice little path here. So we're going to get into that. What is this path? It's telling me save results to blah, 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 blah. And disappointingly, this path is not correct. So disregard this. And this is real. This is a real profiler. It's just pointing you to the wrong spot. So we're going to find where it actually went. Where the heck did it go? And you don't have to do this, but it's good to know where it is anyway. And you can use your tooling, your Android Studio in this case, to find it. So let's do that. Let's check the cache on Android Studio. You can do it with the Device Explorer. So make sure you go ahead and click your Device Manager icon. Make sure you select your physical device, right, because that's the one we're working on. You're going to press the Device Explorer icon. Then you're going to navigate to the appropriate directory, and you can find this. You can explore around. It's good to know how to navigate through all the folders on your Fire TV or your Android TV, right? They're available for you. So you'll find your sample app here. You'll go ahead and open it up, and you'll see right there, it says sampling profiler trace, a bunch of characters, and then .cpu profile. That's the one we want. We just recorded that, right? And if you record another one, you'd see another one show up there, right? And you can even delete it from there, but we can't just pull it off. You technically could. You could just pull it off the device yourself and then transform it with another special package that they have that lets you do it. But there's also a built-in tool to do that. So let's use that from the command line. But before we do that, let's go ahead and talk about the techniques that we got to use once we get that profile off the device, right? Again, the goal is to understand what we're trying to do, which is find the source of the problem for performance. And one of those means is analyzing this profile that you see on the right. And there's two specific techniques that work very well for me. I use this all the time. And it doesn't have to just be during what we call performance fires. Like, put out the fire, make the performance better, Mike. Come on, you can do it. I know, you've done it before, right? This can also be proactive, like proactive performance improvements. You could just do this on your app now and find problems and go, wow, that seems slow, and then write it down in your notes. Oh, that one seems slow, that call seems slow, write it down in your notes, right? Then circle back and start improving those areas, right? So let's go through these techniques. Identify long-running JavaScript functions. Okay, how do you do that? Well, you look for the wide blocks in the flame graph, right? The wide blocks that don't have any or minimal subbars, right? So again, you want to find the wide ones that don't have a subblock and a subblock and a subblock and a subblock, because that one's encompassing all these other calls, so it might not be the problem. So let's look for a wide bar that doesn't have anything underneath, or a wide bar that only has one or two things scattered underneath, right? And you want to look the furthest down, right? So, and then next, investigate recurring call patterns, especially calls found in number 1, right? So if you see a wide bar, zoom out and search, just do a control find, right? Control find, see how many occurrences happen. Now, this is a sample profile. It only takes a snapshot every 10 milliseconds. A lot of people don't understand that. And you'll see GitHub issues filed against React Native that says, my function's not showing up here in my super small demo app that I wanted to try this out on. Why isn't it showing up? And they go, it's a sampling profile. It's only going to take a snapshot of what's happening for function calls every 10 milliseconds. Otherwise, the device would probably crash because it would have to do too much work and gather too much data, create a file too big, right? This file can become huge. So it's a sampling profile. So you might not see every call, but the ones that you do see and that you see often, it's a sign of a problem, right? So we're going to zoom out and we're going to search and we're going to see how many of these calls from number 1 we find during number 2. Right? In this case, you can look at our example, right? This is really from our example. We pulled this during our investigation. We see clean up data in store, and it's happening a lot. Clean up data in store. Clean up all data in store, clean up all data in store. Oh, okay. Why are we cleaning up so much data in the store? And why do we keep doing it over and over again when we're going from, when we're pressing the library and the library needs to load? What the heck could be happening, right? So let's now actually pull that profile off the device, right? And then we'll use our techniques. We're going to use our techniques that we just talked about to analyze the actual profile. So how do we do that? Well, we go ahead and run this very nice command, React Native, profile Hermes, give it the path. It'll pull it off the device and save it to your local. Then all you have to do is upload it here to Chrome via the Performance tab. Once it uploads, you'll see what you just recorded. You have that insight, what you saw on the previous screenshot. Then you can start using the techniques we talked about, 1 and 2, right? Wide bars furthest down on the flame graph, right? And then zooming out and searching for that. See how many times it happens, right? And in this case, maybe we found another one, right? Maybe there's the use swim lanes action that's happening a lot, right? Maybe that's the second thing we should look into. But first, let's look at the worst one, right? We saw, wow, that use cleanup data in store. That's heavy. That's heavy. That happened a lot, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and locate and assess the performance problem, right? We found this function. It gives us the line and the metadata in the profile as well when you click on that bar. We're going to use that metadata about the line number, the function name, and the file name, go into our code base and pull it up. And although we're not at the actual function here, usually you look at the function and you go, okay, here's the function. Okay, let me start looking at the function. Well, maybe look one level higher. Maybe look at the call sites of that function. That could be the problem, right? The call site of the function might be the problem. We know it's called a lot, but why is it being called a lot? Right? Then we can maybe optimize the guts of the function, the implementation details. But let's see if we even need to call it so much, right? So in this specific case, right, we go to this file, we locate where it's being called from, we find out what's actually happening, we look on the hood, and we find out it's using a use effect. Oh man, use effect, right? It's using a use effect, and it's using the cleanup function of the use effect. And it's cleaning up all the data in the store, and it takes a while. And then you're like, okay, well, they're cleaning up the data, all right? Okay, but why is it called so much, right? Well, where is this call happening? It's happening in the card. We know we render this card a ton. We painted a lot to the screen. 100 times sometimes, right? We got a lot of those cards, right? And that's how you get to your movie, right? You press it and you want to get to your movie, right? You need those cards. You can't just get rid of them, right? But why is the cleanup happening there? It doesn't make sense, right? Well, you know, let's figure out a solution then. What could we do? What could we do to fix that? Well, it actually ended up being very easy in this case in our hypothetical situation. Move it up the componentry. Right? We actually didn't need to call it 100 times. We actually just need to call it once when the screen transitions, right? So again, we were on the home screen. We changed focus from home to library. We pressed library, and on press, all these use effects, cleanup calls get called, right? And that's where our performance problem was happening. So all we got to do is move it up. Right? Move this up to the appropriate place. That ends up being our in-ear content, or the content that we talked about, that one additional step higher, right? Right at that sweet spot where it gets called once. Now let's talk about takeaways, right? So we went through our hypothetical, we solved the problem, our perf team, our perf testing team's happy, you know, all the stakeholders happy, we get to ship it, we get to deliver the value to our clients and our customers who now have a performant React Native TV and multi-platform streaming application that they love and works seamlessly as if it was native, right? Awesome. But let's go through the key takeaways so we know how to use this in our everyday work. Because you don't just have to do this. You don't just have to do this when there's a performance fire. You can do this proactively. You could pull this up tomorrow with your code base and just start using these techniques. So assess the end user experience that is currently degrading via target KPIs. Okay, we talked about that. We said, you know, VST was impacted. Again, that was peripherally, which tends to happen, which is disappointing. Additionally, we knew that our screen-to-screen navigation was slow, right? So we define those key performance indicators, right? We spot check each easy-to-pull metrics, such as memory consumption, to narrow down the problem, right? Because we know things can get weird with memory. We might as well check it. It's an easy thing to check, right? If determined to be JS-related, right, in our case it was, right, for each KPI that is degrading, define a holistic user journey that captures the given degradation. We did that. We defined the user journey, right? We recorded a profile with that user journey, right? Then we're going to pull up our dev tools. We're going to upload that profile. We're going to pull it off the device. We're going to transform it with that command line command. We're then going to upload it to Chrome DevTools. We're going to start analyzing, right? Then we're going to use our techniques. We're going to zoom out. We're going to utilize the wide bar identification technique, right? To identify the bars on the graph that are the lowest and the widest, right? Then we're going to go ahead and zoom again back out, and we're going to press Command F to search for the names of the functions that we found, or the files that we found showing up in our step 1, right, or step 6 in this case, right, our other technique, right? We're going to search for it. We're going to see how many times it happens, the repetitiveness, the pattern. Try to identify the pattern. Why is this pattern happening so much, right? And then we're going to review the total execution time of those wide bars and the frequency, like we talked about. Then we're going to open up your source code at the line number and file, and you're going to go ahead and try to understand what is the actual problem at that line of the code. You might go ahead and find the call sites of it. Then you might go ahead and determine whether or not that's actually needed to be called so much, right? And then you go ahead and solve the problem like we did here. All right, so that's everything I have for you today. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have something you can use in your day-to-day. I know we have a lot of talks about all the future amazing things that are happening with React Native, and I'm really hoping that this is a little bit different so you can actually use it today and get your app performing very well across all platforms, including TV. My name's Mike Corella. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mike, for such a practical talk. Big round of applause for Mike. Keep it going. Keep it going. Awesome. I love seeing attention being paid to React Native on TV. It's special and dear to my heart, hence why I started the React Native TV blog, and it's great to see it on the big stage, wrapping up the first day of React Universe Conf. So, how are we all doing? What a great first day it's been. I want to just take a moment to appreciate all of you. You guys have stuck around. We're still a fully packed crowd. Give yourselves a massive round of applause. Now, you may think this is over, but there is one more thing. Hot off of the printing presses, we have some pretty incredible news, actually. There's something big that's just dropped within the React Native ecosystem. And I am so excited about it. And to tell you all about it, I'd like to invite Eli White from the Meta team. Give him a big round of applause to come and give us the big announcement on some of the coolest stuff that's been happening in the React Native ecosystem. Take it away, Eli.
Hi, I'm Eli White from Meta. I don't have a talk for you. I have only an announcement. The Metro team has been hard at work and has just, hot off the press, landed a major improvement for all of you. In Expensify's build, as one example, they have reduced the build time with a warm Metro server from 12.7 seconds to 3.1 seconds. And this is not a breaking change, which means that this is already released and works for 7.5, 7.4, and 7.3 if you go update your dependencies right now. Woo! Rob Hogan, which is here, I don't know if he's actually in this room. If he's not in this room, it's because he's working on Metro. Has been working on making this change happen, which landed yesterday or today. So go update your apps, take advantage of the new speed. Thank you and have a great rest of your day.
Incredible, right? That's great. That just means that we are all going to get these performance benefits on Metro with very minimal effort. I don't know if he's in the room, but can we all just give a massive round of applause to Rob Hogan, who's worked on this? This is incredible. All right, what a great way to wrap up the first day of React Universe Conf. Super, super exciting. We have another day filled with great talks, great sessions, and of course the panel tomorrow. There's a lot going on, so let's just quickly look at the agenda for tomorrow. We'll start off with breakfast again, so come early, bright and early. We're going to grab some coffee and some breakfast. Then we're going to delve into React world. Then we're going to go into the React Native world and look at how you can use Expo DOM components, which is straight off of the printing presses as well, which is quite cool. We'll have a talk by the big Dan Abramov, and then again, we'll go through coffee, and then we'll have some more sessions for the rest of the morning. And then, continuing on after lunch, we'll have more sessions for you to wrap up the second day of React Universe Conf. And of course, at the end of the day, we'll have a panel with somewhat of a familiar face there. Huh. Cool. And then we'll have the closing ceremony, and we'll all go away and party. But for today, we have the networking party starting up pretty much now. So all you need to do is head straight through the hallways to where you had your lunch, and you will be able to meet all of the speakers, speak to all the other attendees. This is probably one of the best opportunities to exchange ideas, learn from everyone, ask your questions. I'm sure you'll have many questions after some of the sessions that we had today, and really just enjoy yourself and get ready for the next series of talks tomorrow. So, my name has been Mo Kazali. Thank you so much for bearing with my stupid jokes, my nonsense, and my stalling. It's been a pleasure to be your host, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow.
This conference is brought to you by CoStack, Total Software Engineering Consultancy.